The phone rang urgently. I pressed the red button, and a frantic young man appeared on the screen, breathing heavily, asking for Mr. Xiao. A girl screamed, calling for him, and soon after, Mr. Xiao, the chief engineer, came out. The man on the screen reported that the base had spotted enemy activity. Things got tense quickly. Mr. Xiao prepared his guns, putting on his heavy coat, and I rushed out to get the car ready. As we were leaving, I told him, "I'm going too. This is war." He handed me a laser gun and warned me to aim only for the legs if we encountered enemies. We drove through a violent snowstorm towards the base. Inside the car, my heart was racing. I remembered how, 4 years ago, Mr. Xiao had taken me down this same road after my father died in an accident at the 2004 base. Since then, I had lived with my mom near Mr. Xiao's family. Mr. Xiao treated me like his daughter, but he was often too busy with his responsibilities to show much affection. As we drove through the storm, Mr. Xiao was clearly worried. His daughter, Xiao Jin, was at the base with his son and other young engineers. The thought of them in danger during an enemy attack troubled him deeply. As we approached the base, Mr. Xiao asked what kind of enemy might be threatening us, but I didn't know. He was more focused on protecting the spaceship Dongfang than anything else. The thought of someone trying to sabotage our mission to Mars was horrifying. Finally, we reached the base, but before we could learn more, there was a huge explosion. The spaceship began to shake as though it was breaking free. Mr. Xiao was in shock. He slumped in the car, eyes filled with anger and disbelief. We met up with Engineer Hua at the base, who was visibly shaken, covered in snow and smoke. The explosion had disrupted everything, but I looked up into the stormy sky and saw the spaceship Dongfang rising above the snowstorm, escaping into the calm of space. My name is Yulan, and I've always known Xiao Jilai as a true Shanghai girl. When she was born 15 years ago, our space city was just starting to take shape in the desert. Her dad, Xiao Zian, was already deeply involved in building it, leaving his family behind in Shanghai with her grandma. Xiao Jilai grew up healthy and beautiful, though far away from us. Last year, she visited the space city for the first time, dressed in a stylish dress made by her grandma. She was fascinated by everything here, especially the technology, like her dad's video phone that could connect to anywhere in the world. But what truly captured her heart was the massive spaceship launch tower in the distance, the one that would eventually send Dongfang into space. Her brother, Xiao Jian, who was training to be an astronaut, often visited the space base. Jilai envied him and wished she could go too, but her father always refused, saying it wasn't a place for visitors. Still, she held on to the hope that one day she could see the base and the spaceship up close. This winter, Jilai finally came back for another visit. She arrived yesterday evening, right before the snow started falling. Today, the snow covered everything in a white blanket, and she was excited like a little kid. After rolling in the snow, she went inside to warm up. While her dad was at a meeting and her mom at the hospital, Jilai stayed home, but she couldn't help but feel restless. Later, Hua, one of the engineers, came to visit. He invited Jilai and her brother, along with his friend Aing, to come with him to check on the spaceship, Dongfang. Jilai was thrilled this was her chance to finally see the launch site. As we drove through the snow, Jilai was in awe of the Gobi Desert covered in snow. When we arrived at the base, she was captivated by the sight of the giant spaceship standing tall in the snow, like a magnificent piece of art. Even her usually mischievous dog, Huabao, was subdued by the grandeur of the scene. Standing there in the snow, Jilai's eyes sparkled with joy and pride. This was not just any spaceship, it was a symbol of the hard work and intelligence of our people. It was a moment that she would never forget. The space age began in the 1950s, and within just a few decades, it reached its peak. In history, there were the so-called 7 wonders of the world, but the Dongfang, Eastern, is a new wonder, a miracle of science and technology, a marvel of the space age. Once again, the Chinese people, who built the Great Wall 2,000 years ago, have amazed the world. The 4-stage rocket, along with the cockpit and payload cabin in the front, is 800 meters long in total, with the widest part being 100 meters in diameter. It is equivalent to a 200-story building, but it's entirely made of metal with no windows, much like the Copper Tower from 1001 Nights where a sultan imprisoned a princess. However, it more closely resembles an enormous cannonball, yes, a cannonball that will be fired into the new world, into outer space. In the afternoon, the wind picked up, stirring the snow that had been lying quietly on the ground. White mist filled the air, snowflakes swirled, and there were many strange shapes twisting violently in the air, accompanied by the soft whistling of the wind. Engineer Hua had finished inspecting all the ground facilities earlier in the day, including the ground command center, communication equipment, electronic control systems, and safety devices. Now, he was leading 3 young people into the elevator of the launch tower. Ji-Lai's heart was pounding as she clutched her little leopard tightly and closed her eyes in the rapidly ascending elevator. When the elevator door opened, Engineer Hua announced a number, and the door of the spaceship, operated by electronic devices, opened as well. This was the first door. There was a small foyer. They took off their coats and put on lightweight spacesuits. The outer door closed, and the second door opened. They entered the cockpit. This is to prevent the spaceship from losing oxygen in the airless environment of space, Yibing whispered into Ji-Lai's ear. But Ji-Lai couldn't hear anything. She felt like she wasn't entering a spaceship cockpit, but rather a comfortable living room. This place was nothing like the cramped cockpits she had seen in movies. There was a row of lightweight sofas, all fixed in place, and a long row of instruments with various dials, each labeled with 4-digit numbers. The floor? Oh, it was covered with a soft, rubbery carpet, very comfortable and springy. The walls? The walls were made of some kind of dull material. Ji-Lai touched them, and they felt quite hard. The cabin was very bright, yet there were no visible lights. At first, Ji-Lai didn't understand why, but then Yibing quietly pointed to the ceiling, and she realized that the entire ceiling emitted a soft glow, making the cockpit as bright as the outside of the spaceship. The difference was that here, you couldn't see or hear the raging wind and snow outside. Don't touch any of the equipment, Engineer Hua warned. Yibing, you can show Ji-Lai around, but keep a good hold on the little leopard. Jian, help me check the instruments. He handed Jian a box with a shoulder strap, and Jian took out something resembling a stethoscope from it. They're using electronic instruments to check everything, Yibing whispered to Ji-Lai. In space travel, there can't be the slightest mistake. A single faulty component could destroy the entire spaceship. Ji-Lai raised her elegant, curved eyebrows and looked at Yibing with trust and curiosity. See those numbers? Yibing pointed to the dials on the control panel. Each number represents the code of an automatic electronic machine. The instruments are voice-activated, just like the electronic driver in your dad's car. Its code is 1271, right? But why aren't there any windows? We can't see the outside at all. It feels so stuffy. 3025, open. Yibing calmly and clearly called out the number. Immediately, as if by magic, the cockpit and the spaceship disappeared. Ji-Lai found herself standing in the open air again, seeing the swirling snowflakes and hearing the howling wind. This sudden change startled the little leopard, and it shrank tightly into its owner's arms. Ji-Lai was also startled at first, but then she saw that the sofas and control panel were still there, and Engineer Hua and her brother were still working, though her brother looked up at them and said, Yibing, don't disturb the work. Despite the heavy wind and snow around them, Ji-Lai didn't feel any wind blowing on her, nor did she feel any snow falling on her. She began to understand and whispered, Is this television? Exactly, full-view television. Yibing smiled. 3025, close. Everything immediately returned to normal, and they were once again in the spaceship's cockpit. It was just like the magic phrase Open Sesame from 1001 Nights, Ji-Lai thought. She wanted to try it herself, but Yibing stopped her. Ji-Lai, have you ever thought about why these instruments are voice-activated and not operated by buttons? Why? Ji-Lai blinked. It's because during space travel, we often encounter conditions of excessive gravity when the gravitational force is many times stronger than Earth's gravity. The astronaut's body weight increases, and sometimes it's even hard to lift a hand. Voice control makes it much easier. Anyway, let's go check out the payload cabin in the back so we don't disturb them. The payload cabin was downstairs, and they descended a steep metal ladder. This ladder is so hard to climb. Do they have to go up and down like this just to eat a meal or get something? Ji-Lai muttered. Yibing laughed. Actually, this ladder is just for you to use now. Once the spaceship is in motion, you won't need it anymore. Because during the period of excessive gravity, you won't be able to go anywhere. After that, you'll experience weightlessness. Weightlessness? Yes. Once the spaceship stops accelerating, it will travel by inertia, and everything on the ship will lose its weight. You'll be able to float around the cabin. You could easily leap from the cockpit to this cabin. How interesting, Ji-Lai said excitedly. I wish I could be an astronaut someday. This payload cabin was made up of many large cabinets, reminding Ji-Lai of the electronic kitchen at home. Surely there must be an electronic cook here as well, or how would astronauts solve their food problems? Yibing opened a drawer and took out a small package of biscuits wrapped in plastic, saying, "Compressed biscuits, you know? This little package is enough for you to eat for a day." He then took out another small bag, saying, "Concentrated soup, just add water, and you'll have a bowl of egg and shredded pork soup." Do astronauts always eat this kind of stuff? Oh, no, Yibing quickly said. You could even throw a fancy banquet here if you wanted. The food here isn't just for the astronauts to use for a few days. It's meant to supply a large team at the Mars station for 2 years. 2 years? Oh, you don't know the Dongfang mission plan yet? Yibing lowered his voice. Last week, a spaceship called Jianxi Construction flew from Base 2003 to Mars. The Dongfang is responsible for delivering supplies and equipment to them, and another ship called Tuanjie Unity is still being built at Base 2003. So many ships going to Mars. What for? Ji-Lai asked, her interest piqued. Oh, Ji-Lai, Yibing replied. Mars is the closest planet to Earth and the most similar to it. Mars is only a little smaller and colder than Earth. In the 18th century, people saw dark spots and thin lines on Mars through telescopes and thought they were valleys and canals used to channel water. Canals. Only intelligent beings could have dug them. So, they wrote a lot of science fiction stories about Martians, describing them in great detail. But now it's been proven that there are no people or advanced life forms on Mars. Some say that Mars is an old planet where life has already disappeared. Do you believe that? The little girl's eyes widened with curiosity as she pondered this. I don't believe it either, Yibing said with a smile. If there were once people or intelligent beings on Mars, no matter how harsh the natural conditions became, they wouldn't have perished. They would have conquered nature. Isn't that what people on Earth have done? Look, the desert is retreating from us. We've reclaimed so much land that was once barren and produced food from it. Humans are created by nature, but humans can also change nature. Humans have already transformed the face of the Earth, so why can't we transform Mars? Yibing's passionate words filled Ji-Lai's heart with excitement. She had always thought that interstellar travel was just about bringing back a few photos and rocks so people could study the universe beyond Earth. But now, transforming Mars, at least attempting it, had begun. In the cockpit, the video phone suddenly rang. Engineer Hua pressed a button. On the screen, a young man appeared, hesitating as he spoke. Engineer Hua, we've discovered something. What is it, Xiaoyang? It looks like a crashed satellite. 3025, open, Engineer Hua quickly ordered. Now, from their elevated position, they could see the entire launch site. In the northwest corner, in the wind and snow, a group of people was gathered around something on the ground. It looked like an overturned car. I'll go down and take a look, Engineer Hua whispered to Jian. You stay here and don't leave under any circumstances. And don't alert them. He pointed toward the payload cabin. Then, he opened the door and went out. Jian kept the TV on, but the wind and snow were getting stronger, and visibility was poor. He could only vaguely see people busy in the snowstorm. Engineer Hua had reached the object that was supposed to be a crashed satellite and was bending down to inspect it, focusing intently. But someone approached him and pulled him back. It was Xiaoyang, the young man from the duty room. Xiaoyang handed Engineer Hua something. Suddenly, the sound of a few muffled gunshots rang out. Yibing must have heard it too. He poked his head out of the payload cabin and asked, "What happened?" Jian waved his hand. The video phone rang again, and this time it was Xiao Ling, the other young man in the duty room, speaking. "Zhao Jian, the base has discovered an enemy. Engineer Hua has ordered you to stay in the spaceship. There are pistols under the sofa. Arm yourselves." Yibing jumped quickly. reaching under the sofa and pulling out two very sleek pistols. Jilai, holding her little leopard, also came up. She threw the leopard aside and ran over. "Give me one. Can you shoot?" Without waiting for an answer, Yibing tossed her a gun and then pulled out another one for himself. He tested the mechanism and smiled in satisfaction. I wonder what kind of enemy. Jilai felt extremely tense. Of course, she had shotguns before. At school, she had even practiced live fire shooting with a rifle. But she had never imagined that one day she would be face to face with an enemy, and except for in the movies, she had never seen real combat. Yet now, battle had come to this tightly guarded rocket base. Her feelings at this moment were like those of a hunter crouching by a tiger's lair in the deep mountains, so tense that even her eyebrows were twitching slightly. But Jian remained very calm. He walked out of the second door and checked the spaceship's outer door before coming back inside and continuing to monitor the situation on the full-view TV. It was already very dark. Under the powerful beams of the searchlights, the swirling snow created bizarre and colorful patterns, like a fierce battle between armies, or like giant waves rolling and tumbling in a storm. The howling wind and snow drowned the entire world. Despite straining his eyes, Jian could see nothing clearly. Several times, Yibing suggested, "Let's go outside in here. We can't see anything and it's suffocating." But Jian knew what Engineer Hua meant by ordering them to stay inside the spaceship. This was a very important position. This was their trench. Though the cockpit was sealed off, and they weren't being buffeted by the wind or snow, they were still in the midst of a raging storm. They waited for what seemed like a quarter hour, then another, not knowing how much time had passed. Suddenly, it felt as though the ground shook, and everyone, including the little leopard, was thrown heavily onto the floor. At first, Yibing thought it was an earthquake, but in his dazed state, he heard Jian's panicked and urgent voice. "Oh no! The Dongfeng is taking off." The sound of the explosion drowned out everything. The spaceship shot straight into the snow-covered night sky. Silence fell over the base's lounge. Engineer Hua buried himself deep in the sofa, with a bandage wrapped around his scratched left forehead. He lowered his head. Xiao Ziyan sat on a nearby sofa, like a wooden sculpture. His eyes, which had always been bright and sharp, had lost their luster. Only from his tightly twisted hands could you sense the intense pain he was enduring. Yulan leaned against Xiao Ziyan, silently, her eyes filled with crystal tears. At the other end of the lounge sat Lu Jian, the chief commander of the space agency, and Qi, the political commissar of the public security forces. Lu Jian was a short, agile old cadre who was over 60 years old, but had not aged at all. He was silent, thinking nervously. He joined the army at the age of 18, and his first battle was a battle with the tanks of social imperialism on Jinbao Island on the Wasili River. He once crawled on the frozen river surface and captured enemy tanks that were bombed and unable to move under the enemy's fierce artillery fire. It was really a severe test. At that time, the weather was colder than it is now, and the struggle was more severe than it is now, and Lu Jian was just a new soldier with no combat experience. Now, with white hair on his temples, he has become a veteran who has experienced many battles and commanded with confidence, not only on the battlefield, in negotiations, and in dealing with the enemy's infiltration, subversion, and invasion threats. However, there is a new struggle ahead. The struggle for modern science and technology. Report. Xiaoyang came in, his voice also low. The enemy's orders have been translated. Political Commissar Qi took the stack of papers, asked Xiaoyang to leave, and then handed the stack of papers to Lu Jian. Lu Jian did not take it, but nodded. Political Commissar Qi then read the records. Lu Jian stood up. He slowly walked to the window. The blizzard had weakened, and the searchlights were still on at the launch site, illuminating the empty launch pad. War. Who said the world is moving towards easing? The will to destroy us is still alive, but today's China is no longer the China that relied on anti-tank grenades and the bravery of soldiers to fight hard on Jinbao Island. The war has taken a more covert and more advanced form. This is a war against advanced technology. Of course, the enemy did not succeed completely, but the Vostok was launched a week earlier than the scheduled time, and it was not filled with astronauts who had been trained for 2 years and were ready to go. but 3 young people who had not yet experienced the hardships of life. Lu Jian glanced at Xiao Ziyan. He knew him very well. The chief engineer encountered a double disaster. He lost the Eastern and lost his 2 children. Although he was a tough guy, these 2 heavy blows. Darn, how vicious. Political Commissar Chi angrily threw the stack of papers on the coffee table, his eyes piercing. He was an old soldier who looked very young. He loved playing ball and writing poetry, but at this moment, he was wrapped in a deep layer of anger. Let's talk. Lu Jian stood in the middle of the lounge, stretched out his 2 big hands, and swung them half a circle. Introduce it to Mr. Xiao. Let's start with how the neighbor threw a broken bowl into our yard. Mr. Xiao, you have to listen carefully, as a rocket engineer. Nodded slightly, imperceptibly. Political Commissar Chi took a cigarette from the cigarette box on the coffee table, lit it, took a deep puff, and looked at everyone in the lounge with his red eyes. This is a real satellite, and it really did crash ostensibly due to a heavy snowstorm. The orbit of artificial satellites is far above the atmosphere. The commander-in-chief interrupted. Yes, but they can say that when we were trying to recover the satellite, we encountered interference from the wind and snow, which caused it to crash into your territory. This was the result of bad weather, and no one needs to be held responsible for the bad weather. But this snowstorm was predicted 3 days ago. Yuan whispered. Yes, Political Commissar Chi stared at Yuan Lan. The problem is that we can't determine when the satellite was launched. It's no use finding out the time. The commander-in-chief sneered. Can you still sue him? War is war, and all is fair in war. It's not the first time we've experienced Big Nose's tricks. Yes, Political Commissar Chi used the word yes for the 3rd time, secretly angry at his poor vocabulary. Anyway, the satellite fell right into our launch site. This time it was Xiao Ziyan who interrupted. His voice was very hoarse and he was panting uncontrollably. I wonder why our anti-ballistic missiles and laser nets didn't intercept it? Because it's not made of metal at all. Political Commissar Chi continued hastily. Don't ask yet. The Sheki's still there. It's your job to study it, Chief Engineer. This is a very special material. The snowflakes are stuck to it up to 25 centimeters thick. So it looks like a big snowball. That's probably what our electronic instruments think. Hunter, smelling the scent of a wild animal, Xiao Ziyan forgot his grief in an instant, straightened his back, and knitted his thick eyebrows together again. The snowball exploded as soon as it hit the ground. Political Commissar Chi continued. 4 robots ran out. Robot. Almost everyone present shouted. Yes. Political Commissar Chi paused, and he used the words he had used countless times. Here are the instructions their masters entered into the computer, and we have deciphered them. Robots A and B, launch a feint attack on the guard's engineer Hua. The one you are fighting with may be one of them. Robot V, occupy the Vostok. It didn't work. Engineer Hua whispered. That's because Jian and Yabing are guarding there. Lu Jian said loudly. 2 real warriors and Jilai, a 15-year-old girl. Well done. We saw it all on the TV in the duty room. Political Commissar Chi nodded and glanced at Xiao Ziyan with his sharp eyes. When Robot V reached the elevator of the launch pad, it knew it couldn't get in anyway. But Robot G, after injuring 2 of our guards, broke into the control room and closed the lockbox for launching the spacecraft. Xiao Ziyan let out a sigh and fell back on the sofa. The intention is clear. Lu Jian said in a strong and powerful voice. They want to hijack our spaceship. If successful, will Robot V drive the Vostok to Mars? Asked Political Commissar Chi. In my opinion, it will most likely crash somewhere in the north. Lu Jian said with a sneer. Engineer Hua, who had been silent all this time, suddenly began to sob like a child. Xiao Ziyan stood up, walked slowly to Engineer Hua, shook his shoulder, and asked in a hoarse voice, Will Vostok fly to Mars? Engineer Hua's body trembled slightly, and he raised his tearful eyelids. I didn't finish my inspection, he said. I heard there was an enemy, so I went down. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have left the children behind. I'm asking you, Xiao Ziyan said sternly. The speed, orbital routes, and electronic instrumentation of the Vostok. Engineer Hua's face turned very pale. I didn't finish the inspection. Political Commissar Chi also came closer and looked at Engineer Hua as if he was a stranger. So where will the Vostok fly to? I don't know. Engineer Hua shouted with all his strength, lowered his head, and covered his face with his hands. Yulan screamed. Engineer Hua, what are you doing? Xiao Ziyan let go of Engineer Hua and walked away. Lu Jian stepped forward and silently held Xiao Ziyan's hands with his strong hands, looking at Xiao Ziyan affectionately with his bright eyes. In your opinion, General Xiao, the commander-in-chief whispered, is the Eastern safe? Xiao Ziyan thought for a moment and shook his head gently. What, then, will it encounter? Xiao Ziyan was silent. Political Commissar Qi and Yu Quan also gathered around. Xiao Ziyan looked around at the eager and enthusiastic faces, and his heart was stirred by a current of warmth. He was a rigorous scientist, and he was never emotionally impulsive. Over the past 20 years, he had personally built and launched spacecraft one after another. It was not always smooth. There were difficulties, accidents, and even serious accidents. He could swallow any bitter fruit. But what about this time? This time. The problem is this, he began slowly. The problem is, according to our plan, the Vostok will accelerate at 60 meters per second, and in 33 minutes it will reach a speed of 120 kilometers per second, and it will reach the orbit of Mars in 7.5 days. Now it is the opposition. Mars is closest to us. 60 meters per second. This is the data that has been entered into the electronic driver's computer. I am not worried. The problem now is that the acceleration time is 33 minutes, and this program has not been arranged yet. Why? Lu Jian asked. Because. Xiao Ziyan said hesitantly. Because I want to modify this plan later. Let the Vostok reach Mars at a faster speed. I haven't made a final decision yet. Letting Engineer Hua come to check today is. He could not continue. A huge grief seized him all of a sudden, and his vulture-like eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Yulan hurriedly helped him sit down. Lu Jian walked slowly to the window again, lost in thought, and suddenly turned around. Lao Xiao, can you get in touch with the Eastern? Xiao Ziyan thought for a while. Okay, I'll give it a try, he said softly and stood up. Yulan wanted to help him, but he pushed her hand away and walked out the door and toward the duty room. Lu Jian and Political Commissar Qi looked at each other. The commander-in-chief walked up to Engineer Hua, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Don't be like this. Don't you see that Mr. Xiao is already in enough pain? Do you still want to poke his lungs? Cheer up. Oh, why don't I stay on the spaceship with the children? Engineer Hua murmured. No one could have imagined that something like this would happen. The commander-in-chief said gently, You should calm down and help General Xiao think about what remedies are available. We have already taken off for more than 33 minutes. If we don't stop accelerating, the Vostok will not be able to reach 120 kilometers per second. What speeds might it reach? Unless Jian can stop it, or issue a command to the electronic equipment in time, it will continue to accelerate until the fuel runs out. So what's the speed? Engineer Hua pulled out a microcomputer from his pocket and fiddled with it. 40,000 kilometers per second. This number caused a huge shock to the three people in the room and inspired different associations. It was like a bucket of cold water poured on Yulan's head in a snowy day. How far away is Jian? This person who is closest to her except her mother. In the lonely and vast space of the universe, how many difficulties and setbacks will the three young people suffer? And when will they be able to return home? How can they return? Lu Jian thought very far ahead. 40,000 kilometers per second is an amazing speed. This speed indicates that our science and technology are very advanced. But in this case, the Vostok will never land on Mars. What will be the fate of the three children? What about the builders of the experimental station on Mars? They are waiting for supplies and equipment. This result made Political Commissar Qi even more furious. This was the bloodless executioner. A scientific feat was aborted, and the brave young people who defended the East were exiled to space. To rescue them and bring them back was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Yulan lowered her head and ran out quickly. She felt that if she stayed in this room for a while longer, she would burst into tears. She walked into the duty room and saw Xiao Ziyan turning on the TV phone screen and calling out in vain, Vostok, Vostok. Children, answer me. Xiao Ziyan's voice was hoarse and intermittent. To Yulan, He sounded like a shipwrecked ship calling for help. Yulan leaned against the door frame and let her tears flow without restraint. At some point, Lu Jian had walked up behind her and said affectionately, "Xiao Lanzi, please keep in touch. I will talk to Mr. Xiao." Lu Jian took Xiao Zian out of the duty room and walked to a small room next to it. He asked Xiao Zian to sit down, stood up, closed the door, and said seriously, "Comrade Xiao Zian, I just heard that you have created a technological miracle." Xiao Zian shook his head, very sad. "Of course the price is high, but it's not irreversible. I know your Jian. He's the second Xiao Zian. Yes, he's young, just a high school student, and his knowledge is not as good as yours. But what does it matter? He can still grow in space. Comrade Xiao Zian, do you know what our most urgent task is right now?" Xiao Zian raised his head. The commander-in-chief's words deeply touched him. Yes, there was one most urgent task, which was to find a way to complete the unfinished work of the Eastern. You go to the 2003 base immediately and speed up the construction of the Unity. You have to launch it within 2 months. Can you do it? I won't give you a single day off. You will leave tomorrow. Zhong Cuohue was a psychologist. He knew that for someone like Xiao Zian, only hard work could help alleviate the pain in his heart. As for the Vostok, the commander-in-chief lowered his voice. We must prepare for the worst. After the Unity is launched, you will come back immediately to build a spaceship with a higher speed. Don't you still have the orbital elements of the Vostok? Then prepare to contact them somehow. Hey, how about training Yulan to be the captain of this new spaceship? What a good leader who can see through people's hearts. Xiao Zian, a strong man, couldn't help but shed 2 crystal tears from the corners of his eyes. The Earth's atmosphere, with its howling north wind and flying snowflakes, soon fell behind. The spacecraft entered the quiet and lonely space. The Vostok was still accelerating, but the 3 passengers lying on the carpet in the cockpit knew nothing. These are 3 passengers who accidentally embark on a journey into the universe, 3 passengers who plunge into the journey into the universe without any preparation. Zhong Yabing was the first to wake up. He felt like he was in a dream, because the huge overweight was pressing him tightly. This strong and sturdy young man couldn't even lift one arm. He opened his eyes. Oh, what kind of world was he in? The panoramic TV was still on. There was endless night in all directions. But what a strange night it was. There were more stars than ever before, big and bright, red, green, yellow, orange, white, like sparkling colorful copper nails embedded in a huge black sphere. They neither blinked nor flickered, but were quiet and peaceful, just like the bright eyes of the universe. But what Yabing found most strange was that he actually saw a dazzling sun in this dark night, a sun that was spewing flames and inlaid with rosy prominences. At the same time, he saw a narrow crescent moon not far from the sun. In fact, it was a crescent like Earth. This was incredibly magnificent and magical. Yabing couldn't help but close his eyes, but he opened them again immediately. He couldn't take his eyes off this magnificent cosmic spectacle. He knew, of course, that on Earth, due to the thick atmosphere, the stars would not appear during the day when the sun was shining brightly. However, in the universe, there was no longer any day or night. The sky was always dark, and every star was like a floating gem, while the Milky Way was flowing silently. But the huge gravity pressing on Yabing brought him back to the real world, and he remembered what happened not long ago. Yes, he was on the Vostok, and the Vostok was leaving the Earth at a speed of lightning. He was already in space. Where were his companions? He wanted to turn sideways, but he was completely unable to do so. From his perspective, he could only see a group of dark shadows next to the sofa. He remembered the number, 3025, close. This is truly a spell from all spirits. In the blink of an eye, the universe, the sun, the moon, the stars, the Milky Way, all disappeared. In front of him was the bright cockpit. Xiao Jin curled up beside the sofa, one hand tightly grasping the armrest of the sofa. His eyes were also open, and he showed the same confused look. Yabing wanted to speak, but he felt that his words were vague. "Don't be afraid," Jian said calmly, although it sounded a little strange to Yabing. The control panel must have also let the enemy infiltrate. We are flying to Mars. There was a whimpering sound beside him. At first, Jian thought it was his sister crying, but he soon realized that the little leopard was lying on the carpet under the weight, whimpering. Jilai also woke up. She mumbled in a dream, why am I so tired? That's the Vostok. It's accelerating. As long as the acceleration reaches 40 meters per second, 60 meters. Jian corrected Yabing. Yabing went on to say, then our weight is 6 times that on Earth. He thought that he originally weighed 75 kilograms, so now it would be 450 kilograms? He felt ridiculous, but he just grinned. It was so difficult to smile when overweight. Jian carefully observed the 2 companions, even the puppy that was trying hard to crawl to the mistress. He found that they were not injured, except that they were pressed tightly and could not move. Everything else was normal. He was slightly relieved, and then thought seriously about everything that happened. Of course it was a disaster. They were thrown out of the earth without any preparation, away from their parents, away from the collective, and away from their motherland. They only learned some preliminary professional knowledge in the aerospace preparatory school, but have not received the rigorous training required of astronauts, and they are not mentally prepared to work on Mars. But now they have to take on a heavy responsibility to send equipment and supplies to Mars. Can they complete this task? Oh, it would be great if Engineer Hua went with them. Really? Jian and Yabing should go to participate in the encirclement and suppression of the enemy, so Engineer Hua can stay in the Vostok. However, in that urgent combat situation, how could they have anticipated all this? Oh, Jian knew that the spacecraft was well equipped and well supplied, but could they get it into the orbit of Mars and land it smoothly on Mars? Perhaps everything was controlled by electronic instruments? It should be like this. The overweight became more and more unbearable. It took a lot of effort to move a finger. Of course, Jian understood that the acceleration did not increase, but it lasted too long. The heart was in a state of overweight for a long time, and every beat was heavy. How long did the acceleration last? At 60 meters per second, what speed should be accelerated to enter the most favorable navigation orbit? Jian seemed to remember that Engineer Hua said that the scheduled travel time was 7.5 days. So, based on this, could he calculate what speed the Eastern would reach, and thus, how long it would take to accelerate? Dad! Dad! Jilai suddenly shouted hoarsely. Jian looked at his sister in surprise, only to see her struggling to half rise, with one hand trembling as she pointed at the instrument table in front of her. Yabing also listened attentively, holding his breath. Across the vastness of space, a faint call. Children. Answer me. Dad. Jilai shouted hoarsely again. Tears were streaming down her face, and she struggled forward with all her strength. Big drops of sweat were dripping from her forehead, mixing with her tears. Jian was so excited. He felt his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Ah, the earth was looking for them. He could imagine how deep the grief was on his father's weather-beaten face, and how anxiously he was waiting for an answer. For a moment, he seemed to hear his own name. Oh, Yulan. Now she was calling. A thin, tall girl with a pair of clear and moving big eyes suddenly passed before his eyes. His heart was warm, but the faint voice soon disappeared. Jian gathered all his strength and stubbornly moved forward, inch by inch. He wanted to get to the TV phone, and he saw Yabing and Jilai making the same effort. All 3 of them were exhausted, and hunger was coming on mercilessly. Jian closed his eyes, took a breath, and resumed thinking. How far are they from the Earth? The acceleration continued. He should know how much time has passed since they set out. Above the instrument table, there was a green, very beautiful clock. Its face was not a 12-hour clock like an ordinary clock, but a 24-hour clock. It pointed to 1307. Jian tilted his head and looked at the clock carefully. Oh, and there was also a calendar, January 13th. This usually calm young man couldn't help but shout out. We have been away from Earth for 185 hours. What a serious meaning this sentence contains. But Jilai, and even Yabing did not understand it immediately. Yabing shouted, No wonder I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten for 7 days. Eat? There are more important things to worry about than being hungry. Jian thought hard. Mars will be about 78 million kilometers away from the Earth at the time of opposition. If the journey takes 7.5 days, it will need to travel 120 kilometers per second. Numbers jumped back and forth in Jian's mind. The calculation is very simple, but he doesn't believe his calculation results. He always feels that something is wrong. He went back and forth. However, numbers are ruthless. V equals V. Plus at V is the terminal velocity, V is the initial velocity, is the acceleration, and T is the time. Since the initial velocity is 0, V120 km slash st equals 2000 seconds, a 60 m slash s2 acceleration time only takes 2000 seconds, or 33 minutes. But now it has greatly exceeded that. What is the current speed? V equals 60 meters per square second x 185 hours equals 39,960 kilometers per second, nearly 40,000 kilometers per second. Oh, this speed. For a moment, Jian did not really understand the true meaning of this huge number. But he soon understood. His face turned pale. Jian could not help shouting, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" A bitter smile flashed across Jian's lips. He wanted to tell Yabing and Jilai the whole truth, but he felt that this was too cruel. Especially the delicate little sister. Could she withstand this heavy blow? This would mean that they would have to wander in space for a long time, and perhaps they would never be able to return to Earth. Moreover, the acceleration was still going on, and the speed was still increasing. What would be the final outcome? Vostok. Vostok. They heard the faint cry again, so vague that if the three people had not heard it at the same time, they would have thought it was an illusion. "We are here." Then a sharp cry burst out from her heart. Then she fainted. At that moment, the spaceship jolted violently, and several people, including the leopard, were thrown into the air. Everything changed so suddenly, as if in a dream. They were actually floating in the air. The little leopard struggled in vain in mid-air, trying to get closer to its mistress, but despite its great efforts, it could not do so. Seeing its clumsy appearance, Jilai could not help but want to laugh, but she did not have the strength to laugh. Although the terrible force that bound her to the carpet was freed, she was now floating in the air without any weight, like a light balloon, or like a ball of thin and completely transparent cotton. She was suspended in the middle of the cockpit of the spacecraft, but she felt extremely tired and seemed unwilling to lift her hands or move her feet. No, she would rather lie there all the time, with her limbs stretched out, breathing gently, and maintaining that half-asleep and half-wakeful state. Someone touched the hand on the ground. It was Yabing, who was approaching ridiculously. He used his hands to paddle the air as if swimming and slowly approached. He held a compressed biscuit in his left hand and a bottle of fruit juice in his right hand, and handed them to Jilai. Jilai nodded, but when she grabbed the biscuit and the bottle of juice, it was as if she was grabbing two shadows, as if there was nothing in her hands. No, the biscuit was real, brown and a little elastic. She brought it to her mouth and took a bite. It was delicious, but suddenly, the biscuit flew away. It was her own breath that blew the biscuit away. Now she wanted to drink the juice. This time she had to be careful. She held the bottle neck tightly, fearing that it would fly away again. The bottle was a translucent soft plastic bottle. She opened the lid and put it to her mouth. Before she could pour the liquid in the bottle into her mouth, she felt as if countless small insects were crawling. It turned out that the juice was rushing out of the bottle mouth. Her face, nose, neck, and hands were all covered with juice, and some of the juice splashed into the air, forming orb. Yabing couldn't help but chuckle. "Jilai, have you never read any novels or watched any movies about interstellar travel?" It seemed that Yabing had recovered his strength, and his voice was high and powerful again. "In a state of weightlessness, everything will float in the air, and water will not flow. It will either gather into a suspended sphere or stick to you." "Why is there no gravity?" Jilai asked in confusion. She wiped the juice off her face with the back of her hand. "The spacecraft's acceleration phase is over, and it's flying through space at a constant speed. Because there's no Earth's gravity, it's a world without gravity." Oh. Jilai seemed to remember a similar scene in a new movie about interstellar travel that she had seen. She also remembered that astronauts drank water by squeezing the bottle with their hands, directly squeezing the water into their mouths. No wonder juice bottles had to be made of soft plastic. A large ball of juice floated in front of her. She watched it breathlessly and suddenly said, "This water ball can be divided into many layers. Look, the middle is empty, then it is covered with a layer of water, then another empty layer, then another layer of water. Oh, what's going on?" Yabing also came closer to watch, trying to recall which book had described this phenomenon. "Strange," he said at last. "In a world without gravity, the gravity of water would gather it into a sphere. Then, the closer the sphere is to the center, the denser the matter should be. How come it is hollow in the middle?" He watched carefully again, but the little leopard approached the water ball and smashed it to pieces with his claws. The little leopard finally approached the hostess and whimpered with joy. "Jian," Yabing shouted, "can you explain this phenomenon?" Since he was freed, Jian immediately threw himself on a long row of instrument tables and carefully observed the changes in the readings of these instruments. That afternoon, he and Engineer Hua checked these instruments, but the work was not finished. Now he looked at the buttons, pointers, symbols, and numbers again. He had no time to eat. He needed to confirm a grim reality that he had thought of in his mind. The screen of the video phone was turned on, and some spots and lines appeared, large and small, changing constantly, accompanied by a crackling noise. These were probably electromagnetic waves from outer space, cosmic rays or something. However, none of the images made any sense. It seemed that the connection with the Earth was cut off. Yabing tried to swim in the air and approached Jian, handing him a tube of chocolate and a bottle of juice. He pushed them away. Seeing his focused look, Yabing couldn't help but say, "Take time to think about it after you eat. Anyway, the Vostok is running very well. Look, starting and stopping are all automatic. What do you have to worry about?" Jian raised his head and looked at Yabing with sharp eyes that resembled Xiao Zian's and asked, "Why did the Vostok stop accelerating at this very moment?" Yabing waved his hand. "It's controlled by the electronic automatic device. We have reached the predetermined speed," and the engine automatically stopped. Jian shook his head sadly. Yabing opened his eyes wide in surprise. "So, what do you think? The Vostok has engine trouble?" "No." Jian sighed. "Yabing, from Earth to Mars, our Vostok is planned to travel at a speed of 120 kilometers per second, so we only need to speed up a little to 33 minutes. Then why did we speed up by 185 hours? Jilai asked. "That's what worries me the most." "What's the big deal?" Yabing Lu Tiandi smiled. "If we drive faster, won't we reach Mars sooner?" "Ah, Yabing." Jian sighed again. "Recall the mechanics knowledge we learned. After accelerating for 185 hours, the speed of our spacecraft is not 120 kilometers per second, but 40,000 kilometers per second. In this way, even if we fly by the edge of Mars, we can't land on it. We can also slow it down." Yabing argued. "The question is, can it be done?" Jian said slowly. "The Orient has suddenly stopped accelerating. What is the reason?" "Eat, Jian." Yabing handed the food to Jian again. "The spaceship designed by your father will not have any accidents." This time Jian didn't refuse. He squeezed the chocolate from the tube and took a sip from the juice bottle. "I'm not worried about accidents, but about not being prepared. You know, we set out almost a week in advance. Maybe the automatic instrument is not fully adjusted. Oh, we are 3 unexpected passengers. We can definitely send this shipload of supplies and equipment to Mars," Yabing said nonchalantly. "The people at the Mars workstation are waiting there." Jian didn't answer. He finished his meal in one go, threw the empty bottle away, and pounced on the instrument table again. What caused the engine to suddenly stop accelerating? He pondered deeply. Since it has been accelerating continuously for 185 hours, it is obvious that the engine is definitely not controlled by an automatic electronic machine. Then, under what circumstances will it stop accelerating? This is a rigorous logical reasoning process. Is the engine malfunctioning? No. If so, it would definitely be displayed on the instrument panel. At least a red light would be on, but now it is not, which shows that the engine is normal and shut down normally. The only possibility is a sudden thought, like a blow to the head, made Jian's head buzz. Guessing is not enough. We need to confirm it. Jian walked along the instrument table again, carefully examining it from beginning to end. This time he noticed a reclining fluorescent screen. There was a row of buttons on it. He hesitated for a while and pressed the first button. An image of the solar system appeared on the screen, and Jian had no difficulty identifying one of the planets orbiting the sun, the Earth. He pressed the second button. A thin line stretched out from the Earth, a parabola, obliquely passing Mars, passing through the orbits of Saturn and Jupiter, and stretching to Uranus and Neptune. "Oh my!" Jin screamed in a low voice, as if he was stung by a scorpion. I don't know when Yabing and Jilai have approached him from behind. Jilai is holding the little leopard in his arms, and the little dog is trying hard to jump onto the screen. Jian resolutely pressed the third button down. The image suddenly disappeared, and several lines of clear numbers appeared. Acceleration. Instantaneous speed, 39,978 kilometers per second. Mileage, 13.3 billion kilometers. We have already flown out of the solar system. Yabing suddenly exclaimed. What should we do? Turn around. Turn around. Otherwise, we will fly to another star. Jian said nothing and resolutely removed the fourth button. Only a line of large words appeared. Fuel storage. Jian waved his hands violently, and his whole body rushed in the opposite direction and fell heavily on the sofa. Brother! Jilai screamed. To Jian, the shout was so far away. Yabing floated towards him, holding his shoulders and looking at him with a very strange look. Everything became clear, and all suspicions were confirmed. The engine's acceleration was not restricted, and within 185 hours, the speed increased to 40,000 kilometers per second until the fuel was completely used up, and then the acceleration stopped. From then on, the Vostok relied on inertia to glide in space. If it were on Earth, friction would slow it down sooner or later until it completely lost speed. But in the vast universe, a spacecraft would not stop unless it hit a celestial body. Without fuel, the Vostok would completely lose control and become a celestial body in space. Just like those wandering stones, only when it encountered the Earth would it stop its journey and become a blazing, shining meteor. Yabing and even Jilai knew this truth very well. The three of them looked at each other, and Jian turned his face away reluctantly. He couldn't bear to see his sister's desperate and sad expression. Now it was not a question of whether they could reach Mars or not, but that they were leaving the solar system. They might leave the Earth and their hometown for life, and wander in the lonely space forever until all the stored food was consumed. There any way to save them from this miserable situation? Even if there is only a little bit of fuel left. In space, turning around may not require too much fuel. However, fuel reserve. Zero. These large, striking characters are a ruthless verdict. The meaning is very clear. Jian's mind was so confused that he didn't notice that Yabing turned off the screen and turned on the panoramic TV. Again, the Earth is very, very far away. It looks like a very dim star, and it is not easy to distinguish it from other bright stars. Even the sun is just a planet slightly larger and brighter than other stars, and is no longer the dazzling master of the sky. The spacecraft has already flown out of the solar system. It may have to fly in the lonely universe for many years without encountering a star. Isn't it true? In front of the Vostok is the most brilliant section of the Milky Way. Even without a telescope, you can see that the Milky Way is not a continuous band of light, but is composed of extremely dense stars. The image of the Milky Way is like a river flowing in the sky, but right in front of the spacecraft, in the direction of Sagittarius, this river is divided. Yabing knows that it is not that the Milky Way really divides, but that there is just a group of dark dust and gas that blocks part of the Milky Way's light. This group of matter is called a dark nebula. Suddenly, the spacecraft shook, as if something had hit it hard. What happened? Jilai asked hurriedly. Another object hit the outer check off the spacecraft. It was a stone as big as a teapot. Then, another one. The spacecraft was shaking. Jilai grabbed his brother's sleeve and asked, "Will it crash into our spaceship?" Jian shook his head. His mind had not yet escaped from the chaotic maze. The collisions were becoming more frequent, and sparks could be seen from time to time. More meteoroids passed by the spacecraft. Jian, Yabing said, "It looks like we've encountered a meteor shower." "What is a meteor shower?" Jilai asked. "Some small rocks in space orbit the sun in groups. Sometimes they fall to the earth, rub against the atmosphere, generate heat, and emit bright light. They are meteors. Are they flying very fast? Jili asked again. It's also 30 to 40 kilometers per second, but our spaceship is very strong. When it was built, it was considered to be able to withstand the attack of meteor showers. But let's not look at these annoying rocks anymore, okay? Yabing said without waiting for Jian and Jili to express their opinions. 3025, close. The starry sky disappeared, and they returned to the reality of the cockpit. Jian looked like a man just waking up from a dream, looking at Yabing and Jili in turn. His sharp eyes were shining strangely. He said slowly, "We have to arrange our lives. We are getting farther and farther away from the Earth, and it is not clear how we can return to the Earth. Dad, our comrades on Earth will not ignore us." Jili gritted his teeth and said, "They may have already started to rescue us." Jian had no doubt that the comrades on Earth would find a way. However, what other ways could Earth use to rescue this spaceship that was moving farther and farther away at a speed of 40,000 kilometers per second, and even the communication link was cut off? Besides, the ones who needed rescue the most were not them, but the comrades on Mars who were waiting for supplies and equipment. He knew that there was a unity that was about to be assembled and could complete the task that the Vostok had not completed. As for finding the lost Vostok and its 3 passengers, he really couldn't think of what the comrades on Earth could do at the moment. But Jian couldn't say these words directly. This was an extraordinary moment in an extraordinary environment, and any words that would injure one's faith could not be said. The 3 of them were now facing a very severe life path. Mankind had never encountered such a reality in history. Being suddenly thrown into a strange world far away from their homeland and loved ones, and a world that had never been visited by human beings. How should they go on this road? "We can't return to Earth soon," Jian said slowly, emphasizing the word soon. "But we have to grow up in space. The 3 of us are all members of the Communist Youth League. Even if we go to any corner of the universe, we have to work hard." Yabing, the 2 of us were originally in the aerospace preparatory school, which means we graduated early and started working early. But there are still many things in space that we don't know. We have to learn. What about Jili? After graduating from junior high school, we will prepare to go to high school on the Vostok. In any case, we can't wait passively and let fate take its course. We have to turn bad things into good things. You know, no one in human history has ever gone as far into space as we have. Can we use this opportunity to gain new knowledge and discover new things in this unexpected voyage? These words made Yabing and Jili feel warm in their hearts. "Let's set up a temporary youth league branch," Jian suggested. "Okay," Yabing and Jili said at the same time. Yabing added, "Elect you as the secretary." "I agree," Jili nodded. "Let's start by studying this spacecraft." Jian jumped up in the air. "We will study the performance of all its equipment and see what equipment it has brought to Mars. Some of them may be useful to us. We are now the masters of the Vostok." Went to the 2003 base. He worked day and night, not allowing himself any spare time. Only in this way could he dilute the double pain of losing the East and losing his children. Yulan came to the house more often than before, spending many days and nights with Aunt Xiao. She did her winter vacation homework in Xiao Zian's living room, while Aunt Xiao sat quietly on the sofa knitting. There was no need for them to say anything, and any words seemed superfluous. The common sorrow closely linked the 2 generations of women together. One day, the doorbell rang. Yulan opened the door and a tall, thin young man wearing black framed glasses came in. "Oh, Yizhong, please come in," Yulan said softly. Ning Yezhong greeted Aunt Xiao, then turned to Yulan and said, "You've lost so much weight." Yizhong's eyes sparkled with tears behind the thick lenses of his glasses. "I went to Beijing to visit my uncle during the winter vacation. I just came back. I heard everything." "Alas, is there any news?" Yulan shook her head silently. Ning Yezhong was her classmate and a good friend of Jian. They grew up together in this aerospace city. Ning Yezhong was very good at studying. People in the class called him doctor, but he was always a bit nerdy. He felt that it was extremely unfortunate that he was not there when the accident happened. He might have thought that if he went to the 2004 base with Jian and the others, the accident might have been avoided. "If I were there, I would save the control room first, even if it meant my own life." Yi Zhong said slowly. He always spoke in an orderly manner, even when he was most excited. Yulan did not answer. She was thinking, maybe this doctor was right? She didn't know that the control room was not only guarded by guards, but also sealed with a laser net. But the robot's shek was made of some unknown metal, and the laser couldn't knock it down. In today's highly developed science and technology, any safety measures can only be relative. That's not entirely unfortunate, Yi Zhong added, his voice full of genuine emotion, making people feel that he wasn't just saying this to comfort people. Perhaps Jian will make great achievements in the depths of space that humans have never been to. What's the use of all the great achievements if we can't return to Earth? Yulan whispered. That's not right. We need to look at things from the perspective of the entire universe. Besides, Yi Zhong stuttered a little as he searched for the right words. They can't return to Earth right away, but modern science and technology are advancing by leaps and bounds. What is impossible today may be possible tomorrow. Is it possible to catch up with a spaceship traveling at 40,000 kilometers per second? This figure shocked the industry deeply. 40,000 kilometers per second. Ah, he exclaimed, forgetting all his misfortunes. 40,000 kilometers per second. How can one achieve such a high speed? Very simple, Yulan said with a little anger. The Vostok was intended to deliver supplies and equipment to Mars. It was a 4-stage rocket with a lot of fuel. The engine was running for 185 hours, and the fuel was all used up. The industry had to remain silent. A spacecraft without fuel. It was like a balloon flying in the wind, completely unable to control its own destiny. It was even worse than a balloon, because the balloon was at least in the Earth's atmosphere, while the Vostok was far away from the solar system. Aunt Xiao, who missed her children deeply, wanted to break the deadlock. She asked, Yezhong, what were you arguing about with Jian and Yabing the night before you left for Beijing? You didn't even fall asleep until 1 in the middle of the night. That night? Guang Yezhong pondered. He pushed his glasses and said with dazzled eyes, Oh, that night we watched The End of Mankind, Yulan. Have you seen it? It's that science fiction film about a nuclear war. In the end, the whole world was destroyed, and only 2 people were left, standing alone on the coast of Antarctica. I've seen it. Yulan nodded. It's a nonsense movie. You said so? Yi Zhong did not hide his disappointment at all. Yulan found it funny. The argument was caused by Yabing. He said that such a thing would never happen. The people of the world do not want war, and the superpowers cannot fight even if they want to. So I told him a story about Einstein. The great physicist Einstein? Yulan asked doubtfully. Yes, the greatest scientist of the 20th century. Yi Zhong's words suddenly became very fluent. That was just after the Second World War. Someone asked Einstein, what weapons will be used in the Third World War? He said, I don't know, but I know what weapons will be used in the Fourth World War. What weapon? Aunt Xiao asked hurriedly. Yi Zhong looked at Yulan and said, Einstein replied that the weapons of the Fourth World War will be stones. Stone? Why is it stone? Yulan asked hurriedly. Einstein meant that the Third World War would destroy the entire material civilization of the Earth, and as a result, mankind would return to the Stone Age. That's impossible, Yulan retorted. Yabing and Jian both said the same thing. They were stubborn guys. I explained it to them. According to Einstein's equation about the relationship between mass and energy, 1 gram of mass can be converted into 9 by 1020 ergs of energy, which means that it can power a 1,000-watt light bulb for 2,850 years, or is equivalent to the energy generated by burning 2,000 tons of gasoline. In this way, just 1 can of hydrogen converted into helium can destroy a large city. I said that nuclear weapons are impossible to defend against. Even if anti-ballistic missiles can intercept more than 90% of nuclear missiles, a very small number of nuclear missiles that slip through the net can turn the entire enemy country into ashes. Even if you hide underground like a mole, the radioactivity on the ground will last for many years, and in the end you still can't grow food or drink water. Then why are there 2 people standing on the coast of Antarctica? Yulan interrupted him. I won't argue with you. Yi Zhong said helplessly. That's a movie. I'm telling the truth. But Yabing insisted that war is ultimately carried out by people, and as long as the people don't want it, a few warmongers can't start it. In fact, in modern warfare, You don't need a lot of local soldiers. A general can destroy half of the world by pressing a button. Another general presses the button again and destroys the other half, right? Yulan said sarcastically. Yi Zhong waved his hand. You said the same thing as Jian. When she heard Jian's name, Aunt Xiao also put down her knitting and stared at Yi Zhong. Your Jian is an orator. Yi Zhong spread his hands. He said that the war has been brewing for not 1 or 2 years, 3 or 5 years, but for decades. Small, local wars have been going on continuously, and one day there will be a world war. But he said that in the final analysis, it is not war that destroys the world, but the people who eliminate war. Yes, said Yulan. But how can the people eliminate war? Idealists, Yi Zhong said with a faint smile. That night, we argued endlessly. If I had known. Yulan gave Yi Zhong a quick and sharp glance. He lowered his head. If I had known that Jian and I would have to break up soon, I would never have argued with him again. Why? Yulan looked at Yi Zhong intently. This is also a war, said the hesitant person in the industry. The enemy used advanced science and technology to destroy our Mars laboratory plan and sent the Vostok out of the solar system. Yulan was so excited that she had no way to refute Yi Zhong's words. She knew that as soon as she opened her mouth, she would burst into tears. Aunt Xiao was also silent, but her knitting hands were trembling. Many days had passed, and whenever she mentioned Jian, Jilai and Yibing, and the lost Eastern, she could hardly suppress her great grief. At this moment, a low, hoarse voice came from the door. Who said our Mars laboratory project was sabotaged by the enemy? Uncle Xiao. Yulan jumped up, letting her tears flow without hiding them. She didn't even wipe her tears, but helped Xiao Ziyan take off his coat. Yi Zhong stood up and called out Uncle Xiao in a low voice, looking very embarrassed. Xiao asked softly, "Would you like something to eat?" Seeing Xiao Ziyan nodded, she stood up and walked inside. Who said that our Mars laboratory project was destroyed by the enemy? Xiao Ziyan asked again. 2 weeks of endless and tenacious work made him more rough and haggard, and his dusty face was covered with fine wrinkles. We have given the enemy a powerful counterattack. The Assembly of Unity is basically completed. It can set off next month. He sat down on the sofa and looked at Yulan. The girl was wiping tears with the back of her hand. Completely out of touch? He asked quietly. Yulan shook her head. Xiao Ziyan was silent for a while, then said firmly, "The headquarters has made a decision, and with the approval of the higher authorities, to build a new spacecraft, one with a faster speed and a longer range. On the one hand, it is to search for the Vostok, and on the other hand, it is to gain a deeper insight into the universe." Yulan could only shout out this one word. "Young man," Xiao Ziyan said to Yi Zhong calmly, "you are right about half of what you said. This is also a war. The question is who will win and who will lose, and we still need to compete. You will not understand the whole picture of the war from a local battle. You may have heard your grandfather tell the story of the Red Army's long march. When we arrived in northern Shaanxi, we only had 30,000 people, while Chiang Kai-shek's army had millions, but in the end it was us who destroyed the Chiang family dynasty, not Chiang Kai-shek who destroyed us. We lost the Vostok. Is it a failure? Not necessarily. It has left the solar system and marched towards the distant star world. Has anyone in history been to such a distant world? No. 3 young Chinese people have done something that their predecessors have never done before." Xiao Ziyan didn't say anything else. His eyes were burning like fire, sharp and blazing. Yulan raised her head and said slowly, "Yi Zhong, the end of mankind, and you are all wrong. Stop arguing. We are still young, and we'll see the future of mankind." She added softly, "I believe Jian can see it too." "Oh, Aunt Xiao, I'll do it." At this time, Aunt Xiao was coming out from the inner room, carrying a tray with steaming food on it. Yulan hurried over to greet her. The small clock on the calendar pointed to 9 a.m. on January 20th. The 3 space travelers had been away from the Earth for a full half-month. They had already checked every corner of the Vostok and got used to life on the spaceship. The 3 of them could float in the air effortlessly and control their bodies by gently paddling their hands and feet. Even the puppy leopard learned to swim in the air, and its ease would make any bird on the Earth look inferior. The Vostok is indeed a masterpiece of the new century. It is not a spaceship, but a home in the universe, a home where one can live for a long time. The cabin itself has a complete ecological circulation system. For example, the oxygen bar will never run out, because the carbon dioxide discharged from the astronaut's respiratory tract will be separated into pure oxygen through the oxygen regeneration device that oxidizes oxygen. So there will always be fresh oxygen available in the cabin. The same is true for the water purification device. In the back half of the carrier cabin, there is a small chemical plant that reprocesses the waste produced by the astronaut's metabolism and recycles it. Therefore, when you turn on the tap in the bathroom, there will always be clean hot and cold water flowing out. Only a very small amount of waste that is truly unusable is discharged to the outside of the universe through a special pipe at the back of the carrier cabin. The transport cabin was loaded with drinking water, food, and various daily necessities for 15 people for 2.5 years. The Mars laboratory was scheduled to have such a staffing and working time. The food was rich and varied, including not only compressed biscuits and tube chocolate, but also dried meat, canned chicken, canned fish, and various dried vegetables and fruits. The drinks included not only fruit juice, but also beer and tea. As far as life was concerned, what else could be demanded? Gian also found the design drawings of the Vostok. There is a special screen on the instrument panel. With the push of a button, the structure of each part of the spacecraft will be displayed. The 4-stage rocket has fallen off after using up the fuel. Now the Vostok is just a cockpit and a carrier cabin, with a total length of no more than 180 meters. On Earth, it is probably comparable to a medium-sized ship, but in space it is just a drop in the ocean. Gian also figured out the purpose of the buttons on the instrument panel one by one. It turns out that all of them have automatic control devices, and can also be activated by voice. Just report its number. How clever. Driving the Vostok is no more difficult than driving a car. If there is still fuel, Gian thought, he can turn the spacecraft around and fly back to the solar system. But, darn, it just lacks fuel. For half a month, Gian often pondered. He listened quietly to Jilai's endless questions about the universe, and Yabing tried his best to answer them with the little astronomy knowledge he learned in the space preparatory school. Gian seldom spoke. Did he miss life on Earth? Yes. The interesting life in the space preparatory school, the strict physical training, such as crouching tigers, swinging bridges, climbing mountains, swimming, skydiving, glider flying, and military training. The communist youth leagues hiking and camping, the endless heated debates among the boys and girls, the moving poetry recitations and male choruses accompanied by accordions at the Qinghua evening party. Then the bright sunshine on the new city on the Gobi Desert, his father's sonorous report, the scene of his mother tiptoeing around the bed when he was sick. Of course, there was also Yulan, her big watery eyes always looking at him kindly and trustingly. In order to see these eyes again, he was willing to pay any price. His entire life on Earth, his colorful life over the past 18 years, came to Gian in an endless stream within just half a month. Although he was only 18 years old, Gian was not a person who liked to think deeply. Yes, he often pondered tenaciously, mostly to solve a difficult mathematical problem or to accurately grasp a physical concept. He had never thought about life itself, as he did now. Life on the land of our motherland had been arranged long ago. Be a person like a father. Dedicate all his youth, wisdom, and talent to the aerospace industry. But isn't he engaged in the aerospace industry now? He became an astronaut in advance, but what contribution can he make to the scientific development of his motherland? The universe is vast and boundless. With a shout of 3025, open, he can see a magical world that people on Earth have never seen so clearly, but his own world of activities is just a spaceship 180 meters long and 80 meters in diameter, or more precisely, a truncated cone-shaped cockpit with a height of 10 meters and a bottom diameter of 70 meters. This is their bedroom, living room, school, and sports field. A few sofas can be pulled out to become their beds. Of course, they need to be fastened with belts to prevent them from floating up involuntarily when they fall asleep. Gian thought about it for a long time. He saw the expectant eyes of Yabing and Jilai every day. Finally, one day, after breakfast, he spoke. Come on, Yabing, Jilai, let's discuss this, okay? Yabing and Jilai looked at him quietly. I don't know if you have ever thought about how we will live during this time in outer space. It is very likely that we will spend our entire youth here. No, it is necessary to make long-term plans. Let me finish. I know you all have ideals, the rich and colorful ideals of young people. On Earth, among our motherland and relatives, our ideals are not difficult to realize, but here, we have to create conditions with our own hands. Brother, Jilai said timidly, how can I continue to study English? Continue to study. Jian answered firmly. Not only do you have to finish high school, you also have to go to college. Yabing and I also want to go to college. We'll make a study plan later. Yabing, don't you want to study astronomy? It's great. Here, there's no wind or rain, and no cloudy days. Where are the textbooks? Where is the professor? Where are the instruments? Yabing asked impatiently. Look, Jian carefully took out an aluminum box smaller than a matchbox from the drawer under the instrument. He gently opened it and used 2 fingers to pick out a small crystal piece not much bigger than a sesame seed. He put it into a machine on the instrument table and turned on the switch. A subtitle with a picture immediately appeared on a special screen. Astronomy course. First draft. Section 1. Contents of Astronomy. Astronomy, the study of the nature, movement, and development of celestial bodies in space. Study. Yabing jumped up, and his head hit the top of the cabin with a bang. He frowned, stroked his head, and asked, Where did you find it? Carrier. Do you think there are only tube food and concentrated chocolate? There are dozens of boxes of crystal slices like this. Gas dynamics, high-energy physics, electrodynamics, molecular biology, stellar physics, metallurgy, electronics. All kinds of books, even novels and poetry. Jian replaced another crystal, and a line of English words appeared on the screen. The course of English, Part 1. There was also a very soft and pleasant English voice. Jilai's eyes widened in surprise. Go ahead, Yabing shouted. When you get back to Earth, you can be an English professor. Jilai asked in confusion. There is a library on the Vostok? Well, it's for the Mars workstation. I think we can all finish college here, Jian said, closing the reading glass. These microfilms, even if a person only reads a part of them, how much knowledge he will have. Yabing, let me tell you, there are also instruments. Spectrographs, thermocouples, oscilloscopes, oscillators, various measuring instruments. I don't know how to use them yet. Yabing, I even found a telescope. Where is it? Give it to me. It has not been put together yet, but I think the parts are all there. We can build here an observatory such as has never been seen on Earth. Maybe we will have new astronomical discoveries? Yabing said happily. Certainly. But, Yabing's face darkened. Even if we make new discoveries, what good will it do to mankind? If we can't bring the results back to Earth? Jian glanced at him and said slowly, We all brought our findings back to Earth. Without fuel? Without fuel. Brother, Jilai screamed. Have you found a way to make the spaceship fly back? Jian shook his head. Not yet. But I want to study this subject in college. I have an idea. The universe is full of energy. Can't we learn to use it to drive our Vostok? Oh, Jilai and Yabing typed this word at the same time. This is really a plain and simple truth. Since the Earth can send a spaceship into the outer space, why can't we use the energy of the outer space to drive it back to the Earth? Jian continued slowly. If we were still in the solar system, this problem would be easy to solve. There are photovoltaic cells in the carrier cabin that collect solar energy. But now we are so far away from every star. The only energy we can receive is cosmic rays. How to use their energy is something that many research institutes on Earth have not solved. You can definitely solve it, Jilai said confidently. I can learn, Jian said seriously. But then again, even if we can't return to Earth, our scientific research results may still be used by mankind. Even if the Vostok can't return, won't someone on Earth come out to find the Vostok in the future? Our lives are limited, but the research data we have accumulated will exist forever. As a celestial body, the Vostok will always exist in the universe as long as it doesn't explode. Isn't it? These ordinary words deeply touched the hearts of Jilai and Yabing. Jilai silently looked at her brother's thin face and a pair of bright eyes, with a storm in her heart. She had many beautiful ideals. When she was a young pioneer, she dreamed of flying to the sun. However, She never dreamed that she would fly to a place thousands or tens of thousands of times farther than the sun. No, she would simply fly to an unknown world. If necessary, she had the enthusiasm and determination to devote herself to the cause of science. Sometimes I even think about it, Jian said slowly. If we still have fuel and can fly back to Earth, should we turn around and return immediately? Or should we use this opportunity to study the universe more deeply? After all, it is a rare opportunity for humans to encounter a situation like ours. Should we just fly to other star worlds? Not only does the human vision need to be expanded day by day, but the scope of human footprints also needs to be expanded day by day. When we are old and gray, we will bring the deeper mysteries of the universe to our descendants. Gray hair. For the children who have just entered their youth, it seems incredible to think of those unimaginably distant years. What kind of fire is burning in Jilai's eyes? Life, in the heart of this 15-year-old girl, is still splendid and colorful. But she doesn't know that when her brother uttered the words gray hair, his heart was in pain, which means that he will give up his entire youth, life, and love. And not only his own, but also the relatives on the earth who are missing them at this moment. All three of them were silent. Yabing understood Jian's feelings, but he didn't think that far ahead. He felt that as long as he could study and increase his knowledge every day instead of wandering around in space, that would be enough. His life would be fulfilled, his years would not be wasted, and he would have contributed to the cause of science. The future? He could entrust it to this classmate who thought further than he did, his youth league branch secretary. Isn't that right? Zhong Yabing, the son of a PLA regiment commander, was educated in this way since he was a child. We have to keep a diary every day, Jian said hurriedly, waking up from silence, and he opened another cabinet door. This is the information library of the electronic computer. In space, there is no need for paper. The daily diary is written on the screen and entered into the computer for storage. Jilai, you learn how to operate it, and you will keep the diary in the future. Can I do it? Jilai asked softly. Okay, don't you like literature? And you're learning English, so you can write in English. That's good. Jilai said confidently. I'm going to start studying high school courses right away. Let's start with math today. Okay? Jian nodded. Winter goes and spring comes. The Earth is in its orbit, revolving around the Sun at a speed of 29.79 kilometers per second. But this change is irrelevant to the passengers of the Orient. In space, there are no seasons, no day and night, no wind, frost, rain or snow, and of course no flowers or birds. They know time only by the small clock with a calendar driven by a powerful battery. However, the bodies of these young people in their development period also show obvious signs of the passage of time. Jian and Yabing have soft, but already very thick black mustaches on their upper lips. Jilai is also growing into a plump and beautiful girl. Since ancient times, people have learned to recognize the arrangement of stars. Astronomy is an ancient science, but it has developed so rapidly in the past 2 centuries. But the arrangement of stars has remained the same. These stars are so far away that even if they are all moving at high speeds, how can they be different from what our ancestors saw to humans on Earth? Even to 3 space travelers flying through space at 40,000 kilometers per second, the starry sky is still the same as it is on Earth. 40,000 kilometers per second is an amazing speed from the perspective of the Earth, but what is it compared to the universe that is measured in tens of thousands of light years? Except for the Sun, which was once a dazzling star, but became increasingly dim and finally mixed with other bright stars, the vast starry world seemed to have always been the same. Jilai's English improved rapidly, and she was able to read original English literature. That day, she found a copy of the Calendar of the Fields by the Greek poet Hesiod, also a microfilm, of course, and she was very proud of reciting the verses describing the stars written by the ancient Greeks who loved to be pedantic 2,000 years ago. When Origin and Silius across the sky, when the rosy-fingered goddess of the morning I saw booties. Oh, Bersace, cut off all your vines. Don't forget to take them all home. Jilai frowned. What is Orion? What is Silius and booties? Oh, and what about Bersace? Jian and Yabing looked at each other and laughed. They were each sitting at a reading machine, reading their own book, when Yabing turned off his machine and said, Let astronomy help poetry. He floated to Jilai and shouted, 3025, open. They were once again surrounded by the familiar, brilliant starry sky. Yabing pointed to a very bright star on the left and said, next, here is Sirius. Isn't this Sirius? Yes, the Greeks called it Silius, which means bright in Greek. Then why is it called Sirius? Yabing smiled innocently and shook his head. I don't know either. Jian floated behind them at some point and interrupted, Cyril Wolf. See it? The long arrow is just to the lower right of it. The shape formed by several stars really looks like an open bow and arrow. The poet Su Dongpa of the Song dynasty also had such a poem. I can draw a bow like a full moon, look northwest, and shoot, Cyril Wolf. Ah, Jian, I didn't expect you know so much. Yabing said admiringly. I read this material by chance. I would also like to add that Sirius was the first star known to the ancient Egyptians. Their crops were planted on the fertile soil after the Nile River flooded. Therefore, they needed to know when the Nile River would flood. And it just so happened that every year when Sirius rose from the east before dawn, the Nile River would flood. Yes, I just read it. Yabing said happily. Stop it, leopard. Jilai scolded the puppy. The puppy was no longer small. It had become a beautiful, furry big dog, but it was still as attached to its mistress as when it was a child. At this time, it was licking Jilai's neck, and Jilai pushed the leopard, and it was thrown to the other end of the cockpit. In ancient China, bright stars were given names, and we still use them today, Jian continued. But most of the less bright stars were divided into constellations. The constellations we use now are those divided by the ancient Greeks. The little leopard came closer again and continued to stroke it to calm it down. She asked, why are the stars divided into constellations? That's to make it easier to remember. Yabing answered hurriedly. A sky full of stars, how can you not make a mistake? Here you can see that 4 bright stars form a rectangle, with 3 slanted stars in the middle, and 3 small stars drooping below the 3 stars. The ancient Greeks imagined them as the image of a hunter. The 4 bright stars are the limbs, the 3 slanted stars are the belt, and the 3 small stars drooping are the swords. This is called Orion. It is also Orion in the calendar of the fields. Oh, Jilai simply exclaimed. Where is Booties? Look, here. Yabing pointed to the front of the spacecraft. We call it the Boötes constellation. Several stars form a diamond shape. The one at the bottom, the brightest one, is Arcturus. Is this the orange one? Jilai looked at it with fascination. How beautiful. Sirius is blue. Some of Orion's stars are red, some are white, and this Arcturus is orange. Why are the stars colorful? It's very simple. Yabing said. It's like a piece of white iron. When it's heated, it turns red at first, then orange. If it keeps heating, it will gradually turn yellow, white, bluish-white, and finally blue. It turns out that the stars have so many colors, but they just have different temperatures? Jilai asked. Yes. All stars are nothing more than a mass of gas that emits light and heat through intense nuclear reactions. For example, our sun is a yellow star. Why does it look white to me? Jilai interrupted. That's because we're not far enough away, and it's still very bright. If the sun were about the same distance from us as other stars, it would appear yellow. Other stars, are they very far away from us? Jilai asked confusedly. Yabing pondered for a while. Take Sirius, for example. If our Vostok flies straight toward it, it will take 65 years. Oh my God, it's so far. Jilai exclaimed. Far? Jian said with a smile. Sirius is still a star that is quite close to us. Look how bright it is. Now we can see that it is the brightest star in the sky except for the sun. For example, Yabing said, the 4 stars at the limbs of Orion. Look at the red, bright Betelgeuse on the right shoulder. If we were to fly there on the Vostok, it would take us 4,900 years. Oh, Jilai exclaimed again, and even the leopard somersaulted. Do you see the one on Orion's left foot? It's blue-white and brighter than Betelgeuse. It's called Rigel. If we take the Vostok to fly there, it will take 6,100 years. It turns out that although these stars are in the same constellation, they are actually very far apart from each other. That's right. Yabing nodded. The shapes formed by these constellations, whether rectangles, triangles, or diamonds, are not their own arrangement, but what we see through space. Since, Jilai asked with great interest, these stars are so far away from us, yet they are still so bright, then they must be very, very bright, perhaps brighter than the sun? How can our sun be compared to it? Yabing said with a smile. Among all the stars, the sun is relatively dark and relatively small. Betelgeuse is equal to the brightness of 16,000 suns, which means, Jian interrupted and said, if it were our sun, the sky on Earth would be as bright as if there were 16,000 suns. That would be so much fun, Jilai said, clapping his hands. Jian said calmly, fun? Our planet will turn into vapor, and not a single jerk will be left. Oh, how scary. And what about Betelgeuse? It's not that bright. It's only equal to 2,800 suns. Yabing replied. That's quite something. But Betelgeuse is very large. Its diameter is equal to 360 suns. Then, Jilai pondered. If it replaces our sun, how can we put it in the sky on Earth? Yabing smiled slightly. Oh, if it replaces our sun, then the Earth is still in its belly. Jilai was silent for a while, then asked, tell me, besides the sun, which star is closest to us now? Yabing pointed to a very bright star outside the port side and said, see it? This is called Alpha Centauri. It is composed of two stars. In astronomy, it is called a binary star. However, the two stars are too close to each other for us to distinguish with our naked eyes. You will be able to see them clearly after you install the telescope in a while. There is also a small star next to them, which is invisible now. It is the closest star to the solar system. That's why it is called Proxima Centauri. How far? Jilai asked anxiously. Yabing thought for a while. If we, the Vostok, were to face it head-on, it would take us 32 years to get there. But we are not flying towards Proxima Centauri, are we? Jilai continued. What star will we encounter ahead of us? Yabing spread his hands. This. I haven't read about it in the book. Look, right in front of our Vostok. Isn't that the brightest section of the Milky Way? That's Sagittarius, and the Milky Way splits into two branches here. Is it like the tributaries of a river? Jilai asked again. It looks like it, but the Milky Way is certainly not a river. I read a book before, Jilai blinked. It said that the Milky Way is a river in the sky, and it connects to the Han River in China. It is said that someone sailed upstream along the Han River and reached the Milky Way. She then giggled. Myths are just myths. Yabing couldn't help but smile. The joy that followed infected him. The Milky Way is made up of many stars, and because they are so dense, the starlight is connected into one. Why are the stars densely packed into a belt, please? Jilai stopped laughing and asked seriously. It's not a belt, but a ring. You see, it's connected end to end. This is the advantage we astronauts have. On Earth, we can only see half of the sky at any time. So we can only see a section of the Milky Way above the horizon. We can't see that it is a ring that meets end to end. A ring? Well, you haven't answered my question yet. Why are the stars huddled together? Yabing thought for a moment, took off the watch on his wrist, and gestured. In fact, the stars in the Milky Way are not crowded together at all. The distance between two stars is at least the same as the distance between the Sun and Proxima Centauri. But because there are so many stars in the Milky Way, it looks dense. It has about 150 billion stars. They roughly form the same shape as this watch, round and flat. We are inside it, and not in the center, roughly equivalent to the position of the words 17 ZUAN. Now imagine that you shrink your body to a size like a speck of dust and stick to this letter Z. How can I shrink to be that small? Jilai asked mischievously. That's imagination. Shrinking in imagination. Yabing said happily. Now look at this watch. Looking up, there is only one watch glass. Looking down, there is only one watch body. Both are relatively thin. But looking around, it is far away from the edge. I understand, Jilai said eagerly. The Milky Way we see is the edge of the Milky Way, so the stars appear to be numerous. What a smart girl, Yabing exclaimed. Jilai blushed a little. She asked hurriedly, how big is the Milky Way? Yabing pointed at his watch. From one end to the other, it is about 80,000 light-years. Our Vostok will take about 600,000 years to fly. Oh my God, Jilai exclaimed. Jian was also listening with great interest. Then he spoke. Then why is the Milky Way divided? In addition to stars, interstellar space also contains large masses of extremely rarefied gas, called dark nebulae. There is a dark nebula right in front of us, blocking the center of the Milky Way. To us, it seems as if there are no stars there. That is to say, if there was no dark nebula, we will see the core of the Milky Way, Yabing said proudly. That will be an extremely brilliant star cluster. Jian continued to ask, can you tell us how far away the first star is before we encounter it? Yabing stuttered again. It's hard to say, but it's definitely farther than Proxima Centauri. It's at least behind this big dark nebula. Is there nothing in it? Jilai asked hurriedly. She was frightened by the long journey. Nothing. Yabing finished speaking, and then hurriedly corrected himself. At most there are a few stones, ice cubes, or dust particles. When they get close to the sun, they will produce a gas tail, which we call a broom star on Earth. Or there may be some atoms, electrons, and this or that kind of rays. Jilai was silent for a while, then slowly said, the road ahead is long and arduous, but I will continue to search for the answer. Aren't these 2 lines of Chu Yuan's poem describing our lives today? These 2 lines of poetry resonated with the 3 people, and everyone fell silent. After a while, Jian said sincerely, Yabing, you have learned astronomy very well. You will definitely become an excellent astronomer. You have advantages that no other great writers on Earth have, leaving the solar system and personally exploring the universe. It would be great if this spaceship could fly according to our will, said Yabing. There will always be such a day. Jilai looked at his brother seriously. Isn't it? Jian pondered. He couldn't answer this question clearly yet. Yes, theoretically, the universe was also full of energy, but he hadn't learned how to collect and utilize this energy. Many famous research institutes and scientists on Earth hadn't solved this problem yet. Yabing understood his old classmate's thoughts very well. He changed the subject and pointed to a light spot on the starboard side and said to Ji, look at this. Jilai looked at it carefully for a while and said hesitantly, I always feel that this star is bigger than the others, and it is different from other stars. It is not round, but long and pointed, like a grain of rice. Yabing laughed. Your observation is really sharp. This is not a star. It's the Andromeda Galaxy. In fact, it's a galaxy as big as our Milky Way. So, Jilai sighed. There are also hundreds of millions of stars? 150 billion. Yabing took Jilai's hand and led her to the reader. He put in a small crystal piece and turned on the bottom light. A photo appeared on the screen, an enlarged photo of the Andromeda Galaxy. You see, it is made up of lots and lots of stars. You can clearly see it in the photo. If we move far away from the Milky Way and look back at it, it will look roughly the same. But you just said that the Milky Way is round and flat, just like your watch. That's because of the different angles. When you look down from above, the watch is flat and of course round. What if you look at it slightly sideways? Yabing posed his wrist. Well, the watch becomes long and pointed. Jilai continued to look at the photo on the reading machine and said, I always feel that the stars in this galaxy are like a whirlpool. Yes. Yabing slapped his thigh with joy and accidentally flew up. He slowly turned a somersault and maintained his balance. Our Milky Way is also like this, with several spiral arms. This is called a spiral galaxy. How interesting, Ji said to herself. I thought the Milky Way was the entire universe, but there are other Milky Ways. She asked Yabing, since the Andromeda Galaxy looks so small, it must be very far away, right? It's far. If we take our Vostok, it will take 8 million years to get there. 8 million years. I thought the Vostok was flying very fast. From our Earth's perspective, of course, it's very fast. What is the fastest? Light. Yabing answered quickly. Light travels 300,000 kilometers per second, which is about 7.5 times the speed of the Vostok. There are many, many galaxies in the universe, right? It can be said that there are infinite numbers. How big is the universe? Infinity. Yabing answered directly. Jilai pondered. Infinity. This was a concept that she found very difficult to grasp. No matter how big something is, it should have an edge. But she changed her mind and thought, if the universe has an edge, then what is beyond the edge? It is impossible to imagine that there is something else outside the universe. Said to Yabing loudly, "Is our Vostok facing Sagittarius?" "Yes. It needs to be in the correct position," Jian said seriously. "Yabing, after the telescope is installed, the first thing you should do is to do this job well. This is extremely important." Yabing looked at his old classmate intently and asked in a low voice, "Do you have any new ideas?" Jian did not answer immediately. "Indeed, if we know the speed and time of the spacecraft, we will know the distance between the spacecraft and the solar system. And if we know the exact position of the spacecraft, we will know the movement path of the spacecraft in the universe. For space travelers, this is crucial. When we travel on the ground, we should also know where we are at any time. Otherwise, we will get lost." But what should he say now? Lost or not lost? If he can't control his own destiny, it doesn't matter. The key is, but before he learns to operate the spacecraft, shouldn't he also have a firm grasp of the orbital elements of the Vostok? Jian has a secret thought in his heart that he doesn't say. He can still put his hope on the Earth. The motherland and relatives on the Earth will eventually be able to contact the Vostok in an era of rapid scientific and technological development. In this way, the orbital elements of the Vostok will be very important data. I hope so. They put on spacesuits. This was not the light spacesuit they had worn when they first entered the Vostok, but a spacesuit that was a bit like a diving suit, maintaining equal pressure on all parts of the body and completely insulating from the outside world. It was connected to a transparent helmet with an antenna on it, and communication was conducted through a microwave telephone inside the helmet. This spacesuit itself was a high level of scientific achievement. It could protect against attacks from cosmic rays and various high-energy particles in space, and it carried enough compressed oxygen for 2 hours. There was also a small jet engine in the spacesuit to facilitate short-distance flights in space. Of course, there was also an electric heater in the spacesuit to maintain a temperature suitable for the human body. Otherwise, in space at about -270 degrees, the human body would be frozen harder than steel in less than half a minute. In addition, there was a special, very strong rope outside the spacesuit that could be hung on some hooks on the outside of the spacecraft, so that they would not be separated from the spacecraft due to any accidents in space. Such a spacesuit is itself a closed spacecraft. If you are on Earth, you can't walk even half a step wearing this bulky equipment, but in the space without gravity, they are still as light as a swallow. Jian and Yabing took the telescope that was to be installed outside the cabin. The mirror was not too big, with a diameter of only 1.5 meters. You should know that some telescopes on Earth have a diameter of 10 meters. Telescopes in outer space do not need to be too large because there is no shielding of the Earth's atmosphere, and the information of celestial bodies can fall on the mirror without interference. And because there is no day and night in outer space, it can be exposed for dozens of hours continuously. Even extremely distant and dim celestial bodies can be revealed with such a long exposure. In the case of weightlessness, a telescope, plus a series of auxiliary devices, including automatic control equipment, film boxes that can continuously shoot fast films, etc., is like holding a straw in their hands. After stepping out of the cockpit, you have to go through 2 doors. The first door leads to the preparation room, where the air is pumped out before entering the space. This is to prevent the air in the spacecraft from escaping. In space, every drop of air is very precious. Jian and Yabing stepped over the threshold carefully, and Jilai looked at them with her heart pounding. At this moment, she was so worried about the fate of her 2 relatives. What if there was a malfunction? What would she do? Originally, she also asked to install the telescope, but her brother disagreed. Her brother told her that the entire installation work was just to fix the telescope outside the spacecraft and connect the cable. In this way, it can be controlled in the cockpit through automatic instruments, and observations can be made inside the spacecraft through the TV screen. If you need to take pictures of celestial bodies, the film can also be automatically replaced. The installation work will take no more than an hour. It is equivalent to a walk, and there will be no danger. But it would be nice to take a walk. They had been in this sealed cockpit for more than a year, and now they would feel comfortable even if they went out to the desert. Even the little leopard was eager to follow him out. But when it reached the door, it turned back and looked at Jilai pleadingly, whimpering non-stop. It was unknown whether it was asking the mistress to allow it to go out or asking the mistress to take it out with her. Jian just waved his hand at all this. Jilai turned on the panoramic TV screen so that she could see all the activities of the two of them outside. Were the two people wearing spacesuits and large helmets his brothers Jian and Yabing? Look how clumsy they look, but how brisk they move. They tied the ropes around their bodies, did not start the jet engine, and gently pushed the spacecraft with their hands and glided out with the telescope. Suddenly, Jilai remembered that the spaceship was flying through space at a speed of 40,000 kilometers per second. How could her brother and Yabing keep up with this fast speed? In a blink of an eye, they would probably fall behind. This thought frightened her so much that she wanted to scream, but she couldn't make a sound. But when she looked through the TV screen, nothing happened. The two people were 30 meters away from the spacesuit, talking with gestures. It seemed that they must be very happy to be able to temporarily leave the stuffy cockpit and go outside to relax. They were not in a hurry to work, and all their movements were slow. I didn't know that no matter how fast the spaceship was, the people outside the cabin would not fall behind, because they also had the same speed as the spaceship. They were also running at a speed of 40,000 kilometers per second, but they couldn't feel it in the airless space. Jilai couldn't stand it anymore, so she decided to ignore her brother's prohibition, found a smaller spacesuit, and put it on in a hurry. The little leopard was circling around her body. What to do? There was no spacesuit for dogs. Fortunately, her spacesuit was still very big, so she decided to pick up the puppy and stuff it under her armpits. As soon as she put on the helmet, she felt the furry dog's head pressing against her ears. The little leopard also wanted to see the outside world. She followed the example of Jian and the others, stepped over the threshold carefully, closed the door tightly, started the vacuum pump, then opened the second door and closed it tightly. When she finally came to the outside of the spacecraft and tied the rope, she felt like she had come to a very wonderful world. There was a bottomless abyss under her feet, and the night was dark and flashing all around her. She didn't know what was flashing, whether it was her eyes playing tricks on her or the stimulation of cosmic rays. In short, this was an extremely empty ocean, but unusually quiet. Jilai's heart was in the air. Oh my God! How could she take a step? Where should she step? There was no solid ground. Although she was in a state of weightlessness for a long time during the days of living in the spaceship, she felt that she was surrounded by gun walls on all sides. At this moment, there was nothing around. If she accidentally fell down, she would be shattered into pieces and turned into dust. Although she knew that she could not fall anywhere, she still could not overcome the fear in her heart. She looked towards her brother. Jian was looking down at something and didn't see her, but Yabing waved at her. Jilai mustered up his courage, followed their example, and gently pushed the side of the spacecraft with his hands. She rushed out suddenly, faster than she expected. But she didn't reach the telescope, but was about 20 meters away from them. The rope tied to her waist was very strong, and she stopped. She didn't know how to reach her brother. She forgot that she had an engine on her body. She thought that she could also move forward slowly by gently stirring the air like in the cockpit. However, no, there was no air in outer space. She just struggled clumsily, but she could never reach the telescope. Jilai was panicking. She could hear her heart beating. She shouted loudly, but the microwave phone was not turned on. She didn't know how to use it. No one could hear what she was shouting, except the little leopard who was in the same space suit as her. But the little leopard's constant agitation only made her more uneasy. She saw that against the dark sky and the faint light of the stars, Yabing patted his brother's shoulder and pointed in her direction. The two looked up, not anxious at all. The little leopard became even more restless, arching up, sticking his furry head into the helmet, blocking her view. "Get out of here," she shouted. The little leopard retracted its head, but after a while, it arched its head back up again. Jilai was irritable and anxious. Jian and Yabing were busy connecting the power. Originally, the information received by the telescope could be sent to the cockpit via microwaves, but microwaves would be interfered with by cosmic rays, so they would rather use cables. After welding the last joint, Yabing looked back and immediately concluded that something must have gone wrong with Jilai. Her body was hanging in the air, motionless. Dee had no time to think about anything, just patted Jian on the shoulder, started the engine, and rushed to Jilai. Yabing picked up Jilai's stiff body and rushed to the door of the Eastern with very fast movements. Jian had already opened the door. Yabing rushed in with Jilai, who was wearing a space suit and weighed nothing at all. Jian opened the second door, and Yabing carried Jilai all the way to the center of the hall. He did not have time to take off his space suit and immediately unscrewed Jilai's helmet. The girl's eyes were wide open, but her breathing had stopped. Jian took off his helmet and helped Yabing take his helmet off. He carefully examined Jilai's face and immediately began to unbutton Jilai's spacesuit. The little leopard also suffocated inside. Perform artificial respiration, Jian said decisively. How could it be? Is the helmet not tight enough? Yabing's mind was full of random thoughts, and he felt very confused. Jilai was still lying there quietly, and his space suit was untied. He took Jilai's stiff hands and pulled them up to his head according to the method of artificial respiration, then put them down and pulled them up to his head again. Be more aggressive, Jian shouted as he was rubbing the little leopard's chest. Yabing put his hands on Jilai's belly, but he hesitated for a moment. The little girl had grown into a mature, plump young woman, with her chest sticking out high. Jian came over and pushed him away. Futile brain, Jian grumbled. It's time to save our lives. Yabing blushed shyly. He turned around and gave the little leopard artificial respiration. Jian was sweating profusely, but Jilai's heart was not moving at all. Come on. Jian stood up, his brows knitted into knots. He suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Oxygen tank?" He pushed hard on the back of the sofa with his hands and rushed to the carrier compartment with a quick and very agile movement. After a while, he flew over with a cylindrical tank, deftly covered the small tank mouth on Jilai's nose, and then turned on the switch. Jilai's eyes were still open, but they were a pair of lifeless and stiff eyes. Increase the force. Following Jian's command, Yabing used all his strength to massage Jian's abdomen and chest. His strength was enough to knock down a wall. After a few strokes, he was so exhausted that he was out of breath. Jilai's eyelids moved. Jian signaled Yabing to stop. He lowered his head and put his ear to Jilai's chest. He heard a very faint beating. That's it, Jian said tiredly. He heard a whimpering sound. The little leopard was back to life. After a while, Jilai took a few deep breaths of pure oxygen, and then her eyes began to roll. She seemed very surprised to be back in the spacecraft. She sat up suddenly and suddenly rose to the top of the cabin, hitting her head painfully. She pushed it away angrily and fell heavily on the carpet again. Oh, what's wrong with me? No one answered her. Yabing was taking off his spacesuit. Jian picked up the spacesuit he had inherited and examined it carefully. The little leopard floated in the air and approached the mistress again, wanting to lick her face with joy. There was a very small hole on the spacesuit that came next, and there was a row of tooth marks around the hole. Look, Jian held up the spacesuit. Little leopard caused this trouble and almost cost you your life. This bad guy. Yabing made a gesture to hit the little leopard. The dog whimpered and dodged. Did I faint outside? Jilai asked in confusion. She had no idea what was going on. Good fellow. Jian laughed. If it weren't for Yabing, you would have been finished. Why did you take this dog out? How could such a big dog fit in the spacesuit? It would scratch and bite everywhere, and if the spacesuit leaked, you would be dead. Oh, Jilai smiled tiredly at Yabing. Yabing said to Jian, if you hadn't remembered the oxygen tank, how could we have saved Jilai? It was only a few seconds, and a living person was. In fact, we have a pacemaker in our transport cabin. You were so busy that you didn't think about it. You were so tired and sweaty. Okay, take a rest. Jian started to take off his spacesuit. Jilai, you must learn from this lesson and abide by the rules in the future. You must not act rashly. Space is harsh and ruthless. We cannot allow even the slightest accident to happen here. Yulan was not originally a student at the Aerospace Preparatory School. She attended an ordinary high school. But after graduating from high school, according to Xiao Zian's arrangement, she studied rocket engineering in college and received professional training as an astronaut. She studied very hard, sitting in the library until late at night every day. In the early morning, when it was still light, she got up to run and do very difficult physical exercises. Her mother always said with pity, Xiaolan, You are going to break down. But Yulan not only did not break down, she felt that her body became stronger. Over the past year, time has left a deep mark on this girl. Her eyes, which used to be carefree and always sparkling with joy, have become darker. Her round, full-bodied voice, which once resounded throughout the campus, can no longer be heard. Her face has become thinner, but has become more delicate and more radiant. She often watched with affection the new spacecraft being built gradually on the high launch platform of the 2004 base. It has been decided to name it Tianjin. Yulan thought that this name was very good. Although Tianjin is a very common word, it fits Yulan's mind at this time and place very well. We must move forward without hesitation, go deep into the universe, find the whereabouts of our relatives, and open up new frontiers for the motherland. We must never retreat a single step before we achieve our goal. Yulan did not often have the opportunity to go to the base, but every sunny morning, she would always climb to the top floor of the 24-story school building and look at the rocket launch site 42 kilometers away. The silver launch platform was very dazzling and could be seen clearly 42 kilometers away. The Chekhov, the first rocket, was also built. Oh, what a fast speed this is! Speed. We need speed. The national speed design needs a speed of 1,000 miles a day, and Tianjin also needs the highest speed in the universe that has never been seen before. Without high speed, it means that we cannot find back what we have lost. April, Yulan made her first practice flight to the moon. There is a Chinese experimental station on the moon. Engineer Hua led Yulan and 2 other female astronaut trainees to board a small lunar spacecraft from the 2004 base and endure the test of overweight and weightlessness. How surprised she was when she arrived at the desolate moon without air and water. She had seen photos of lunar exploration more than once. But walking on the dusty land, jumping lightly, the gravity on the moon is only 1/6 of that on the Earth. Looking at the dazzling sun in the dark sky and the huge, blue Earth, she still couldn't avoid the feeling of strangeness. When she used the astronomical telescope installed on the moon to spy on the unfathomable universe, she often had this thought. How nice it would be if the Vostok suddenly appeared in the telescope's field of view. She always couldn't help but point the telescope for a long time in the direction of Sagittarius, just at the bifurcation of the Milky Way, where a huge dark nebula blocked the dazzling core of the Milky Way. This was exactly the direction of the Vostok. She had used the microwave communication equipment in the lunar experimental station and could not help but send a powerful electron beam in the direction of Sagittarius. In the vast space, the Vostok would certainly not receive these signals. Yulan knew this very well. But what Yulan was most interested in at the lunar experimental station was the study of cosmic rays. Cosmic rays originate from radiation emitted by various celestial bodies and have extremely high energy. On Earth, cosmic rays from outer space are intercepted by the thick atmosphere, and those that can reach the ground are almost completely blocked, but some can still penetrate the thick rock layers and reach the bottom of deep mines. It can be seen how amazing their energy is. The energy of protons produced by the largest accelerator on our Earth is only 500 billion electron volts, while cosmic rays can reach 100 trillion electron volts, which is 2 billion times the maximum energy that can be produced artificially. There are still various speculations, inferences, and hypotheses about the source of cosmic rays, but there is no doubt that they are everywhere in the universe. The Lunar Experimental Station, which analyzes and studies various particles from space. The Moon, without an atmosphere, is exposed to the attack of cosmic rays without any shelter, but it is a good place for scientific research. Did Yulan observe the attack of these cosmic rays here? The equipment of the Vostok is very good. She also knows it. But after so long, what if there is a little accident? Thinking of this, her heart felt a burst of piercing pain. Engineer Hua didn't think so. He pondered silently, and then said, "What if we can use cosmic rays as energy?" During the journey, Yulan had not talked to Engineer Hua about the Dongfang. For them, this topic brought back painful memories. Although Engineer Hua did not say it explicitly, Yulan guessed that he was referring to the Dongfang. She could not help but ask, "Universe rays come from all directions. How can we use them?" Engineer Hua pondered. For example, there is a strong magnetic field, but the Dongfang. Yulan finally couldn't hold it in anymore. There is no equipment on the Vostok that can generate a strong magnetic field, Engineer Hua replied calmly. He added, besides, this is just my guess. You see, the Lunar Experimental Station is also studying the use of cosmic ray energy, but it has not yet been solved. Yulan pursed her lips tightly, said nothing, and walked away. Why didn't I take her to the east that day? Engineer Hua thought as he looked at Yulan's back. Finding the east is harder than fishing for a needle in the Pacific Ocean. Yulan stayed on the moon for 6 days, and on the way back, he circled the Earth 24 times at an angle of 67 degrees to the equator, but when he was about to land, something happened. Looking at the Earth from an altitude of 2,000 meters, what you see on the TV screen is a world of smoke and clouds. Large chunks of clouds are running, twisting together, and then tearing apart. Look, it must be raining heavily here, and it seems that lightning can be seen and thunder can be heard. In the gaps between the clouds, large tracts of green land and blue ocean are exposed. It is spring in the northern hemisphere and golden autumn in the southern hemisphere. Engineer Hua adjusted the buttons, sometimes zooming in very close, just like a movie shot from a low-flying plane, and sometimes pushing it far away. Suddenly, all these scenes disappeared, and various strange patterns appeared on the surface of the Earth. Engineer Hua pointed and said, "This is an airport. Look, there are 5 planes parked on the runway. This is an oil depot, and next to it is a marshalling yard. What is this? A missile base? A dock?" Yulan and her 2 female companions stared with wide eyes. They had no idea what these figures represented. Engineer Hua explained, "These are images taken with infrared light. You know, computers will greatly increase the resolution of these images, unlike my crude observations. When the spacecraft passed over the dark hemisphere, the images not only did not disappear, but became clearer." Engineer Hua further explained, "Infrared rays capture images of various objects that generate heat. At night, even though there is no light at all, as long as an object emits heat, it will emit infrared rays, and it cannot escape our detection. On the last flight, near dawn, the spacecraft passed over Siberia. At this time, the automatic alarm inside the spacecraft suddenly sounded. Engineer Hua turned on the panoramic TV and found that there was a dark object approaching behind the spacecraft. Is this an anti-satellite missile? Engineer Hua asked in confusion. 3842. Ready. He gave instructions to the invisible electronic robot. Yulan didn't know what it meant. The spacecraft accelerated suddenly, and the distance between the black shadow behind gradually increased. But within 2 minutes, the guy who was chasing it also increased his speed, and the black shadow gradually approached again. Base. Engineer Hua called out. Anti-satellite missiles of unknown nationality are chasing us. The spacecraft is approaching our border. Ignore it and return to the base as planned. Xiao Yang's clear voice came from the video phone. Yulan was horrified to see that the black shadow behind her was getting closer and closer. It was indeed a missile with a pointed warhead. 3842. Land. Engineer Hua shouted. At this moment, something happened that Yulan did not understand at all. The missile that was tracking behind suddenly exploded. Just like a ball of fire suddenly exploded, the blast wave even shook the spacecraft a few times like a ship in a storm. The spacecraft landed very quickly, and it deployed 5 parachutes almost at the same time. A strong north wind swept it, and it fell obliquely on a grassland. Engineer Hua and Yulan took off their spacesuits and jumped out of the cabin. They saw 2 jeeps speeding towards them. Is that spaceship number 3842? A big man in military uniform came out of a jeep and asked loudly. There's a call from Space City 2004 base. Hey, Engineer Hua. Engineer Hua also ran over happily to shake hands. Captain Zhong. Captain Zhong. Yulan's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this Zhong Yabing's father? Originally stationed at the 2003 base in Aerospace City, how come he was transferred here? But before she had time to think more, her hands were already held by those strong and rough hands. Yu Quan heard Engineer Hua introduce himself in a low voice. Yu Yu's daughter, Yabing's classmate. Great. Captain Zhong was a very generous and enthusiastic person. Let's go to our regiment headquarters to rest. As for the spaceship, we will guard it. I was supposed to go to the Space City tomorrow. Let's go together. Half an hour later, they were already sitting in the living room of a bright and spacious building of the Border Defense Force, drinking tea, leaning on the sofa, feeling very uncomfortable with the gravity of the earth. Yulan felt a little dizzy, and she actually fell asleep in a daze. When she woke up, she found that Captain Zhong and Engineer Ling were both looking at her with a smile. She felt very embarrassed. Captain Zhong said kindly, "Go have lunch. You must be very hungry." At the lunch table, Engineer Hua mentioned the huge missile base he saw from the spacecraft. Captain Zhong also said in a heavy tone, "From all the signs, it seems that Lao Xiao is going to take action. He has been holding back for decades, provoking everywhere in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and has run into obstacles everywhere. He has set up a fascist dictatorship in his country, and his regime is extremely unstable. In the end, he is still trying to make a last-ditch effort. Recently, there have been frequent border movements. Not only have several new missile bases been established, but tanks and fighter jets have also been replaced with the latest models. But the commander-in-chief has analyzed that we may have to start with Europe," said Engineer Hua. "You should eat the softest persimmons," said Commander Zhong, nodding his head. "There is always a trend of appeasement in Europe, which is equivalent to saying, 'Brother Xiao, please.' There is no reason not to go. We may still have a chance to catch our breath. But I predict that the Western Front will be vulnerable, and our breath will not last long. Brother, you have to hurry up and finish the front." When the forward was mentioned, Yulana's heart leapt into her chest, but she suppressed herself and listened quietly. Yes, she heard Engineer Hua answer. "Mr. Xiao is very strict with the project. The construction is progressing very quickly, but the engine? How's the engine?" Captain Zhong asked attentively. "Mr. Xiao wants to use a photon rocket engine, but there are 2 or 3 technical problems that have not been solved. Xiao can handle it," Captain Zhong said confidently. "But we have to get ahead of the schedule of the old repairman to start the war. I will also go to see Xiao tomorrow. Is there any news from the Eastern?" Engineer Hua shook his head heavily. "It has already left the solar system far away. Our current communication technology conditions." Captain Zhong was silent for a while and said, "I was sad for a long time after losing Yabing, but when I thought about him being on the Vostok, I felt proud. After all, they were the first astronauts to leave the solar system, right? The dialectics of life is like this. The Vostok flew away, which seems to be a loss, but it may bring back a lot of data from distant worlds in the future, allowing us to understand the universe more deeply, which is a great gain. It depends on whether the forward can find them in the future," Engineer Hua said, glancing at Yulan. Leader Zhong said firmly, "Sometimes I even think that they will come back on their own. Maybe they found energy on other planets?" Yulan couldn't help but shout enthusiastically, "That's right, that's right." The meal was very enjoyable, especially Yulan and the others. During the 10-meter flight training, they only ate some tube food, and now they are back to their familiar living environment. And they unexpectedly met such an old soldier. Listening to his talk was really encouraging. Hey, life is good after all. The threat from the north is not a problem. Just keep moving forward. Even in his dreams, Jian was thinking about how to use the energy of cosmic rays. The outer Chekhov the Vostok was constantly hit by these high-speed particles. As long as he turned on an automatic counter, he could see the numbers jumping up by tens or hundreds. This was the signal reporting the number of cosmic rays. Jian recorded these numbers every day. The number was very large, more than tens of thousands every day, sometimes reaching hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Unfortunately, cosmic rays came from all directions, and their energy canceled each other out. If the cosmic rays could be driven to shoot toward the tail of the spacecraft, a powerful propulsion force would appear. Jian kept this wish deep in his heart. While Yabing was observing and taking pictures with the newly installed telescope day and night, and while Jilai was struggling to solve difficult analytic geometry problems, he was desperately chewing books on high-energy physics. Unfortunately, there were very few descriptions of cosmic rays in any book, and no one had ever been able to control such high-speed moving particles. Can we install a cosmic ray collector at the tail of a spacecraft to store the energy of cosmic rays and then eject them outward in a concentrated manner? This is indeed a very tempting idea. Jian's idea goes even further. This is not just a plan to return to Earth. In the future, developing space and letting this endless energy serve mankind. What a wonderful prospect. Yibing came in from the outer space and was taking off his spacesuit. He went to get the photos taken by the telescope. There was a thick stack of them. Beautiful bright nebulae, the Rose Nebula, the Trilobite Nebula, the Dumbbell Nebula, the Crab Nebula, and some dark nebulae, the Sagittarius Nebula right in front of the spacecraft, the Horsehead Nebula in Orion, the Cole Observatory in the Southern Cross. Take pictures of them, long exposure, to see if there are any new celestial discoveries. In addition, Yibing also took pictures of the spectra of many stars. Yibing dove into the pile of photos, comparing them with old photos stored in the computer, analyzing them carefully, measuring the spectrum of the bright bands that looked like colorful ribbons, and then using various instruments to measure the color, relative brightness, etc. of the celestial bodies in the photos. He would exclaim from time to time. Once he shouted, "Jian, come and see why the redshift of these galaxies is so large." Jian answered without even looking up, "Our Vostok is flying 40,000 kilometers per second. From our perspective, all celestial bodies will be redshifted." Ahem, no. This red shift means that these galaxies are moving away from us very quickly. Yibing put down the photo, floated in front of Jilai, who was reciting English words, and said, "Do you know what red shift is?" "I don't know," Jilai answered meekly. She knew Yibing too well, and she would not finish her lecture without listening to his endless discussion. She closed the English vocabulary book. "Have you ever served near a railway?" Yibing was delighted to catch the audience. When a train approaches, the whistle becomes shriller, and when the train moves away, the whistle becomes deeper. This is because the sound source is moving. When the sound source is close, the frequency becomes higher. When the sound source moves away, the frequency becomes lower. "Can the source of sound have color?" Jilai asked. "If the light source is moving, the frequency will also change. When a star is approaching us, the frequency becomes higher and the wavelength becomes shorter. When a star is moving away from us, the frequency becomes lower and the wavelength becomes longer." You probably learned in high school physics class that different colors have different frequencies. Red has the lowest frequency and the longest wavelength. Purple has the highest frequency and the shortest wavelength. So the spectral lines of stars approaching us move toward the purple end, which is called purple shift. The spectral lines of stars moving away from us move toward the red end, which is called red shift. Yibing, Jian interrupted him. "You may have to explain to Jian what spectrum is first." "Aha, I forgot," Yibing said apologetically. "Jilai, have you seen the colorful band formed after sunlight passes through a prism? This is the spectrum. All luminous bodies have their own spectrum. Each element has its own spectral line." "What's wrong, Jilai?" Jilai's face twitched, as if she was enduring great pain. "Nothing," Jilai said softly. Jian put down his work and flew over. He stared at Jilai's face for a long time. Jilai lowered his head under this gaze. "My left shoulder hurts a little, but it's nothing serious," Jilai said in a low voice. "Let me see, please," said Jian. "It doesn't matter." Jilai turned to Yibing. "Tell me more. I like to listen." But Yibing remained silent. "Okay," Jilai sighed. She unbuttoned 2 buttons on her chest, pulled open the collar of her shirt, and exposed her left shoulder. Jian and Yibing observed carefully a tiny red dot. Jian touched it lightly, and Jilai frowned in pain. "What's going on?" Yibing asked anxiously. Jian didn't answer. He buttoned up Jilai's clothes tenderly and asked, "How long has it been?" "Only 2 or 3 days. Why didn't you say it earlier?" Jian asked. "I suspected it a long time ago. Look." He held the leopard in one hand. The dog was curled up and floating quietly in the air. Jian pointed to the side of the leopard's nose, where there was also an obvious red dot. He touched it gently, and the leopard struggled and jumped onto the top of the cockpit. "Cosmic rays?" Yibing asked fearfully. "Well," Jian replied solemnly, "it must have been the accident a few days ago. The space suit leaked, and the cosmic rays just penetrated into the body." "What should we do? What should we do?" Yibing asked anxiously. "It's okay. I can hold on," Jilai said, gritting his teeth. "We don't have a doctor here," said Jian seriously. "There's nowhere to go. The only teachers are those microcrystals." Yibing, Stop your astronomy class. Let's all study medicine. We are not helpless. Cosmic rays. Are they so powerful? Yibing asked. Of course. Fortunately, the dose she received was probably not too high. If it had been more than 150 Röntgens, it would have been a problem. Cosmic rays are the highest energy particles we know of. But Jian's estimate was incorrect. Jian was probably exposed to more than 150 Röntgens of cosmic radiation because she began to feel dizzy and vomited that night. The leopard's condition was even more serious. Although it could not speak, it curled up all day long, and its two smart eyes showed pain and despair. It no longer ate anything. Jian and Yabing were frantically flipping through the boxes of microfilms labeled medicine. They had been working day and night without rest. The material they had shown on the screen was enough for medical students to study for several years. But the record on radiation sickness was very simple. 50% of those exposed to radiation doses exceeding 150 Röntgens died. How to treat? Treat burns and take AET orally. What is AET? They looked for a small medicine store in my cargo hold. They searched through boxes and cabinets and found a lot of medicines. After searching for a long time, they finally found AET. It was a powder in a capsule. They gave it to Jilai according to the instructions and also gave Xiaobao 2 spoonfuls. How to treat the burn? Because the part directly burned was just a small red. Try applying some burn ointment. After all this was done, the two stayed by Jilai's side again. They were speechless, staring at each other, exchanging thoughts through their eyes. What kind of emotions were intertwined in these eyes? To them, the three of them were the closest people. The three of them, away from their motherland, collective and relatives, traveled deep into interstellar space in the Vostok for 2 years, encouraged each other, fought together, and suddenly, the next. Jian knew very well that the radiation still threatened his dear sister's life. The book said it was a treatment for common radiation diseases, but now he didn't know what kind of high-energy particles penetrated Jian's skin. The little leopard was already dying. This puppy was only 4 months old when it first arrived on the Eastern, and it grew into a strong and powerful big dog in 2 years. However, it was now lying stiffly in the air, and it didn't even have the strength to lift its head, and sometimes it could only move its eyelids. Of course, the leopard was the first to be hit. Jian analyzed, clearing his mind again and again. It was the leopard that bit the hole, so the cosmic rays first penetrated its nose, and the amount of radiation that reached Jilai should be minimal, because there is a dog between her and the outside world. Of course, strong radiation will penetrate a dog without hesitation, but it will be weakened after all. Jian glanced at his sister. She lay quietly, as if she was sleeping soundly, but in fact she was in a coma. Jian felt so painful that he unconsciously let himself float in the air. When he floated to the screen where the diary was written, he opened it carelessly. On the screen appeared a diary that Jian wrote the day before yesterday, December 31st, 2017. Today is New Year's Eve. I have been away from home for almost 2 years. 2 years ago today, I was packing my bags in Shanghai, preparing to go to the space city. Want to see my parents. But my brother and Yabing were busy with their own work. Classes and research, they seem to have forgotten the days. Why do I think so much? Is it a girl's weakness, emotional fragility, or something else? It hurts, I don't know why. Dad and Mom doing? They are eating New Year's Eve dinner, missing we? And Sister Yulan, she must have come to our house too. She is just like us, like the people at home. No, they are not just missing each other. They must be thinking of ways. We are building a faster, more powerful spacecraft to rescue me. We. Definitely. Jian felt his eyes moisten as he read the diary. He inherited his father's strong character and was definitely not an emotional person. At this moment, a diary written by a dying sister reminded him of many things. Lenovo? Really, what is Dad doing? He is building a new universe, the ship come to rescue the Eastern? And Yulan. Alas, a trench separates them. There is a trench of 2.5 trillion kilometers. The 21st century is also insurmountable. Of all this, year after year, the Vostok, the celestial bodies in the Milky Way, are wandering and losing contact. He will be in this driving. I spent my youth in the cabin until I was old and gray-haired. Maybe, In the 22nd century, we'll discover the strange celestial body was approached, opened, and discovered by them in decades of research. Studying the universe will be recorded in the history of the future, of interstellar navigation. All this, everything is possible. Jian thought for a while, then he turned the switch, opened a blank page, and wrote a new diary. January 3rd. My dear sister's life is under great threat. As the elder brother, the secretary of the Youth League branch, and the leader of this three-person team, I feel very heavy-hearted for not fulfilling my responsibilities. You might guess, Dad is designing a new, faster spaceship to rescue us? I have no doubt. But the sky is vast. Where can we find us? Yes, there are orbital elements, but the system is so far away that any meteoroid will hit us slightly. It deviates from the orbit by just 1 arc-second, no, 1,000th of an arc-second. Then think we should find a way to show one's position in the universe. Showing one's own existence, what is the use of how? I don't know yet. I think maybe I can send some signal to scan. I have traced the area of the sky near the sun because although the Earth is invisible, the sun is still a very bright star. Besides, the exact position of the Earth is our calendar clocks are accurate, so we can calculate it. Jian. Yaju's shout made him put down his pen. He looked at Jilai in surprise, who was still lying there, and then he turned to look at Yebing. Yabing pointed at Huabao. Obviously, the dog was struggling to death. It was breathing rapidly, its whole body was twitching, and its eyes showed extreme pain and despair. It groaned and struggled, but after a while it stopped moving. How does life end? Jian had never observed it carefully. Today, in front of him, a puppy that he had lived with day and night for 2 years finally died. This was the first martyr since the Orient set sail. He closed the diary screen, floated to the leopard's body, and looked at it carefully. He still hoped that the dog would suddenly open its eyes and whimper. However, when he reached out and touched it, the dog's limbs were cold, and the heart in its furry chest had stopped beating. Gestured to Yabing, and the two of them carefully carried the dog, which had grown big, into the carrying cabin and reached the tail of the spacecraft. There was a tunnel-like passage there. There was a door. They opened the door and put the dog's body in. They closed the door and began to pump air. When the air in the passage was exhausted, the door outside opened, and with the power of the spring, the leopard's body left the Vostok. Of course, it would not leave very quickly, because the power of the spring was not great. However, this frozen and hard dog still left the Vostok at a speed of about 5 centimeters per second. From then on, it would be an independent celestial body, speeding endlessly in interstellar space, unless it happened to encounter a meteoroid that knocked it away or smashed it to pieces. Both of them were in a heavy mood. They looked at each other. Yabing, Jian whispered. His voice hurried. I want to operate on Jilai. I can't wait any longer. You want to move? Yabing asked doubtfully. I'll do it, Jian said firmly. No risk, no gain. I can't just watch Ji come. Yabing's heart felt like it was being cut by a blunt knife. Not only had he lived with this girl day and night for 2 years, but he had also rescued her from the harsh interstellar space, from a state of suffocation. And now, he might lose her again. Yes, Jian said thoughtfully. I'm not as skilled as a surgeon, but I think it's not difficult to operate a laser scalpel. To cut off the muscle burned by cosmic rays, remove its radioactive contamination, and seal this part of the body. A laser scalpel can do it. If the rays have penetrated deep into the internal organs, then the only way is to take medicine, coupled with careful care. I'm responsible, Yabing declared immediately. Inside the spacecraft, there are also extremely favorable conditions. Weightlessness, which means the patient won't be bedridden for a long time. The air is clean, there is no bacterial infection, and the patient's physical fitness is good. Let's do it. Huh? Jian looked at Yabing for his opinion. Okay, Yabing sighed. Okay, Yabing said, raising his voice slightly. I'll go get ready. Laser scalpel, anti-inflammatory ointment, nutrients, bandages, anesthesia needles. Half an hour later, the operation was completed. The two young men seemed to have gone through a fierce fight, and their limbs were spread out in exhaustion, floating on the soft air cushion, breathing heavily. They felt the pain as if a laser scalpel was cutting into their bodies. Jilai recovered very slowly. Jian and Yabing took turns to take care of her. She was still very weak, ate very little, and was very depressed. She soon discovered that Huabao had died. She had brought the puppy from Shanghai to the space city when it was only 4 months old. Huabao's death made her cry bitterly, and it also increased her homesickness. "Have you been to Shanghai, Yabing?" This was when Yabing was accompanying her. She whispered softly. "There is a Huangpu River in Shanghai. I heard that it used to be a stinking ditch. There are nearly 20 million people, and there are so many factories. All wastewater, feces, and dirt are discharged into it. I heard that a long time ago, the water company still pumped water from this stinking ditch, and after chemical treatment, it was supplied to people. At that time, Shanghai's tap water had a throat-piercing smell of bleaching powder. Later, a canal was built and clean water was brought in from a lake called Dianshan Lake, and the tap water source was solved. But the Huangpu River is still a stinking ditch. Later, another project was started to bring in water from the Yangtze River to flush out the stinking water. Now it's good. In the summer, people walking on the bund can still hear the sound of fish jumping on the water. Rowing on the Huangpu River is interesting." Yabing listened silently. He knew that environmental pollution had been eradicated like a tumor in our country. Now in big cities, factories were surrounded by green trees, and all waste gas and wastewater were treated and widely used. Although he had never been to the Huangpu River, he could imagine it. "My grandma and I live by the river." Jilai added. She became talkative. "It's interesting to watch the ships coming in and out every day. But now they are not allowed to blow the horn after entering the port to reduce noise. My grandma can cook fish, and it's delicious. The fish is mandarin fish or crucian carp caught in the Huangpu River. Oh, Yabing, how I wish I could take you to our house and let grandma cook you a pot of steamed mandarin fish." She sighed deeply. "When we get back to Earth, I will definitely go to Shanghai to see your grandma." Yabing replied tenderly. It was interesting to see this burly young man carefully lower his voice and slow down his speech. "Really?" Jilai's eyes lit up with joy. "Me, you, my brother, and sister Yuelon." "Oh, Yabing, I'll tell you a secret. My brother and sister Yuelon." The voice was very soft. Jian still heard it. He was concentrating on reading the crystal pieces on the reading machine. He did not turn around, but just said lightly, "Jila, have a good rest. It's not good to talk too much." However, the image of Yuelon could no longer be dispelled from Jian's mind. What was projected on the screen was no longer gamma rays, Maxwell's equations, or the Pauli exclusion principle, but a series of images of Yuelon, from a skinny, timid little girl with 2 pigtails to a beautiful young lady with a pair of eyes that could speak. They grew up together. They didn't even need to say much to each other. They could understand each other by just raising their eyebrows or wrinkling their noses. No, 2 years and 3 trillion kilometers of space could not block this thin and tough thread of emotion. But Jian would never indulge his homesickness, and he fought it tenaciously. Especially in front of his sister, he believed that he had to overcome this emotion that would easily make people weak. But Jilai was still nagging. "Do you remember, Yabing, that summer when I first came back to Space City? You used your big hands to pull my braids and said to my brother, 'With such a sister, well, you.' I didn't understand what you were saying at all." Yabing's face turned red little by little, and he muttered something. What did you say?" Jilai didn't hear clearly. "I said, you were still a tiny little girl back then. You are so big," Jilai said happily. "But I am not afraid of you at all. I just don't like the guy with glasses, whom you call Doctor Ning Yezhong. Actually, he's quite nice." "Well, maybe. But when we all went swimming, he was like a leech, clinging to Sister Yuelon. My brother was." "Stop talking nonsense." Jian finally turned around. "If you have this much thought, why don't you study English more? Look, he's unhappy." Jilai winked at Yabing. "Looking at me now, I wonder what he's thinking." Okay, then don't say it." "But what should I say?" "How about this, Yabing, sing a song for me." Yabing said awkwardly. "When did I learn to sing? Come on, let's play the tape." "All right," Jilai said hesitantly. "Actually, I really like singing. I even want to apply to a music school." "Oh, why are you talking about this?" Yabing glanced at Jian. Jian floated over. "Okay," he said cheerfully. Let's listen to a tape. It's time for some entertainment. What shall we listen to? Snowerizade. Jilai shouted. What? Yabing asked in confusion. Rimsky-Korsakov S, explained Jian. It's from 1001 Nights, and the part about Sinbad's voyage is very moving. Jian took out a watch-sized tape reel from the drawer and put it into a tape recorder on the instrument table. Instantly, melodious music spread throughout the cockpit of the Oriental. What rich emotions and associations the music, like a visible image, evokes in the hearts of these three space explorers far from the Earth. The melody of the storm, the howling of the wind, the surging sea, distant exotic journeys, mythical countries, tropical pomegranate trees and coconut groves, brave sailors breaking through the waves, and then the beautiful whispers, as if the clever girl Snow Sea Rashad is telling fascinating stories about nymphs, copper bottles, imprisoned princesses, fishermen, and caliphs. Music brought the three space explorers who were far away from the Earth back to the world. They recalled the snowstorm, the driving on the highway, and the calls of their relatives on Earth in a semi-coma. All of this seemed so far away. However, the quiet and harmonious melody played out the joy of human victory in the struggle against nature. At dawn, the returning ship lowered its white sails and reunited with its relatives in the sunny harbor. It brought them into a new realm. Jilai was fascinated by what she heard. She couldn't help but grab Yabing's hands, her eyes wide open. How is it? Jian's voice brought her back to the real world. How about listening to another ancient song, 10 Sides of Ambush? Okay. Yabing agreed happily. Without waiting for Jian to do anything, he put the tape on. Now it was a different realm. The theme was war. The gathering of troops, the unsheathing of swords and spears, the roar of war drums, the whizzing of flying arrows, the neighing of war horses, the shouts of soldiers, the stabbing of swords, all merged into a majestic and moving battle movement. They seemed to see the ancient battlefield of Gaixia, the besieged and arrogant king of western Chu Xiangyu, and the outstanding commander Han Xin mobilizing thousands of troops to fight this major battle that would determine the fate of thousands of years. The high-pitched, passionate battle melody ended. The three young men remained silent and motionless. Oh, that's great, Jilai said softly. Her eyes were shining with tears of excitement here. Under the condition of weightlessness, the tears would not flow down, but quickly filled the eyelids, making the eyes look strangely large and bright. I should go to the music school. Music. She spent the rest of the day in deep thought. Jian and Yabing did not disturb her. A 16-year-old girl should be full of magical fantasies and rich poetic and picturesque feelings. Other little girls might be dreaming sweet dreams at their mother's lap, but she had already endured 2 years of trials in the harsh universe. She had just escaped the shadow of death, and her face was still pale and thin. Even in her dreams, she was fighting. After dinner, Jilai called Yabing to her side again. She looked at Yabing's face with her clear, bright eyes that still carried a deep childishness and whispered, "There is one thing I dare not ask my brother." Jilai pointed with her mouth to Jian, who was sitting with his back to them, reading a book in a far corner. "Tell me the truth, the honest words of a Communist Youth League member. Can we definitely return to Earth?" Yabing pondered. The honest words of a Communist Youth League member. How should he answer? He stared into the eyes that looked at him trustingly. "Well, I am willing to exchange my life for another ending. Let Jilai live on the Earth, grow up under the sunshine of our socialist system. Let her sing to her heart's content, and let her high-pitched voice fly over the mountains, grasslands, forests, deserts, and seas, and spread to all continents and oceans. Why don't you speak?" Jilai pressed Yabing. Yabing smiled bitterly and said hesitantly, "I think I can. Don't discuss this kind of problem." Jian turned off the reading machine, pushed the book table, and rushed over. Words will never solve the problem in 10 million years. What's important is action. We are like Sinbad drifting on the sea. Not at all, Jilai muttered. The sea is on Earth. Do you think that in the era when Sinbad's story was written, drifting on the sea would be easier than it is for us? At least there are no storms, sharks, hunting eagles, or old man of the sea here. There is enough food and water, and even music. But let's not discuss this for now. Yabing, come and see why there are so many cosmic rays all of a sudden? He pointed at the cosmic ray counter. The green numbers jumped so fast that it was hard to keep up. Yabing looked carefully and saw a real storm. I can't make out a single number. Yabing shouted. Oh, said Jian. The electronic computer in our counter is connected to the outer Chekhov, the spacecraft. It is so fast that it can reach an unknown number of 10,000ths of a second. How can the human eye see it? What's going on? Jilai asked with a little horror. 3025, open, Yabing shouted. The lights in the cockpit went out immediately, the panoramic TV was turned on, and they were once again in the starry night sky. The vast Milky Way, the cowherd and the weaver girl, the giant Orion, the brilliant Sirius and the sun, the two brightest stars in the sky. But at this moment, behind the starboard side of the Vostok, between the 5 shining stars of the W-shaped Cepheus, a new dazzling, light blue star overwhelmed the entire brilliant starry sky, like a huge lighthouse among the starry candlelight, calling, inspiring, and encouraging people to advance into the universe. Supernova! Yabing shouted in surprise. The telescope was silently rotating in the empty space, with the tube pointed in the direction of the supernova. The information was transmitted to the special screen in the cabin through the cable, and a bright and beautiful spectrum band suddenly appeared. On the second special screen, the dazzling image of the supernova appeared. In the dark cockpit, Jilai leaned forward and gazed at the giant star and the magnificent picture of the universe. She was deeply attracted. The unpleasant thoughts that had just been hovering in her mind were driven away at once. Is this a star that has just been born? Jilai asked softly. No, Yabing also answered softly. They seemed to be afraid that speaking loudly would ruin the brilliant scene on the screen. This is an old star. What's the matter? Jilai's voice was full of surprise. Let me tell you about the life of a star. Yabing answered slowly. His eyes reflected starlight in the darkness. Initially, it was a cloud of extremely thin gas and dust, almost as thin as a vacuum. It's called a nebula. It's very, very big. How big is it? For example, our Vostok would take 60 or 70 years to fly from one end of it to the other. Cough, Jilai called out softly. Inside the nebula, every atom of the gas is moving, attracting each other, repelling each other, moving closer, separating, colliding, or twisting together. Slowly, the nebula contracts. Contraction generates heat, initially emitting infrared rays. Further contraction, the temperature increases again, and a faint red light is emitted. At this time, a baby star is born. Jilai was listening intently. She had attended Yabing's astronomy class more than once, but she had never heard him speak so eloquently. Was it this beautiful supernova that aroused his inner inspiration? Or was it something else? Although the light was dim, she could see Yabing's energetic face. This baby doesn't cry or ask for milk. It is huge. It would take our Vostok more than 10 years to fly from its head to its heels. But it's still shrinking. The matter is getting denser and the temperature is getting higher. Next, radiation has a certain pressure. For example, if I shine a flashlight on your palm, the light will also put a little pressure on your palm, of course. The pressure is very small and you can't feel it at all. That's because the flashlight is too weak. If it were the sun, which is shining brightly, the pressure would be very large, forming a wind called the solar wind. You see, some frozen masses in the universe, when they get close to the sun, will be baked by the sun's heat to emit gas, and the solar wind will drive the gas backwards to form a long tail. This is a broom star. Yabing's words took Jilai's thoughts far, far away. Jilai had seen a comet on Earth, and she roughly knew that it was a comet. But she had no idea what the relationship was between a tiny comet and a huge star. Yabing continued. The pressure of the gas expansion and radiation is balanced with the star's own gravity, and the star stops shrinking. At this time, the density and temperature inside it are enough to ignite, that is, to cause a series of hydrogen bomb explosions inside the star. You mean a hydrogen bomb explosion? Jilai asked with great interest. That's right. It was a hydrogen bomb explosion. 4 hydrogen atoms combined into one helium atom, releasing huge amounts of energy. At this time, the temperature inside the star reached 7 million degrees. Then it must be a scorching blue star. Jilai couldn't help but interrupt. Not necessarily. Yabing shook his head and said, it depends on the mass of the star. If the mass of the star is very large, for example, 20 times the mass of the sun, then the nuclear reaction inside it will be very intense, and it will become a blue or blue-white giant star. If the mass of the star is not too large, only 3 or 4 times the mass of the sun, it will become a yellow-white star. If it is smaller, it will be a yellow or orange-yellow star, and if it is smaller, it will only be a red dwarf star. You haven't talked about supernovas yet, Jilai reminded him. Don't be anxious. We just talked about the youth of stars, which are still a long way from their old age. The youth of stars is very long. Look, the sky is full of stars, whether they are blue, white, yellow, orange, or red. Most of them are experiencing their youth. This is an adolescent universe. At least 40% of the hydrogen nuclei in the stars must be transformed into helium nuclei. The energy released by the stars will decrease, and the radiation pressure will not be able to withstand its own gravity, thus starting a new contraction. Aren't the stars getting smaller and smaller? Jilai asked. Yes, it is getting denser and denser, and the temperature is getting higher and higher. This is the beginning of the second ignition, which produces another kind of thermonuclear reaction. This kind of thermonuclear reaction has not yet been mastered by us humans. If we learn to master it, we will truly become giants who can move mountains and seas. After talking for so long, you still haven't explained how this second nuclear reaction takes place? Jilai said impatiently. To put it simply, 3 helium nuclei will fuse into a carbon nucleus. At this time, the star can be said to have entered middle age. The middle age of a star is relatively short, probably only a few million years. Another round of contraction and temperature increase comes, and the interior of the star ignites for the third time, starting the third round of nuclear reactions, which is the fusion of 2 carbon edges into 2 magnesium nuclei, or a helium nucleus and a neon nucleus. In short, the nucleus will become heavier and heavier until it becomes iron. The density of the star is getting higher and higher, and the internal temperature is getting higher and higher, which means that the star is gradually getting older. Finally, one day, the temperature is so high and the radiation pressure is so strong that the entire star explodes, ejecting a large amount of matter. Then, the star that had been dimming suddenly brightens up, as if a new star was born. Why the word super? Jilai asked again. Because its luminosity has increased so much. Generally speaking, a star whose luminosity increases by a few thousand to tens of thousands of times is called a nova, and a star whose luminosity increases by tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of times is called a supernova. Apart from this exclamation, Jilai was unable to utter anything else. Had been listening quietly on the side, interrupted. Let me add a few words. China is the first country in history to record novae. As early as the Yin dynasty more than 3,000 years ago, there were records of novae and oracle bone inscriptions, and it was very likely a supernova. There have been many novae seen in history, but there are only 8 recognized supernovae, namely 185 AD, 396 AD, 827 AD, 1006 AD, 1054 AD, 1572 AD, 1604 AD, and 1667 AD. These 8 supernovae have very detailed records in China. This one is probably the 9th supernova seen in human history. Yabing, you can study the supernova in 1572, which was also in Cassiopeia. Is it the same supernova that exploded again, or is it another one? Astronomers generally believe that supernovae will not explode again, right? Yes, Yabing confirmed. Because, I want to ask you to do one more thing. Jian's voice was filled with anxiety for some reason. Measure the heading of our Vostok again. I think this supernova produces such a large amount of radiation that it will put pressure on our spacecraft and cause it to deviate from its original heading. We don't have a specific goal in the first place. So what does it matter if we deviate from the course or not? Yabing asked puzzledly. Jian shook his head solemnly, and in the darkness one could see his eyes shining with a burning light. No, if the Vostok accidentally deviates from its course, it will be even more difficult for our comrades on Earth to find us. On Earth to observe a supernova explosion. That evening, she had just returned from the 2004 base. The construction of the forward was almost completed, and the photon rocket engine was being installed. It was scheduled to depart in 4 months. By then, Yulan would graduate early with excellent shooting results and serve as the navigator of the Forward, flying to the journey that the East had flown over. In the slanting light of the setting sun, the Tianjin stood proudly. The silver-white check reflected the blood-red sunlight. Yulan lingered at its feet for a long time. Every time she came to the base, she couldn't help but miss the Dongfang. The appearance of the Tianjin was almost exactly the same as the Dongfang back then. Of course, in the past 3 years, the rapid development of science and technology has leaped across an era. Using photons, a 4-stage rocket will be able to accelerate the spacecraft to half the speed of light, and the automated instruments can ensure that the docking with the Dongfang can be achieved during such a high-speed flight. Yulan left the 2004 base. It was already dusk. As usual, she went to report to the Ministry of Defense. Yulan had been feeling uneasy for a few days. There were constant reports of satellite warfare, and we had a satellite crash. Of course, the so-called crash was actually caused by the enemy's anti-satellite missile. Yulan thought of her internship flight a year ago. On the way back, an anti-satellite missile of unknown nationality tracked her lunar spacecraft, but when it was about to approach, it exploded on its own. All these things made Yulan smell an ominous smell of gunpowder. Xiao Ziyan was at home, also in deep anxiety. He had just come back from the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief told him that the crashed artificial satellite was also surrounded by a circle of lasers. The last time Yulan was on the lunar spacecraft number 3842, it used this powerful laser beam to detonate the enemy's anti-satellite missile. But this time, obviously, the laser beam did not work. Moreover, according to the photos sent back by the high-altitude synchronous satellite, this satellite was not intercepted, but was slowly forced to land. In this way, a complete satellite fell into the hands of the enemy. The commander-in-chief also said to Xiao Yuan meaningfully, "Have you read The Investiture of the Gods?" Xiao Ziyan was stunned. He didn't know why the commander-in-chief suddenly mentioned this fantasy novel. There is no magic weapon that cannot be broken. The commander-in-chief said with a smile. This is what Chairman Mao said. Another new scientific and technological challenge faced Xiao Ziyan. Science and technology has reached such a speed that it presents new challenges to scientists almost every day. Endless problems. Each problem is dyeing the hair of scientists and carving deeper wrinkles on their foreheads. Looking up, he saw Yulan walking in quietly, and a smile appeared on the corner of Xiao Ziyan's mouth. "Uncle Xiao." Yulan sat down and said quietly, "The engine installation has begun." Xiao Ziyan nodded. After thinking for a while, he asked, "How's the progress?" "We will definitely be able to set off within 4 months." Xiao Ziyan pondered for a while. "Can it be advanced?" Yulan's heart skipped a beat. "What's going on?" Xiao Ziyan said nothing. His thick eyebrows knitted together in a serious manner. "Oh, Uncle Xiao, do you smell the war?" Yulan's watery eyes showed an anxious look. Xiao Ziyan nodded slightly and imperceptibly. He did not say another word until dinner. When Yulan came out of that house, she felt uneasy. She went back to her own house, looked at her mother, and then went back to school. It was a clear autumn evening, and she was walking along the rustling tree-lined avenue. The neon lights decorated the shops on both sides of the road with a variety of colors, and people were coming and going, crowded together. Space City was no longer the city under construction with tower cranes everywhere. Over the years, the population had increased greatly. The desert had retreated far away, and the city was expanding very quickly like a balloon. Now, to get from one end of the city to the other, you even had to take a train on the elevated railway or a helicopter. But the road from home to school was not very far, and Yulan was willing to walk on the road and think while walking. Uncle Xiao's unusual silence and his wish for the Tianjin to set off early made Yulan feel uneasy. She thought of what Zhong Yabing's father, Captain Zhong, said to Engineer Hua last year. Yes, the war clouds were gathering, and the smell of gunpowder could almost be smelled in the air. For 3 years, Yulan's life was like a candle burning in pure oxygen, squeezing out the greatest light and heat. Alas, a young girl's tender heart is bearing such a heavy burden. And now, there is the threat of war. No, it's not a threat to her. For this girl who has experienced many troubles, no threat can survive. It's just that forward can it still win 4 months to prepare for departure? She almost ignored the crowds of people. Someone was calling her loudly. She came back to the real world from her trance and saw Ning Yezhong squeezing out of a store with a large, tightly tied cardboard box in his hand. All the high school classmates have gone their separate ways. Some have been admitted to universities and other places. Some are rarely seen even in this aerospace city. Only Ning Yezhong often comes to see her. Ning Yezhong studies high-energy physics. 3 years have also left marks on him. His myopia has become more severe, and he is now slightly hunchbacked from his tall and thin figure. He is an outstanding student in school, and even professors say that he is a future Nobel Prize winner. The nickname doctor has become more firmly attached to him. "Oh, Yulan," Ning Yezhong said in surprise. "That's great. What good news?" Yulan stopped and asked doubtfully. "It's not good news." Ning Yezhong was a little embarrassed. "I mean, it's great to see you here. Don't we see each other often?" "That's different," Ning Yezhong said proudly. "I just ran to the store and saw." No, I won't tell you now. Anyway, it's something you really need." It was so crowded. Just because I'm tall, I had to pass the money over other people's heads, and it was so hard for me to get it. Yulan looked at him questioningly. "Something I need very much? How do you know what I need and what I don't need?" "No, I don't need anything." "You really don't need anything?" Yulan lowered her head. "You can never give me what I need." Ning Yezhong was stunned for a moment. Yulan changed the subject. "Are you going somewhere else?" "No?" "Then let's go back to school together. It's getting late." They didn't speak again along the way. When they reached the empty campus, Ning Yezhong stopped and asked in a low voice, "Can we sit here for a while?" "Okay." Yulan couldn't help but smile. The campus is connected to the park, empty and quiet. At this time, most college students are either in the library or in the classroom under the bright lights, doing homework, solving problems, deducing formulas, or thinking deeply. Only the occasional sound of piano, the mute sound of violin, and the sound of vocal students practicing their voices from the music college next door can be heard. If it weren't for the accident 3 years ago, Yulan would have planned to apply to the music college. Just after she entered the rocket engineering department, the professors of the music college came to mobilize her several times, advising her not to bury her talent. They sat down on a bench. The chair was hard and cold. "Are you cold?" Ning Yezhong asked cautiously, and hurriedly took off his coat and put it on Yulan's shoulders. Yulan did not refuse. The two were silent for a while. Ning Yezhong was the first to speak, still so cautiously. "Do you still think about Jin and the others often?" After hesitating for a while, Yulan replied, "No." This answer was beyond Ning Yezhong's expectation. He knew how Yulan had used her great willpower to control herself over the past 3 years. He expected that such a question might hurt her, make her sad, even cry, or make her furious or excited. But he didn't expect that she would just answer with a cold word, "No." "So what do you often think about?" Ning Yezhong asked earnestly. "Look, you are so thin. I heard from my female classmates that you eat very little, drive at night every day, and do long-distance running in the morning. Why is that? Why do you torture yourself?" Yulan smiled faintly. "I'm not torturing myself. I'm exercising. Exercise doesn't mean you have to risk your life. It's not a life-threatening thing. I want to exercise my willpower and physical strength. You know, I studied rocket engineering in high school. It's designing and building spacecraft. I also want to fly a spaceship. Do you know what the speed of future spaceships is?" Yulan thought about it. This is a confidential number, so she changed her words. "To be an astronaut, you need a strong physique and perseverance. But, comrades, can you handle it? Many countries in the world have female astronauts," Yulan said calmly. Ning Yezhong shook his head, his glasses drawing 2 bright lines in the dark night. "Others only fly to the moon, Mars, and Venus. But you?" "Yes," Yulan replied calmly. "It's no longer a secret to you. I'm going to look for the East." Ning Yezhong was silent for a while. "Can they be found?" "It's been almost 3 years, and there's no news. They may have flown trillions of kilometers." Yulan suddenly laughed. "Yezhong, do you know what the Bible says? Everyone who asks receives. Everyone who seeks finds. It seems that you, a member of the Communist Youth League and a physicist, do not have the faith of a Christian." Ning Yezhong thought about it and suddenly said decisively, "Then I beg you. The day after tomorrow is National Day. Let's have 2 days off and go to Huashan together." "No. I agreed to accompany Aunt Xiao to Shanghai to visit my grandmother. The old lady is already 80 years old. I only have 2 days off in Shanghai." "Hey, it only takes an hour by plane," Yulan joked. "How come you, a doctor, don't understand what kind of era we live in? Wouldn't it be better to go during the winter vacation and stay a few more days?" Ning Yezhong said stubbornly. "This winter vacation?" Yulan paused. She couldn't tell anyone about her plan, not even Ning Yezhong. Winter vacation. As soon as the winter vacation started, the forward would set off. She raised her head and saw Ning Yezhong still looking at her expectantly. "No," she said calmly, stood up, took a few steps forward, and turned around suddenly. "Yezhong, support me with your high-energy physics. No, not support me, but support our country and our common cause. You should work hard to discover an energy source that will allow our spacecraft to travel through space at the speed of light. It's out of the question. It's possible," Yulan said persistently. Her big, bright eyes stared at Ning Yezhong, and there was an irresistible power in them. "Whoever asks will receive. Whoever seeks will find. Let's go and have some rest." She took off the jacket that was on her and handed it to Ning Yezhong. At this moment, she was facing the empty space in the northeast. Suddenly, she screamed as if she was stabbed by a needle. "What is this? It's so bright." Ning Yezhong looked in the direction of her finger. In the northeast, just above the park, among the sparse and bright stars, a large and bright blue star emerged in the clear night sky. This light far outshined the Vega, Higu, and Deneb above his head, and even outshined Venus in the western sky. "Supernova!" Yulan shouted. She turned around and said excitedly, "How lucky we are to have seen a supernova in our lifetime. You know, the last supernova in history exploded almost 400 years ago." They stood side by side, quietly admiring this amazingly bright and beautiful star that suddenly appeared in the night sky. Its appearance is a rare opportunity in human history. The sky is very clear, without a single cloud. A gentle breeze brings the fragrance of osmanthus. Yulan suddenly turned around and said anxiously, "Yezhong, help me find a car. I want to go to the observatory right away." "What for?" Ning Yezhong asked in surprise. "Are you afraid they didn't see it? Just make a phone call." No. I want to know how far away the supernova explosion is from the Vostok and whether it has any impact on them." She ran away suddenly. "Wait a minute, I'll take you there." Ning Yezhong chased after her and shouted, but he was already far behind. The agile Yulan didn't even run from the bridge, but jumped over the nearly 3-meter wide stream in front of the school gate and quickly disappeared. Ning Yezhong picked up the big paper box that he had bought with great effort, shook his head and said, "A desktop computer with 100 million times of computing power. Does she need it? No, she only needs the East." At this time, Yulan had already jumped into a car and drove to the observatory at the other end of the city at top speed, which took only 27 minutes. Then she climbed up the steps of the observatory at the speed of triple jumps. Xiao Ziyan was observing through a telescope in the dome room. Standing next to him was Professor Hu Zhiyue, a famous astronomer with white hair. Professor Hu explained to Xiao Ziyan, "It's not the one that Tycho discovered in 1572. This supernova is now 1 degree, 23 minutes, 48.1 arc-seconds away from the 1572 supernova." Professor Hu Zhiyue explained with the precision of an astronomer. In fact, after a supernova explodes, a large amount of matter is ejected, and sometimes it is completely destroyed. The same star will not explode twice. It has just been measured, and the visual magnitude is -9.6, which is exactly 1/15 of the brightness of the full moon. This is probably the brightest star that humans have ever seen. Xiao Ziyan left the telescope. When he saw Yulan, a wave of cordial feelings surged in his heart. "How fast are you running? Look at your hair. Do you want to see a supernova? I would like to ask Professor Hu Zhiyue 2 questions." Yulan boldly looked at the scholar with a very stern look. 3 is fine, the professor said politely. "I recognize you, girl. You used daughter, right?" Xiao Ziyan nodded, and seeing that Yulan was a little embarrassed, he said, "I'm sorry. I want to ask questions first." I have exactly 2 questions. The professor and Yulan looked at each other. The professor suddenly became cheerful. It turned out that he only looked stern, but his heart was very kind. I see you two are on the same page, he said cheerfully. May I ask, first question, how far is this supernova from us? Yulan asked first. Xiao Ziyan nodded approvingly. Professor Hu Jiue shook his head and said, this is really a checkmate of ours. Wait a minute. He walked over to a computer in the corner of the dome and pressed a few buttons. Then he came back with a card and said, before the supernova explosion, this star was a small star of magnitude 14. Its distance has not been accurately measured, but a rough estimate is that it is at least 200 light-years away. Then, Xiao Yuan continued, what effect can it have on a spacecraft that is 3 trillion kilometers away from us and flying towards Sagittarius? This is exactly the question I wanted to ask. Yulan couldn't help but shout out. Another tough question? The professor shook his head again. But it's not difficult for me. He walked to the computer again, pressed a few buttons, took out a card, and walked back. No direct harm, he said thoughtfully. Too far away. But the large stream of cosmic rays might produce radiation pressure, causing the spacecraft to deviate slightly from its direction. Can the intensity of radiation pressure be calculated? Xiao Ziyan asked anxiously. The accuracy is between 2 orders of magnitude, the professor said sternly. Well, you have to know that there have only been 8 supernovas in the Milky Way ever, and 7 of them occurred before the invention of the telescope. Our research on supernovas is very inadequate. What about extragalactic supernovas? Xiao Ziyan asked. Of course there are many extragalactic supernovae, but you also know that the distance is so far, and there is so little information. Okay, the professor suddenly said affirmatively. I will send all the data to you tomorrow. Girl, tomorrow morning, you go to Mr. Xiao's house and wait. I hope I can give you satisfactory results. Professor Hu Jiue tried very hard to keep them, but Xiao Ziyan and Yulan decided to leave. Yi Ziyan asked the invisible electronic driver to drive the car at a slow speed. Yulan sat beside him. The streetlights on the road shone on them. The sparse shadows of the trees produced a strange effect, as if they were not riding a car, but a spaceship, flying towards the supernova in Cassiopeia. Yulan looked at Xiao Yuan silently. He had aged significantly in the past 3 years. The hard work and the longing for his children had carved deep wrinkles on his forehead like a file. His hair had turned gray, but his eyes looked brighter. His veiny hands on his knees still looked firm and strong. I must make him wait until his children return. Yulan thought. Even if I have to fly to every corner of the universe, I must find him. Xiao Ziyan interrupted her thoughts. Xiaolan, how did you discover the supernova so quickly? I happened to be on campus. Xiao Ziyan turned his head slightly and looked at her questioningly. She understood the meaning of this look, so she told Xiao Ziyan all about her conversation with Ning Yezhong. Xiao Ziyan was silent, then slowly said, what Ning Yezhong said is partially right. Especially the radiation pressure of this supernova may affect the course of the Vostok. To be honest with you, Xiao Lanzi, I still don't have enough confidence. Sometimes I also hesitate. Since Jian and Jilai are lost, I can't send you on that dangerous route. Wasn't it the commander-in-chief who decided this? It's not a decision, it's a suggestion. Xiao Ziyan corrected. I suggest that I be the captain of the forward. No, Yulan almost shouted. Your age, your health. That's not a problem. The only days when I'm overweight are the hardest to bear. Once I get past that. But your heart. Yes, darn heart. Xiao Ziyan said angrily. Humans can conquer the universe, but they cannot conquer their own hearts. That's a machine. Yulan retorted calmly. Even the most sophisticated machine has a warranty period. There is no such thing as a machine that never breaks down. You are very smart. Xiao Ziyan said helplessly. Besides, you are the chief engineer. You also have to design and build. Wait. Xiao Ziyan grabbed Yulan's hand. 1271. Stop. He ordered the electronic driver. The car stopped silently. A vague radio voice came from afar. Turn on the TV, he shouted. With a snap, the excited face of the female TV announcer appeared on the screen. Her voice was a little trembling. The army launched a full-scale offensive against Western Europe on the northern, central, and southern fronts. Xiao Zian looked at Yulan sternly and said, "The inevitable world war has finally broken out." For those in space, the news of war on Earth could not reach them at all. What they were most worried about was that the Vostok had deviated from its original course. Zhong Yabing's measurement showed that it had deviated by 1 degree and 46 minutes. The supernova was still as brilliant as ever. Within 2 or 3 days, it reached its peak brightness. Then it returned to its initial brightness. Within a month, Yabing took tens of thousands of photos and spectral photos. He even measured the blue shift of the spectrum line, that is, the hot outer sheck thrown out by the supernova was spreading outward at a very high speed, and a part of it was facing the direction of the Vostok. Yabing was extremely happy. He spent the whole day analyzing the elements contained in the supernova's outer sheck and how fast it was spreading. His calculations showed that the speed of the supernova's outer sheck expansion was about 1,000 kilometers per second. "Do you know, Jian?" Yabing rubbed his hands, floated to Jian and said, "Do you know, Jian?" Yabing rubbed his hands and floated to Jian and said, "The supernova in 1054 also has an expanding shell, which is also expanding at a speed of about 1,000 kilometers per second. This expanding sheck is called the Crab Nebula." "Yes," Jian continued. "There are records of this supernova in China as early as the Song dynasty, and the Crab Nebula is still expanding." Yaju said with a smile, "What a huge force. After nearly 1,000 years, it is still moving at such a speed." "This is inertia," Jian retorted. "For example, our Vostok has a speed of 40,000 kilometers per second. If it is not affected by other forces, it will still be at this speed after 1,000 years." Flying out from behind, she had recovered enough to move freely, and although she was still very thin, she was obviously recovering. She interrupted, "I don't quite understand what you talking about. A supernova explodes, it expands, and a lot of matter is thrown out. Does the whole matter of the star dissipate? Or is there something left? Let me tell you, your brother is studying cosmic rays. Don't disturb him." Yabing dragged Jilai to the other corner of the cockpit. He picked out a microfilm according to the index, put it into the reader, turned on the light, and an extremely clear and crystal clear photo of the Crab Nebula appeared before his eyes. "This is the Crab Nebula. I know." Jilai just glanced at it and said without interest, "But have you looked closely? There is a small, dim star in the center of this nebula. This is the remnant left by a supernova explosion." "I understand. A big star, after a supernova explosion, throws off a lot of matter. The volume becomes smaller, right? But you have to note that this little star is not an ordinary star. Its light is constantly changing, and the changes are very fast. It can brighten and dim dozens of times in 1 second. It cannot be seen with the naked eye, or even with a telescope. It can only be measured with instruments. The electromagnetic waves it emits also become strong and weak dozens of times in 1 second, just like the beating of a human pulse. That's why it's called a pulsar." "Is it constantly expanding and contracting?" Jilai asked puzzledly. Yabing chuckled. "Besides, no star can expand and contract so quickly. Even the strongest creature would be ruined by just a few tremors. But this little star has existed for nearly 1,000 years. So why does it pulse so fast? In the past, scientists only speculated, but now, I am here to confirm it." Yabing said proudly. "This little star is spinning at a very high speed, 31 rotations per second. Its surface is also modeled. Some places are very bright. Some places are very dark. Some places emit very strong electromagnetic waves, and some places emit very weak electromagnetic waves. In this way, when it rotates rapidly, the light and electromagnetic waves will change rapidly, forming pulses. It spins so fast 31 times a second. Won't the star collapse?" "No. I chose this day because this star is very small. Its diameter is only about 20 kilometers, which is about the same as a mountain on Earth, but its density is very high. The material that makes up this star weighs 100 million tons per cubic centimeter." These figures left Jilai dumbfounded. She could not imagine how high the density of 100 million tons per cubic centimeter was. She also could not understand what kind of material could reach such a high density. Zhong Yabing gave her an answer immediately. "The matter we see in daily life is made up of atoms. You have probably seen an image of an atom. right? There is an atomic nucleus with electrons orbiting around it. There is a large gap between the electrons and the atomic nucleus, just like there is a large gap between the sun and the planets in the solar system. The matter that makes up an ordinary star is roughly the same. However, when a supernova explodes, it will generate a huge force. On the one hand, the outer layer of matter is thrown out, and on the other hand, the internal matter is violently squeezed, and the electrons are squeezed into the atomic nucleus. Then, you know that the atomic nucleus is made up of neutrons and protons. Neutrons are uncharged, and protons are positively charged. After the positively charged electrons squeeze in, they combine with protons to become neutrons. In this way, there is no space in the atom, and the entire atom is made up of neutrons. So this kind of star is called a neutron star. Is there a neutron star at the center of the Crab Nebula? Did this Cassiopeia supernova also leave behind a neutron star after its explosion? Jili asked again. We can't detect it yet. Yabing shook his head and said, the supernova has just exploded. We have to wait until the explosion is over and the outer shell expands to a very large size, and thus becomes very thin, before we can see whether there is a neutron star. After a while, Jili asked again, is there any celestial body in the universe with a density greater than that of a neutron star? Yes. Black hole. What hole? Jili didn't hear clearly. Black hole. Yabing said word by word. For example, if our sun were to shrink into a sphere with a diameter of 3 kilometers, its density would reach several hundred billion tons per cubic centimeter, which is hundreds of times that of a neutron star. Then, the light from the sun would be attracted by the strong gravitational force and could not escape. It would appear completely black, and anything near it would fall into it, so it is called a black hole. We, the Vostok, are going to fly near it? It will fall in too. Yabing said calmly. Can't you come out again? Unless there's some kind of explosion. Jian couldn't help but interrupt. Black holes are a purely theoretical prediction, and they haven't been found yet. I just want to find 1 or 2 black holes. Yabing said confidently. Since the black hole is completely black, how can you see it? Jili asked again. It can be detected indirectly. For example, the matter around it will fall towards its center. When it reaches the surface of the black hole, it will become very hot, form a disk, and emit strong gamma rays. What rays? Gamma rays, a very penetrating form of radiation. We can detect them. You not telling the whole story, Yabing. Jian corrected. Not all black holes have very high density. If the sun becomes a black hole, it will certainly have a very high density. But the sun will not become a black hole. If there is a star that will eventually form a black hole, this star must have been much larger than the sun. In short, the larger the celestial body, the smaller the density it needs to have when it becomes a black hole. Yabing clapped his hands. That's right. Jian, I've never seen you read a book on literature. Where do you get this knowledge? I heard you. Jian laughed. This is nothing more than a logical deduction. Since the condition for the formation of a black hole requires that its gravity is strong enough to attract light, that is, objects moving at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second, then the size and density of the black hole can be calculated. Yabing looked at Jian with approval and said, You have a really good brain. I thought hard for a long time before I understood this. I've been thinking about this for a long time, too. But, I say, Yabing, the most important thing right now is to keep determining our direction. Okay, I'll measure it every day and report to you. Okay? Okay, Jian said with satisfaction. The supernova gradually dimmed. But 8 months later, it was still visible to the naked eye, like a dim little star. Yabing indeed made astronomical measurements every day and found that the Vostok was still slightly off course, but the degree of deviation was getting smaller and smaller. At the end of the 8th month, the spacecraft had deviated from its original course by 2 degrees and 7 minutes. So, the trajectory of the Vostok is a spiral line? Jian said thoughtfully. However, the angle of deviation will probably not increase any further, said Yabing. Yes. Jian said affirmatively. The amount of cosmic rays has almost returned to the state before the supernova burst. Do you think it is a good thing or a bad thing? Yabing asked. I can't explain it clearly, Jian said hesitantly. We have deviated from our course, and it will be difficult for people on Earth to find us. But this deviation will also make us draw a large arc in the universe. Finally, one day we will return to the vicinity of the solar system. Don't you think so? No, Yabing said firmly. The original trajectory of the Vostok was a straight line. Now it has deviated by just over 2 degrees, but it is still a straight line. Although the direction has changed, it will not bend back to the solar system, unless… Jian looked at Yabing, waiting for him to continue. Unless the deviation angle reaches 180 degrees, we can fly back to the solar system directly. But this is impossible. Jian was silent. After a while, he said slowly, Yabing, have you ever thought about this? After our Vostok left the solar system, it became a celestial body in the Milky Way? Yes. The Milky Way itself is a spiral galaxy. No celestial body in this galaxy moves in a straight line. It always revolves around the center of the Milky Way. But before the supernova, we were basically flying toward the center of the galaxy. That just means that the trajectory of our spacecraft is an oblong ellipse. Jian said calmly. One end of the ellipse is the solar system, and the other end is the nucleus at the center of the Milky Way. The movement of our Vostok in the Milky Way is just like the movement of a comet in the solar system. Let's just say that. Yabing couldn't help but admire Jian's methodical analysis. And now the radiation from the supernova is equivalent to giving us an external force, causing us to accelerate. How much? Yabing asked hurriedly. Not much. Right now we are at 41,200 kilometers per second. Oh, it's faster to leave the Earth, Yabing said dejectedly. But the orbit has also changed. The faster we go, the more elongated the orbit becomes. And one day we finally return to where we started. How many years later? At least 550,000 years. Hey, Jilai, who was listening attentively to their discussion, shouted, what does 550,000 years mean to us? Unless there is an elixir of life. Yabing said humorously. There is no elixir of life, and we don't need to fly for 550,000 years. In fact, we don't even need to fly to the center of the Milky Way. We can just pass by a star on the way, use its gravity, go around it in a circle, and then go back, said Jian. What kind of stars can we encounter? Yabing asked hopefully. This is your mission. You will keep a close eye on what stars lie in our path. It's all too far. There may be something closer, not very bright, or not bright at all, or even a black hole. Then we can't go around it in a circle, but fall into it. No, we just need to stay away from it. Jian said comfortingly. But how can you steer the Vostok farther or closer? You don't have a drop of fuel. Aren't there cosmic rays? Don't you know how powerful the thrust of cosmic rays can be? Can you control cosmic rays? Jian ignored the question and continued talking. Today, it takes a lot of fuel to accelerate or decelerate our spacecraft. However, in a space without gravity, it doesn't take a lot of thrust to just change the direction of our Vostok. Then the three of us will go outside and use our hands to push the spaceship and make it turn around. Yabing said jokingly. You think it's impossible? Jian raised his eyebrows and asked. We can push the east to deflect a small angle. But it's a waste of effort, because when we push the spacecraft, we are pushed away. We can use the spacesuit's jet thrusters to fly back to the spacecraft. Yabing suggested. I've calculated it. Jian said calmly. The small amount of fuel in the jet propeller is not enough, but we don't want to go out again. Save this little bit of fuel. If we have the opportunity to get close to a star at the critical moment, this little bit of fuel may enable the Vostok to fly back to the solar system under the combined force of the star's gravity and our only little power. Everything must be calculated very accurately, and the force must be used very cleverly. It seems that our results have to rely on mechanics, Yabing said with a smile. Jian corrected him. Rely on science. On Earth, Ning Yezhong joined the army in the first few days of the war. 3 months later, when the powerful Siberian Bears quickly defeated the Western European coalition forces under the connivance of the Munich policy and marched eastward, Yulan was drafted into the army. The young female soldier joined the ballistic missile unit. She put on her military uniform, looking heroic, and went to say goodbye to Xiao Ziyan and Aunt Xiao. I'm leaving too, Xiao Ziyan whispered to her. Too. The underground ballistic missile factory. We're going to beat this overbearing bear hard. They were standing in front of the window. The place where the Advance was originally moored had become a ruin. Since the night when the news of the outbreak of war was heard, the spacecraft project was stopped, and the photon rocket engine was installed in the military missile. In fact, once the war broke out, any aerospace plan had to be suspended, because along with the battlefield on the ground, the battle between satellites and rockets also broke out in the outer space. The aerospace city was also the first target to be attacked by medium-range missiles, and almost all important equipment was razed to the ground. Looking at this scene, Yulan felt sad. Xiaozian seemed to have guessed Yulan's intention. He comforted her and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as the stone is there, the fire will not go out. As long as people are alive, we will build better and faster spacecraft in the future. What I regret is that the front didn't have time to fly away, so Jian, Jilai, and the others had to." He was stunned. Yulan said firmly, "Uncle Xiao, the war will not last long. The enemy is very isolated and will be drowned in the vast ocean of the people's war around the world. Then, we will rebuild the space city and welcome the 3 astronauts who have returned victoriously." "I hope so," Xiao Ziyan said excitedly. Aunt Xiao came forward with tears in her eyes. "Child, take care of yourself." The war did not develop as fast as Yulan imagined. In more than a year, she fought in various battlefields. The young female soldier became a platoon leader and then a deputy company commander. Now Yulan has not only become more mature and rich in rocket technology, but also in her inner world. What a magnificent school war is. It uses severe and hard gears to grind away the weakness of intellectuals. The dusty Yulan looks more upright and beautiful in the smoke. However, even in the days of war, she still misses the Vostok running in the distant interstellar space and the passengers on it. She has no idea where the spaceship has reached. However, she even lost contact with Xiao Ziyan's family and her own mother. No wonder she felt so strange when she suddenly received a letter from Ning Yezhong one day. "Hey, in the midst of war, a letter from an acquaintance is so precious." She opened it and read it. "Yulan, I finally found out your military postal number. Do and ask me how I got it. Anyway, if you receive this letter, it proves that I do have neutrino telegraph first. I'm currently working on it, but I'll start from the beginning." This guy, Yulan frowned. How can he tell others about such a confidential work, and even more so through a letter? What if the letter falls into the hands of the wrong people? My first day in the army, I had no idea what I was going to do. Troops don't want them. But they said, "Give you a pair of infrared glasses, you will become a sharpshooter." "Okay, wear them." I was just kidding. The army chief asked, "You study high-energy physics?" "Great. High-energy is needed. High-level energy is used to destroy the enemy. They asked me to build nuclear weapons or something, but they didn't ask me to do communications." He also gave me a long lecture on the importance of wartime communications. I don't need to repeat it. Anyway, you understand? But I still don't know what the signal soldiers have to do with high-energy physics. What does it matter? Later, I quickly figured it out. To study the use of high-energy nuclei to carry the message is not transmitted by ordinary electromagnetic waves, or even microwaves. The enemy can easily intercept it. Use high-energy particles, fast, convenient, directional, confidential. Neutrinos are the best. They have strong penetrating power and cannot be blocked by mountains or dense forests. Fortunately, I had learned a little bit. So, we produced the neutrino telegraph. Maybe next time, I'll just send you a letter using the neutrino telegraph. But I don't want to tell you that what I do all day is conveying military mobilization orders, deployments, and sending intelligence. You have no interest in these. It's interesting, and it also involves confidentiality, so I can't say more. He also knows how to keep secrets, this doctor. Yulan thought happily. I'm telling you I can only tell you one person. Why? I don't want to anyway. I can only tell you about my discovery. That is, neutrino beams can at the speed of light, without being blocked by any mountains or rivers. It can even be used to communicate in outer space. The words universe struck Yulan like lightning. She read on in a hurry. I thought of the Vostok, which had undoubtedly flown far. If it is still safe, my neutrino telegraph can communicate with it. It doesn't even need a receiver, it just needs a device to receive radiation. I remember you said that there is such equipment on the Vostok. And since my neutrino telegraph can transmit a message in 1,000th of a second, as many telegrams as paper were sent out, it was possible that this means that no matter where the Vostok is flying, wherever we go, as long as we know its approximate location, we can find it in a very short time. Contact it within time. That's great. Yulan was so excited that she shed tears. How she wanted to hold the letter and sing and dance in front of Uncle Xiao. Ning Yezhong, well done. Since the neutrino beam is highly directional, as long as the E signal can receive the signal we send, we can measure its accuracy. In the direction will not exceed 1,000th of an arc second. In short, I have spent a lot of time looking for the Eastern cause. This is all for you. Yes, your image still often appears before me. Perhaps, to you, it sounds ridiculous on the battlefield. What nonsense! Moreover, I already knew that your heart already belongs to someone who is now running in the universe. My enthusiasm is just a flower without fruit. I am willing to accept it. War is cruel. Even if both of us survive the war, I will never say this to you again. I love you. Ning Yezhong. There was no date, return address, or military postal number. Perhaps it was written a long time ago. Yulan was deeply moved by the letter. She was immersed in a complex mixture of great joy and deep regret. She wiped her tears and spread out the letter. Tell Uncle Xiao about the neutrino telegraph mentioned in Ning Yezhong's letter, so that the old man can also share this glimmer of hope. The 3 passengers on the Orient had no idea that they would soon be caught in another disaster. Yabing measured the course every day. The Vostok was still drifting away from its original course, but the deviation was less than 1/10 of an arc second per day. His telescope was now pointed directly in front of the spacecraft most of the time, hoping to encounter a star. He was very convinced by Jian's analysis that as long as they used the gravity of a star, their spacecraft could circle around and return to its original path. But there were no stars directly in front of the Vostok. At first, Yabing thought this was to be expected, because the 3 stars closest to the solar system are all on the port side of the spacecraft. In the direction of Sagittarius, he searched through the star catalog, but could not find a relatively close star in the current direction of the Vostok. This area happened to be one of the areas with the sparsest stars in the sky. The spacecraft has left the place facing the central core of the Milky Way, and is now nearly 10 degrees away from the galactic plane. The Milky Way is roughly a circle. The surface it forms is called the galactic plane. 10 degrees away from the galactic plane is about 10 degrees away from the central line of the Milky Way. So, Yabing pointed the telescope straight ahead and used a long exposure method, 24 hours, 48 hours, 96 hours. He fully utilized the advantages of the Space Astronomical Telescope, but there was still no star on the film, just a complete blackness. This surprised Yabing greatly. He believed that there should be stars in any direction, but most of them are very far away, and we cannot see them. And if a star point cannot be found in a certain area of the sky, even with the best telescopic photography method, then there must be a dark object in this area that blocks the light of all the bright celestial bodies behind it. What is this dark object? A dark nebula? A black dwarf? Or maybe a black hole? These thoughts came to his mind and made him break out in a cold sweat. He had decided to learn from Jian and not to make rash conclusions before thinking it over. He also did not want to cause emotional fluctuations among his companions, especially Jilai. He observed day by day, took photos, and took spectra with a spectrograph. Of course, no spectral bands were captured in the sky directly in front of him. The runner-up is becoming more and more helpless. At this time, Jian took the initiative to find him. What have you discovered, astronomer? Jian was still in a good mood, but his deep and bright eyes were filled with confusion. There is not a single star ahead. Yabing said bluntly. There is no radiation either. Jian said hesitantly. Except for the slightly more cosmic rays in the direction of the supernova, the number and intensity of cosmic rays in other directions are similar. Only right in front of us, there is no radiation at all, just like a wall. Is there something blocking the way ahead? Jian stared into Yabing's eyes. What do you think it is? Could it be a black hole? Yibing jumped up, immediately rose to the top of the cockpit, and then bounced down. No. Jian said affirmatively. If the black hole was right in front of us, its huge gravity would accelerate our spacecraft. But it doesn't now. Black dwarf? Yabing continued to guess. You mean the kind of stars that have run out of energy, that no longer shine, and that are very small? No. This is a large area of sky. Then it can only be an interstellar cloud. Said Jian thoughtfully. But this must be a very dense, but not very large, interstellar cloud, and all the information from the celestial bodies behind it cannot be transmitted. But I read in a book that the density of interstellar clouds is very small, with only tens to hundreds of atoms per cubic centimeter. The form of matter can't be so uniform. Jian said meaningfully. Let's assume that this is a dense dark nebula that absorbs all radiation. Have you measured how far away it is from us? Yabing shook his head. I measured this with a laser, and it's about 10 billion kilometers away from us. What? Yabing jumped up again, but this time Jian held him back. Less than 3 days' voyage? Yes, Jian said calmly. We must be prepared. Who knows what is in the interstellar cloud? We may have to go through a severe test. What about Jilai? Hey, Jilai, let's discuss it. Yabing swiftly flew toward the carrier cabin, and he sneered. He pointed out to Jian, who was also approaching. It turned out that Jilai was floating in the air in a ridiculous way and fell asleep. Jian rushed over and pulled her sleeve. She suddenly opened her eyes. You guys broke my dream, she said happily. I dreamed that we went back to my grandmother's house in Shanghai, and we had dinner together. There were you, my brother, and Yabing. She stopped talking when she saw the serious expressions on Jian and Yabing's faces. What happened? She asked quietly. Let's have a meeting. Jian pulled her to the cockpit sofa. You'd better fasten your belt. Here's what's going on. He briefly explained the current situation. I guess this is an extremely dense interstellar cloud. Or it may be a star that is being formed, it just hasn't emitted light or infrared rays yet. But is it only the outer layer that is dark? Or is it like this all the way to the center? We don't know. In addition, is there turbulence inside? I don't think it's stagnant. What is turbulence? Jilai asked, holding his cheeks with both hands. Yabing answered on behalf of Jian. Interstellar clouds are made up of gas and dust. They are not peaceful inside. Their density is uneven, and the turbulent speeds of different parts are different. Therefore, some places are denser and some places are thinner. It is possible that some local vortices will form. I see. It's like an eternal whirlpool. In short, Jian concluded, we will enter this interstellar cloud in 3 days. We must take it seriously. This is not empty space. This is an unknown material world. We must work together and strive hard to overcome difficulties no matter what the conditions. First, everyone must abide by discipline. Ji came to look at his brother and smiled shyly. Second, everyone, take your positions. Yabing, strengthen the telescope observation. I will be responsible for measuring the radiation intensity, gravity, temperature. Next, record various data and keep a good diary. I write every day, Jilai said with a pout. Be more detailed and precise. Jian said seriously. I've read your diary. Nothing happened today. The 3 of us read books all day. Yabing squeezed the food from the tube into his neck while eating, and everyone laughed. Don't we encounter supernovas or interstellar clouds every day? Jilai defended. Okay, Jian said conciliatory. It's also good to write some life scenes. In the future you can publish a book, Diary of a Female Astronaut. Why 1? Aren't there 3 astronauts? Jilai corrected. This time Jilai has the upper hand. Yabing said happily. Jilai carefully wrote in his diary on a glass screen with neat handwriting. September 14th is my birthday. Why am I still writing this? What? We've been in an interstellar cloud for 3 days. This isn't even a nebula. It was a vat of slime. We could no longer see any stars, and we could only feel there were turbulent undercurrents on both sides, sometimes pushing our Vostok forward. Sometimes we pushed back, sometimes we threw up, sometimes we dropped. We became a storm. My brother asked me to note the speed of the Vostok, which was always changing. One moment it was 42,250 kilometers per second, and within a few minutes, it became 41,083 kilometers per second. In a blink of an eye, another 43,827 kilometers had passed. Yabing was also unable to locate the position because he was looking for there was not even one star. But we felt that the direction of Vostok was always are we caught in turbulence. September 18th, the situation is still the same. My brother asked me to keep a diary every day. What should I remember? How many compressed biscuits did Yabing eat? I washed my bath? Yabing shaved his brother's head? The situation in space is still the same. We are a ship sailing on rough waters. No, not a ship, submarines, because waves come from all directions, while ships float on the water. My brother had already ordered us to be tied tightly to the sofa. Now let's go to the transport cabin. To get food or go to the bathroom. You were flying. The spaceship fell down and my head hit the top of the cabin, causing severe pain. Jiyun. September 30th tomorrow is National Day. What is happening on Earth? What? Hang lanterns? Put up red silk? Prepare cultural performances? I said we also celebrate. My brother said, okay, let's sing a song each and talk about our feelings. My brother pressed the button himself and read the diary I had written for more than half a month. I would hear him praise me. Okay, you are a writer. Was it irony or encouragement? Incentive? I can't tell. Yabing just laughed. Silly guy. But his heart, I can see through like an X-ray. October 12th, the whole month. The situation outside is still the same. But my brother said that there was some progress. He was referring to his scientific research. It is believed that electronic instruments can record every bump, deceleration, acceleration, and turn, then automatically draws the movement of the Vostok in space based on these numbers. Can't tell how he drew it. In space? Can it be represented by a plane diagram? October 15th, though, that's the holographic movie. How could I forget it? Spacecraft. Holographic photography can show its three-dimensional movement in space, makes you feel as if you are actually there. Our own Vostok on the screen, in space. It draws a winding trajectory, just like a ship in the stormy waves. November 15th, these days are so busy. Yabing has a new hair. He used some extremely sophisticated instrument to find out that this interstellar cloud emits very weak infrared light. The thought that we are inside a star is very strange. I felt uncomfortable all over. However, Yabing said that this interstellar cloud still needs to pass tens of millions of years. Takes years to become a star. I don't care. My brother said, we are in turbulence. These turbulences are likely to form small lumps. The small bumps gradually grow larger, which are the planets orbiting the future stars. Star that is, the Earth. Sniff. We live on someone else's Earth. My brother laughed at my fantasy for going too far. I said, no matter what, my own Earth there is not enough space to live in. So why would we care about other people's Earth? Beautiful. There are blue sky, white clouds, green trees, green mountains, gurgling water. Chirping. Is there any chirping of birds here? Nothing. It's been almost 4 years. Forget your own Earth. The following diary entry was written by Jian. December 4th, I want to write this diary myself. To record I have some thoughts, maybe just some immature thoughts. It is possible to measure the motion of Vostok in the interstellar cloud. Indeed in a turbulent flow, but for it to form a planet, it must be at least 30 million years from now. We won't have to worry about this. Just like the one we are in now. Astrophysicists on Earth have long discussed the unaccounted for mass. This means that according to the formula of interstellar dynamics, there is another some of this material has not been discovered, and this part of the material must be in a state where it does not emit any radiation. Black holes are one type, but there won't be too many of them. They have to be big. Only small stars will form black holes in the late stages of their evolution, but very large stars will not. Too much. Probably most of the unaccounted for mass is in dark nebulae. They are everywhere. There are more of them than we thought, and more than we thought. Much denser than the sun, thus, they block a large portion of the there must be a lot of such interstellar clouds near our solar system. The piece of its belly we are currently hiding in is of this type. Would it block the light of a nearby star? By astronomers on Earth, the nearest star is Proxima Centauri. It is 4.2 light-years away from us. Is it because it is blocked by interstellar clouds that we can't see it? I guess, as long as if you break out of this dark nebula, you will definitely see a nearby, dazzling star. The star is right before our eyes, and we are saved. However, There is one thing that worries me. Due to the stickiness of the darn interstellar cloud, our Vostok is slowing down. It is already only 34,200 kilometers per second. If the interstellar cloud is large, we will lose a lot of speed, or even lose speed completely. Spend. A light year is the distance that light travels in 1 year. 1 light year is approximately equal to 10 trillion kilometers. What should we do then? Jilai asked hurriedly after reading this. Then we will never get out of this interstellar cloud. What happens next? Later, the interstellar cloud will wrap us up, or we will become part of it. A planet, or it was melted by high temperature and became the original material of the star. Sun. What a terrible ending, Jilai exclaimed. Yabing said with relief, this interstellar cloud is not that big. We measured it a day and a half before entering it. If it is roughly spherical, we will be able to rush through it in more than a year. It's so dense, it can't be anything but spherical, Jian pointed out. More than a year. Jilai frowned and said, I'm tired of this kind of life. Put your mind on studying, Jian said solemnly. Lenin read a lot of books in prison. How can we compare with the Tsar's prison here? The war ended with the aggressor's shameful defeat, and people gradually returned to their peaceful lives. Ning Yezhong returned to the aerospace city. The ruins had been cleared, the tall tower cranes were spinning in the air, and planes were landing one after another on the newly leveled airport runway, carrying construction equipment, machines, and food. He asked about Yulan, and it turned out that she had returned a long time ago and participated in the reconstruction of the forward. Yulan is now a 23-year-old, dignified, and mature girl. She is stunningly beautiful, and the baptism of war has given her a heroic look. Ning Yezhong found her at the construction site of the spacecraft. She ran over, held Ning Yezhong's hands for a long time, shaking them, looking at Ning Yezhong's unshaven face with her bright eyes, and said kindly, Why didn't you write down your military postal number? I can't reply even if you tell me. I've talked to Uncle Xiao about your neutrino telegraph, and he's quite interested. By the way, where are you staying? A guest house? Go back, shave, change your clothes, and come with me to Uncle Xiao's house for dinner, okay? Ning Yezhong stood awkwardly, chuckling. Go, Yulan said softly. If you can get in touch with the East, Uncle Xiao will be very grateful to you. Me too. Xiao Ziyan had aged noticeably. During the war, he worked in a missile factory deep underground and had been away from sunlight for a long time, so his hair turned gray. But he was still energetic. The old couple lived in the communication room of the circular conference hall in the aerospace city. After the catastrophe of the war, only one corner of the house was destroyed, and now it has been hastily restored. Xiao Ziyan was very happy to see Ning Yezhong, who, like Zhong Yabing, was a good friend of Jian. At the dinner table, Xiao Ziyan asked about the neutrino telegraph. The blueprints are all in the Signal Corps headquarters. Ning Yezhong explained. Due to confidentiality rules, I didn't bring them back. We can get them with a letter of introduction, or simply borrow one to use first. But it's been 6 years since the Vostok was launched. Its orbital elements must have changed significantly. Can we still find any trace of it? Xiao Ziyan asked hopefully. Ning Yezhong answered very straightforwardly. During the war, I did an experiment where I could scan a square arc-second of sky in 1,000th of a second. Xiao Ziyan pondered, but Yulan calculated faster than him. We only need to scan an area of 30 arc squares, which is 900 square arcs. It will take at most 4.5 months. We have to work day and night, Ning Yezhong added. Of course we work day and night, racing against time to recover from the trauma of war. What construction project doesn't do this? But, Ning Yezhong hesitated. Spaceship? You mean the forward? No problem, it will be built in another year. Yulan answered very cheerfully. First, we need to contact the lost people. Oh, Yezhong, what a great achievement you have made. If you find Jian and the others, we will award you a medal. Said solemnly, of course, this is first of all a scientific innovation and a new achievement in conquering the universe. Some people say that to restore the national economy after the war, the first thing to do is to build houses. To improve people's lives and interstellar travel, let's put it aside for now. Others say that it has been 6 years since the Vostok flew out, and there is no news of it. How can we find it in the vast space? Rebuilding the Fram is nothing but a waste of the country's urgently needed funds. Ning Yezhong listened anxiously. This was exactly what he wanted to say but didn't dare to say. Xiao Ziyan became serious. Yes, we must first heal the wounds of war and restore the national economy, but should scientific research be started immediately? Accelerators, nuclear fusion, artificial synthetic life, electronic brains, interstellar travel, these cutting-edge sciences can drive our entire science and technology to a new level. The launch of the Forward is not only to find the Vostok, but more importantly to open up the field of aerospace research outside the solar system, explore new unknown worlds, and bring our understanding of the objective material world to a new level. Oh, the war is over, and a new war has begun. This is a competition of science and technology. It's still the old saying, if you fall behind, you will be beaten. If you defeat the old revisionists, there will be new overlords, new superpowers, and new sources of war. If we don't work hard to develop science and technology, is it okay? As for me, Jian and Jilai have been away for 8 years. I saw how many good young people sacrificed in the war. Even if they really sacrificed for the cause of science, what's the point? Xiao Ziyan, who was ignited by passion, became younger, and his eagle-like sharp eyes regained the glittering spirit of his youth. He took out a cigarette case, handed one to Ning Yezhong, lit one himself, and continued. Let's talk about your invention. Finding the Vostok was not to help me find my children, but a groundbreaking invention in aerospace science. Yulan asked for a medal for you, and I think you deserve it. Just think about it. It's such a great thing to be able to find a celestial body 7.5 trillion kilometers away that is only 180 meters long and 80 meters in diameter, about the size of a small planet, and moving at a speed of 40,000 kilometers per second. Isn't this the pinnacle of science? Which country or person in the world has ever solved this problem? Few short sentences made Ning Yezhong feel hot all over. He threw away the unlit cigarette, stood up, and spoke. You are sending someone on a business trip, and I will accompany him and borrow a machine. I'll go with you, Yulan said cheerfully, reaching out to help him sit down. But don't worry. I'm still a little confused. I have no doubt that your neutrino signal can reach them, as long as they are in space. If they are not in space, then where are they? You nerd. Yulan mocked him. And heck? No. Assuming they receive your signal, they will definitely be able to get it. Ning Yezhong interrupted again. I've said I have no doubts. The question is, what will they say? Ning Yezhong hesitated. Do they have normal microwave communications equipment? Some. Is it powerful? Not much. Xiao Ziyan interrupted the conversation. The Vostok is planned to go to Mars. There is already a high-power microwave communication device on Mars. Ning Yezhong remained silent. If they can't answer, how can you locate them? Yulan continued to ask. Xiao Ziyan chuckled. Even if they could answer, you still wouldn't be able to locate them. You know, it takes 9 months for your neutrino beam to reach Vostok, and another 9 months for you to receive their reply signal. I don't know where they went during this year and a half. Oh my, Ning Yezhong cried. I have no practical idea of interstellar travel. So, Yulan continued calmly. The neutrino telegraph is still useful. First, you can send out signals continuously. If they receive them, they can calculate the orbit of the Vostok based on the interval time and direction changes of the signals. If possible, they will reply to us. Second, a neutrino telegraph should also be installed on the Forward, so that it will have a reliable radar during the search process. Xiao Ziyan said calmly. That's exactly what I thought. Yulan said happily. Uncle Xiao, I suggest that Yizhong be assigned to work at the Space Administration. He is such a valuable talent for the aerospace industry. Ning Yezhong smiled shyly. I know nothing about aerospace technology. Xiao Ziyan stood up and said seriously, Go ahead. I fully support you. I will report to the Commander-in-Chief today. To describe Ning Yezhong's invention, perhaps a monograph of hundreds of thousands of words would be necessary. But to briefly describe the main points of this invention, only a few sentences will do. The whole secret is that neutrinos are a kind of elementary particles. They are not charged, so they do not participate in electromagnetic interactions. They do not participate in strong interactions, but only in weak interactions. Therefore, they can pass through almost any substance. Neutrinos deep in the sun can easily penetrate the radius of the sun and directly hit the Earth. After reaching the Earth, they can not only penetrate the atmosphere and clouds, but also the soil and rock layers. Neutrinos can be found in the deepest mines. It is conceivable how much Xiao Ziyan and Yulan valued this instrument. Not only did they borrow a neutrino telegraph from the Signal Corps headquarters, but they also built a laboratory for Ning Yezhong, allowing him to study how to further increase the intensity of the neutrino beam and greatly increase the resolution so that such a high-speed moving spacecraft can be found among various meteoroids, dust, and gas in the vast universe. In fact, this is the world's first neutrino space detector. October, all the work was completed. The autumn of this year was very warm. Some people said that this was because the war consumed so much energy and raised the temperature of the Earth's atmosphere. The royal poinciana trees, which were originally planted in the tropics, were still blooming with bright red, slender flowers in the autumn of the northwest, and the beetles were still chirping and flying around. The plump little river showed no sign of drying up and was still flowing. There is no trace of the war. Everything is done at a high speed. High-speed recovery, high-speed construction, and high-speed development. Modern science and technology have armed the hands of the hard-working people, and miracles have been created. The city has been rebuilt, but it is not exactly the same as before the war. It has expanded because the desert has retreated further. It is shrinking in a small piece of land far away, waiting for the fate of being annihilated. This is how people build socialism. 2004 base. A new forward towering spire has been erected. The engine has not been installed yet. The electronic equipment is not complete yet, and it is still waiting for the installation of the neutrino telecommunications equipment that is being mass-produced. But the spire has already pointed high up to the blue sky, as blue as the clear ocean. It proudly declares, neither conspiracy nor sabotage nor open war of aggression can stop the revolutionary people from marching victoriously into the depths of the universe. It will take another 4 months to fly away. Yulan is now working as an assistant to Ning Yezhong, testing his new neutrino machine. Xiao Ziyan also comes often. The old man rarely speaks, but observes with a shrewd and expert eye, hums with satisfaction, sits down to smoke a cigarette, and leaves. The commander-in-chief also came several times. During the war, he returned to the army and became a political commissar of a front. He looked younger, and even the tone of his voice was the same. He liked Yulan very much and said, "Bring Xiao back to me intact." "Yes," Yulan replied mischievously. "It's guaranteed not to knock off a single hair." One day, an unexpected guest came to the laboratory. The former head of the regiment, now the division commander Zhong. He was also a man with white hair, but he was still so cheerful and talkative. His troops had been transferred to the Tibetan plateau. This time he came back from Beijing and made a special detour to the space city. Yulan was very happy when she recalled the encounter during the internship flight to the moon. She said enthusiastically, "Uncle Zhong, I will definitely bring Yabing back to you." "Only bring runner-up?" Commander Zhong said jokingly. "Not Xiao Jian?" Yulan's face flushed slightly, but she cleverly changed the subject. "Uncle Zhong, you'd better come with us and see with your own eyes how Yabing flies in the sky." "No," Commander Zhong sighed. "The position is different, but I might send someone." Ning Yezhong was debugging the instrument, and he lowered his head even lower. "Who are you sending?" Yulan was surprised. "We are not waiting for anyone." Commander Zhong walked over, patted Ning Yezhong on the shoulder, and said, "Young man, how is the instrument test going? Do you need an assistant?" Ning Yezhong straightened up, looking embarrassed, and called out, "Uncle Zhong." "That's right." Master Zhong looked at Yi Zhong with satisfaction. "Okay, scientist, goodbye." Yulan stood there, thinking about what Master Zhong had said, but she said nothing. On the first day of starting the machine, the general commander also came. He, Xiao Ziyan, and Engineer Hua stood behind Ning Yezhong and Yulan. When Ning Yezhong put his finger on the button, his hand trembled slightly. "You have to think about it," Zhongqiuwi said in a surprisingly gentle voice. "When you press a button, you launch a missile to destroy the enemy." "Yulan, how many ballistic missiles did you launch during the war?" "I can't remember clearly," Yulan said loudly. She then asked Xiao Ziyan, "Should we first explore the Sagittarius constellation, which is the direction where the Vostok originally flew out? Right ascension 17 hours, 56 minutes, 48 seconds. Declination 20 degrees, 07 minutes, 12 seconds. Xiao Ziyan read out the data in an important place. Yes. Right ascension 17 hours 56 minutes 48 seconds. Declination 20 degrees 07 minutes 12 seconds. Ready. Ning Yezhong made a gesture. Wait a minute. Do you want to scan from this point? No. Xiao Ziyan replied. It should be slightly south and slightly west, facing these two directions. Why? Yulan turned around and raised her eyebrows. Xiao Ziyan whispered. Have you forgotten? That night at the observatory the night the war began? Supernova. Yulan guessed. The supernova is in the northeast. Will it exert radiation pressure on the Vostok? Xiao Ziyan nodded silently. Professor Hu Jiue later gave me his calculation results. He estimated that the Vostok was off by 2 or 3 degrees at most. Oh, Professor Hu Jiue. Yulan remembered everything. The old man has gone abroad. Let's go see him when he comes back. Xiao Ziyan whispered. Let's start. The commander-in-chief's calm voice sounded. Invisible neutrinos pierced the sky like an invisible cone. Within a second, bizarre spots appeared on the screen of the control panel. Atmosphere. Ning Yezhong whispered. But these images disappeared very quickly, and the screen was blank. After half a minute, a dark shadow appeared on the screen irregular, flashing away. Meteor. Ning Yezhong said. It was blank again. Ning Yezhong turned around and spoke to the commander-in-chief and Xiao Ziyan. That's it. I'll leave it on. I've connected the video recorder to record any images and then analyze them through the computer. Maybe we can find undiscovered celestial bodies in the solar system or the surrounding solar system if they happen to come to this area of the sky. He took out his handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his face. What should we do next? Yulan asked blankly. You fly yours. After the advance takes off, start the neutrino depth detector on the spacecraft in the same way. You fly all the way and survey the trace of the Vostok all the way. Xiao Ziyan replied. Then, Yulan raised her eyebrows and asked, what is the connection between the flight of the front and the work of this probe? Xiao Ziyan patiently explained. You can still contact this neutrino detector. If it finds the Vostok, it will notify you in time. In a year and a half? At least. Yulan bit her lower lip. The commander-in-chief said gently, Yulan, the front will take off in 4 months. But you can't expect to catch up with a celestial body that is 7.5 trillion kilometers away. Quickly, the Vostok is already such a celestial body. You have to be prepared to fly for 1 or 2 years, 3 or 5 years, or even longer. Maybe you have to devote your entire youth to it. Perhaps, wouldn't it be better to reconsider it? Yulan's face suddenly turned pale. She uttered these words with great difficulty. Commander, 6 years ago, didn't you make the decision yourself? 6 years ago, the Vostok had just flown away. Even before the war, when the first Fram was built, the Vostok was only 3 trillion kilometers away from us, and the orbital elements did not change much. Now, the distance has increased greatly. And you? Yulan replied calmly. I hope you won't change your decision. Ning Yezhong said earnestly. Yulan, you can quickly calculate that even if the speed of the advance reaches half the speed of light, and you are very accurately facing the Vostok, which is extremely difficult to do, it will take at least 1 year and 7 months to reach your current position. But in fact, after you have been flying for 1 year and 7 months, the Vostok is at least 1/5 of a light year away. So a one-way flight will probably take at least 2.5 years, and a round trip will take 5 years. This is assuming that the flight is very smooth, without even turning a corner. Yulan had calculated this account more than once. She knew very well that the price was indeed huge. However, as the daughter of a martyr, she had developed such a character since she was very young. Once she made a decision, she would never look back. No matter how long and difficult the road was, she would go on. Support me, Ji-un, she said silently in her heart. What did you say when my father died? The important thing is to take over the baton. Keep running. Yes, that's it. Support me and don't waver. The commander-in-chief saw through her inner thoughts from her flickering and changing eyes. Okay, well, okay, he said slowly. Let your youth shine upon this magnificent universe of ours. I reiterate my decision made 6 years ago. That's great, thank you. Yulan said excitedly. Front took off as scheduled. The commander-in-chief said calmly in a slightly hoarse voice. He always said this when making important decisions. Comrade Yulan is responsible for forming the astronaut team. We not only have to find the Vostok, but also plan to explore the interstellar space for the first time in human history. We need to install the best scientific equipment and equip the best scientific researchers, Comrade Xiaozian. You are responsible for this work and help Yulan propose a flight plan and submit it to the headquarters for discussion. Comrade Yulan should be given greater flexibility in terms of the flight period, orbit, scientific research tasks, etc. As for this machine, it must be kept running not only to find the Vostok, but also to have the task of exploring the universe in depth. I agree to transfer Comrade Ning Yezhong to preside over this work. Yes, Yulan answered loudly. Ning Yezhong remained silent. Xiaozian looked at him with sharp eyes. He whispered, "Okay." The commander-in-chief smiled. Comrade Ning Yezhong, a high-energy physicist, can show his talents here. Not only can you use neutrino beams to explore the universe, but you can also make greater contributions to our aerospace industry in your professional field. Yes, Ning Yezhong said with emotion. This is just my preliminary opinion, the commander-in-chief said gently. You go back and study it. Our party committee will also discuss it before making a final decision and submitting it to the higher authorities for approval. Everyone left the lab. Engineer Hor approached Xiaozian and whispered in his ear, "It would be better to let me drive the forward. Yulan is such a grown-up girl." Xiaozian just waved his hand. At the door, Ning Yezhong called out softly, "Yulan, what's up?" He pulled at her sleeve. The two of them fell behind the others. Ning Yezhong whispered, "Last time I was at Uncle Xiao's house, I said that during the war I had experimented with it." "Yes, what?" "I used the intervals between wars to send out many signals. I was not conducting experiments without purpose. I was sending messages to the Sagittarius region. Here is the message." He pulled out a wallet from his jacket pocket and took out a neatly folded piece of paper and handed it to Yulan. "Don't look at it now. Let me tell you one more thing. I sent out these signals exactly 1 year ago." He walked away quickly without looking back. Yulan slowly unfolded a very thin but tough piece of paper and read silently, her heart beating violently. The message reads, Dongfeng, Jian, Yabing, Jilai, send your cordial greetings. Greetings and comrade salute. Please hold on, brave astronauts. Yulan I will lead the forward to rescue you. Ning Yezhong. Also, the war has broken out. The conclusion has been drawn. It is not nuclear weapons that will destroy humanity, but the revolutionary people. Eliminate wars and their sources. Tears welled up in Yulan's eyes. She looked up and saw that Ning Yezhong had disappeared. Xiaozian escorted the commander-in-chief to the car. He walked over with heavy steps and saw Yulan's excited face. He asked repeatedly, "What? What happened?" "Uncle Xiao," Yulan screamed, tightly grasping the thin paper, and threw herself on Xiaozian's shoulder, her face full of tears with excitement. Jilai was very depressed. It had been 4 years since the little leopard died. She had brought the little dog from Earth and raised it in the spaceship, and they had already developed a deep relationship. She only needed to glance at the leopard, and he would know what the mistress was thinking. It was only because of her fault that the accident happened, and she almost lost her life. Ah, the leopard must have turned into a stiff stone and wandered in the universe by now, right? The spacecraft was also in a bad state. After nearly a year, its speed had dropped to only 25,200 kilometers per second, and they had no idea which direction to fly. Her brother promised that his research would soon yield results, then they would be able to get out of this confusing and embarrassing situation. What results? She didn't know, but she believed in her brother without reservation. Before entering the interstellar cloud, and during the year she was there, she had already completed calculus and differential equations, condensed matter physics and plasma physics, as well as astrophysics and relativity. Yabing joked that she had completed at least 2 departments of an ordinary university. But she thought, if you can't use the knowledge you have learned in practical and useful work, what's the point of reading a book all day? Yabing disagreed with this view. Yabing believed that knowledge needs to be stored up, and it would be too late to learn it when it is needed. Besides, on a spaceship that is bumping in the interstellar cloud, what else can you do besides studying? Can you spend your days with melancholy memories? Jian has lost a lot of weight recently. He works endlessly and sleeps very little. His eye sockets are sunken and his cheekbones are prominent. He made a strange-looking machine by hand. Jian has no idea what it is for. Since Jian has announced that no one should go outside the spacecraft, and there is turbulence of gas and dust outside, and if you go out, you may be swept away, then what use is this machine inside the closed walls of the spacecraft? However, the machine finally started. The three of them gathered in front of a screen that was borrowed from the new machine. It had a direct power supply to the new machine. The screen turned on, and they held their breath nervously. However, there was nothing new. There were still large masses of dirty gas floating, swirling, and stirring, just like when they turned on an ordinary TV screen. To be honest, they had seen enough of this scene in the past year. Jilai turned away in annoyance. She was a little disappointed with her brother, but Yabing patted her on the shoulder and asked her to continue watching. The machine started to work, and due to the poor workmanship, it made a rustling sound. This was inevitable for a machine made entirely by hand. Now, a trumpet-like cylinder was facing the roof of the spacecraft, and the screen was on, still showing the swirling gas and twisted lines. GC explained, "This proves that we are not on the original course." Jilai thought about it. She was willing to think for herself now, instead of always asking questions to Yabing like in the past. Undoubtedly, this was an instrument to detect some kind of radiation. If the spacecraft was flying straight forward from the starting point, then the tail of the spacecraft should be facing the sun. At a distance of less than 1 light-year, the sun is of course still the brightest celestial body, but in this turbid dark nebula, she didn't notice that the horn had turned very slowly, gradually to port. 1 degree, 2 degrees. What if there were a kind of radiation that could penetrate this dense dark nebula? Suddenly, Jilai felt a flash of light. No, not on the screen, but in her own mind, her thoughts. Alas, where had her knowledge of high-energy physics gone? Neutrinos. Didn't neutrinos have almost unlimited penetrating power? At Jian's sleeve shyly and asked in a low, questioning voice, "Neutrinos?" Jian nodded slightly without being seen. He concentrated. He was close to the area of the sky he had calculated. A bright spot of the cemetery jumped out on the screen. Of course, it was not very bright and was blurry. But in the turbulent waves, it was like a lighthouse in the thick fog, or a little light far away in the wilderness. The sun. Yabing gasped. "How much?" Jian said sternly. Yabing pressed the button dedicated to his astronomical measurement and immediately read out the degree of declination. "Calculate our orbit immediately," Jian said without turning his head. Yabing returned to his corner. But Jian did not stop turning the instrument, searching for other bright spots 1 arc-second at a time. Jilai is now also interested. Indeed, since the sun, which is 1 light-year away, can be detected, then if there are any stars near the dark nebula, they can certainly be detected as well. 20 minutes passed. Yabing returned to the screen and handed a small piece of paper with numbers written on it to Jian. Jian didn't take it. His hands were shaking. Didn't he predict it? There would be a star in front of the dark cloud. This star might be closer than the well-known neighbor of the sun, Proxima Centauri. It's just that we can't see it on Earth due to the obstruction of the dark nebula. The experiment will confirm or overturn his prediction. He was so excited probably all scholars standing on the threshold of discovery feel this way, right? But it's not just that. If there is a star right in front of them, they may be able to use its gravity to go back the way they came and fly back to the solar system. This is a major event related to the fate of the Vostok. The instrument was spinning. Suddenly, almost directly in front of the spacecraft, a snowflake-like light appeared. "Oh, what is this?" The three of them stared at it, so nervous that they couldn't breathe. Big drops of sweat flowed down Jian's forehead. Jilai took out a handkerchief and wiped it for him. There seemed to be a sun ahead, a sun seen from Earth, only not as round, like a brilliant cloud, a blinding fireball. This bright thing, whatever it was, must be emitting a torrential rain of light. If it was a star, then they would collide face to face in 2 or 3 days. Maybe it's a bright nebula? Yabing guessed. Even bright nebulae are not this bright. Perhaps it is a star that is being formed? GC was reluctant to speculate. What is the point of speculating before getting further information? He slowly left the screen, sat on the sofa, and fell into deep thought. Yabing continued to operate the instrument. The horn turned, and there was another dirty airflow, swirling and stirring. But Yabing was very patient, and he stared intently. He hoped to see other stars, perhaps farther away and brighter, but the universe was so big that there was no reason why it could not be detected. Perhaps he operated the machine a little too fast. He saw another bright spot, which was steady. He was about to call Jian, but Jilai stopped him. The sun, Jilai whispered, pointing to the declination of the instrument. Yes, he was so confused that he turned to the direction of the sun again, and he thought he had discovered a new star. But at this moment, something incredible happened. In the blink of an eye, all the turbid airflow and the bright spot disappeared from the screen. A few lines of words appeared on the screen. Dongfang, Dongfang. Jisai, Yabing, Jilai. Jilai screamed sharply. Yabing shouted with all his strength. Jin. By the unusual sound, Jian jumped up. He looked down from the high cockpit and saw the words on the screen clearly. To rescue you. Ning Yezhong. Also, the war has broken out. Conclusion: it has been decided that it is not nuclear weapons that will destroy humanity, but the revolutionary people who will eliminate war. And the source of war. I give up. Jian is right. I'm waiting on Earth to build a new world together. Smell. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The writing disappeared. Yabing waited patiently, and the turbid waves of the dark nebula returned to the screen. He waited for a minute, 2 minutes, and then turned off the instrument with a snap. It's a pity that the telegram was not recorded, Yabing said dejectedly. Jilai shouted excitedly. What does it matter? The Earth, the motherland, and our loved ones care about us. That's enough. Jian smiled and said, Don't you know that everything shown on the screen of our spaceship is automatically recorded? Look. He turned on the machine and pressed another button. On the bright screen appeared neat lines of words. They were the words that had just appeared miraculously. They were also the neutrino telegram that Ning Yezhong had sent during the war years, and that had made Yulan so excited and grateful. Read it again in silence. The three men suddenly cheered. They jumped, banging their heads against the four walls. They shouted, and at the same time, tears like springs poured out of their eyes without reservation. The three of them embraced each other. Jilai unabashedly kissed his brother, and then Yabing. Yabing's heart was pounding, and he felt his entire soul melting in this joyful atmosphere. For 6 years, they have been lonely wanderers in the universe, without any news from their homeland or relatives. Now they are surrounded by interstellar clouds and can't even see the stars. But suddenly, they see someone calling their names and know that someone is coming to rescue them. What a huge fight for the three young hearts. After the initial impulse passed, they began to discuss it. Comrades have never forgotten us. Yabing was so excited that he even stuttered. Look, we are still at war, but they built a new spaceship to rescue us. Front. What an interesting name. Oh, why do you prefer Sister Yulan again? Jilai kept chattering. She should have graduated from college, and she must have studied rocket engineering. She must be very busy with Dad right now. But, you see, it was Ning Yezhong who sent the telegram. Jian said loudly. He probably also sent it using neutrinos because our instruments can only receive neutrino radiation, and people on Earth may have used neutrino radiation to communicate a long time ago. Shou Yezhong is really amazing. He should be awarded a medal. This doctor, he probably really became a doctor, right? He hasn't forgotten the argument between us. I give up too, Yabing said with a smile. I used to think that warmongers can rant, but they don't dare to take action. My dad, isn't he in the army? Jian asked. Yes, my father is the head of a regiment. He also believes that world war is inevitable. I told him about our argument the other day, and he agreed with you. He is leading the soldiers to charge now, right? Jilai asked. Her knowledge of war was limited to movies and novels. Oh, silly girl, Yabing said affectionately. This is a war of modern science and technology, and you still think it's a fight of bayonets and grenades. We will fight with bayonets and grenades if necessary, Jian said seriously. If you don't believe me, wait for the forward to arrive and we ask. Front. Yabing laughed happily again. Is it true? That message, it's not a dream. You can press the button again and read it again, Jian suggested. Read the telegram again. But how can they find us? Jilai asked hurriedly. Can they know that we are in the dark nebula? Since they can send a telegram, they can find us. Yabing said confidently. Jian pondered. They probably have neutrino transmitters. But we only have receivers. Brother, can't you build a launcher? Jian said slowly. It requires huge energy, but we don't have it. Seeing Jilai's confused face, he added, even if we can't call back, they will find it. 6 years have passed, and the science and technology on Earth have developed to an unknown level. Even the speed of spacecraft is many times faster than the Vostok. Oh, Yabing chuckled. I'm not worried. One day, I'll wake up and find that a new Yunnan spaceship has docked with us, and a slim and beautiful girl will walk in from the hatch. Sister Yuelon, Jilai shouted. Yes, Yabing was very happy. Jian, your Yulan is really great. Look, Yulan will lead the forward to rescue you. Lead? Could she be a general? Jilai, your sister-in-law. Don't talk nonsense. Jian frowned. Don't worry, Yabing laughed. Since she came here on her own, that means she has been waiting for you for 6 years. And the telegram was sent by Yizhong. That is not what I meant, Jian said calmly. But wasn't his heart churning fiercely? After 6 years of separation, when had he ever forgotten this girl he had been close to since childhood, this beautiful and cheerful girl? He had missed her before, but he had suppressed it with great willpower, using endless study, work, and care for his 2 friends. He had not lost such confidence for a single day in the past 6 years. The motherland and his loved ones would extend a helping hand. This time, the neutrino waves that traveled through the distant universe told them that this hand was Yulan's hand, a slender hand with long fingers. GC once said that she should be a pianist. This was the image 6 years ago. Now, this image is more vivid, lively, and real, filling Jian's soul, just like the distant sun that travels through the dense dark nebula. The interstellar cloud gradually thinned out, and it was obvious that it had reached its edge. Now, without the neutrino detector, Yabing's telescope could see the sparse and vague stars in the front half of the sky. There was indeed a large patch of light in front, but it did not increase as the distance approached, indicating that it was not very close. This made Jisai feel a little relieved. Another month passed. Now the Vostok was much slower, as if it had wasted a lot of energy in the interstellar cloud, and its speed was only 22,300 kilometers per second. Jilai kept muttering, this snail? However, this snail finally got rid of the interstellar cloud. In addition to looking to the tail, the interstellar cloud was like a nightmare left in their memory. They saw the starry sky again. The 3 people, like meeting a long-lost relative, turned on all the TV screens and stared at the magnificent cosmic scene for a long time. The Milky Way was passing by obliquely in front of them, almost in front of the spacecraft. A thin stream of the Milky Way suddenly widened and thickened, and in the middle, there was a particularly bright and dazzling object. Yes, this was exactly the large bright spot seen in the neutrino detector, just like a bright sun suddenly rising in a clear night. It turns out that this is the core of the Milky Way. We cannot see the core of the Milky Way from Earth because it is blocked by dark nebulae. The core of the galaxy. This is the most magnificent spectacle in the universe. Millions, billions, and tens of billions of stars are densely packed together, emitting strong light. Of course, the Vostok is still more than 30,000 light-years away from it, but its light can even illuminate the shadows of 3 space travelers on the TV screen. Yabing rotated his telescope, by remote control, of course, and pointed the tube at the core of the Milky Way. Now it was very clear on the screen. The stars were densely packed, in clusters, and tangled together. Between the stars, there were jets of gas, like some thin ribbons, tightly wrapping these stars. Some of the gas had already escaped from the core of the Milky Way. Yabing was so absorbed in the scene that he didn't notice that Jian was calling him. Yabing, Jian said thoughtfully, don't you think that such a bright galactic nucleus would produce extremely strong radiation? Of course. Yabing answered without hesitation. Jian frowned and said, can you measure its radiation pressure? Why? Have you forgotten the supernova that year? Oh yes, Yabing said, scratching his head. It will put pressure on our Vostok. I'll measure it right away. Also pay close attention to changes in course. Brother, Jilai called out. Do you think the core of the Milky Way has a very large mass? Of course, it is equivalent to the mass of more than 10 billion suns. Well, can it attract our spacecraft? Yes, but at great distances the attraction is very weak. The force of gravity decreases in proportion to the square of the distance. Is the gravitational pull of the Milky Way nucleus greater on us, or is the pressure of the radiation greater? GC pondered for a while and said, yes, gravity brings us together, and radiation pressure pushes us apart. At this time, Yabing happened to report his measurement results. We've gone half a degree to the left. That's radiation pressure, GC said happily. His idea was confirmed. If so, Jilai said, the radiation pressure will eventually turn our direction 180 degrees? Then do we have to go into the dark nebula again? Yabing said with annoyance. Jian answered slowly. Can the radiation pressure really be that strong? I'd better do the math. The last supernova explosion only deflected our course by 2 or 3 degrees. Yes, Jilai also pondered. The radiation from a supernova explosion may only be a few thousandths or tens of thousandths of the radiation from the Milky Way's nucleus, but a supernova is also much closer. Is that right? But Jian's attention was quickly diverted. Not long after, Yabing reported to him again. The spacecraft had deflected 48 arc minutes. He stood up and floated to the front of the telescope. Now it can be seen that the brightest part of the Milky Way core is slightly to the right front. But wait, why is there a bright star here? A blue, very, very bright star? It is about 1 degree away from the most densely populated part of the Milky Way core. They must have only paid attention to the Milky Way core before and did not notice this very close star. This discovery made Wayne's heart beat fast. He had a feeling that his conjecture would be confirmed. A star very close to the sun was about to be discovered. He stared at it intently. Yes, this blue star was very bright and very big. It could even be said that it was not a star but a small sun. They had not discovered it before, only because it was just against the bright background of the core of the Milky Way. But now, as the Vostok flew forward, the angle changed, and this blue sun was revealed. And it could also be proved that this was a very close star. Jian observed and recorded in silence. Then he buried his head in calculations. When he observed the bright blue star again, he found that its round surface had become larger, and, how strange, it was not round at all. It stretched out to one side. Like a pear, is there a star in this shape? Jian turned the telescope slightly, and another new discovery shocked him greatly. Oh, what did he see? A small, shining ring was spinning rapidly. In the center of the ring, it was pitch black, and it seemed that there was nothing. Did this small ring attract the bright blue star and deform it? Jian once again pointed the telescope at the blue star. Sure enough, at the tip of this pear-shaped star, facing the direction of the small ring, a series of shining arrows were shot out. Jian's eyelids suddenly turned gray, and his whole body was shaking violently. Yabing and Jilai were attracted by the wonders of the universe that they had never seen before, and did not notice how Jian left the camera screen. Jian gasped hard and struggled to paddle the air in the cabin to move forward. He clearly felt that he had regained a little bit of gravity because his body often rushed forward. He threw himself on the instrument table, where he read, acceleration, 4 meters per square second instantaneous speed. 25,720 kilometers per second. Yes, he had made a discovery, but a very horrible discovery. The gravity effect was clearly felt. Yabing and Jilai both left the telescope screen. They began to notice Jisai's unusual behavior. Jian rushed to his book box, searched through it, found a microfilm, and placed it under the reader. The screen of the reader clearly showed this text. In a binary star system consisting of a blue star and a black hole, a powerful black hole draws matter from its larger companion. That matter is very hot. Hot enough to form a plasma fully ionized atoms, and free this plasma is spiraling toward the black hole. As time goes by, the speed gradually increases, forming an accretion disk. Kilometers away, The pressure of X-rays emitted from the edge of the black hole is enough to overcome the black hole's strong gravitational pull is eliminated. So the plasma particles form a tire. Is shaped like a circle and slowly spirals in the ring in a nearly concentric manner. However, the plasma particles close to the center plane of the disk are the fetus was jerked inwards and quickly accelerated to nearly the speed of light. The three of them read silently, chewing over the passage carefully. There was no need to say anything extra. The three of them understood that they were facing such a black hole that formed a binary with a huge, hot blue giant star, and was now attracting the matter of the blue giant star. Moreover, the acceleration of the Vostok was also due to the attraction of the black hole. According to some scholars, black holes are the end of some stars, their graves. Gian disagrees with this view. He believes that the transformation of stars into black holes does not mean the end of evolution, and black holes will also change. But he is not sure how they will change. However, for the Vostok, once they fall into a black hole, they will really enter a grave. They will never see their motherland, relatives, or even the starry universe again in this life. Are they inevitably buried in this dark world? Terror, despair, heart-wrenching pain, and the sadness of not being able to control one's own destiny all weighed on the hearts of the three young people. Especially since the joy ignited by Ning Yezhong's telegram not long ago had not yet completely passed, the contrast was particularly strong. Nature is playing tricks on people. Xiao Jian was not someone who gave in easily. From a very young age, he was a calm, composed, and tenacious child. Indeed, as the commander-in-chief said, he was the second Xiao Zian. Moreover, he was younger and more energetic than Xiao Zian and lived in a different era. From the first day he was thrown into space, Xiao Jian took on the role of an independent navigator. On an uncontrollable spacecraft, he had to fight against all kinds of dangers, accidents, and disasters at any time. 6 years had passed, and he had grown greatly in courage and knowledge. A student at the aerospace preparatory school back then, he now had mastered a variety of professional knowledge and learned the art of controlling his own will with amazing calmness. After the initial shock and fear, he thought about how to overcome this difficulty as tenaciously as solving an equation. Yet he was like a man with bare hands, facing an entire division of fully armed troops. What did he have in his hands? 15 sets of cosmic eyes, each with a small jet engine, which was his only power. And in front of him was a black hole that humans didn't know much about, had never dealt with, or even seen. Its strong gravity couldn't even escape light. Look at how the matter of the huge blue giant was flowing towards the black hole like an arrow. Could the small Vostok resist this strong gravity? The only thing that can resist gravity is speed. Of course, light can't escape either. That's on the surface of a black hole. What if it's far away, for example, 10,000 kilometers away? At a distance of about 10,000 kilometers from the black hole, the pressure of X-rays emitted from the edge of the black hole is enough to offset the extremely strong gravity of the black hole. Thank God for my ally, X-ray. Jian's eyes were fixed on the words on the reading machine. He could already feel that the acceleration had increased. In the telescope's field of view, the circles of the wave giant and the black hole were getting bigger and bigger. That is, the spacecraft was getting closer and closer. He saw the painful and desperate eyes of Yabing and Jilai. It was time to take action. He began to take out the small jet engines from the spacesuit. This silent example prompted Yabing and Jilai to do the same. Do you want to use these thrusters to resist the attraction of the black hole? Yabing asked in a low voice. Jian shook his head. This was unrealistic. He had no idea how to resist the gravity of a black hole. However, with a little bit of power in his hands, he was no longer a helpless idiot in the face of harsh reality. He mechanically moved the 15 small engines to the rear cabin one by one, and Yabing and Jilai also followed suit mechanically. Now they were not very free to move, as the direction of gravity was directly forward. It took a lot of effort for them to move backward, but it was still possible. He placed the engines on the tailpipe outlet for waste discharge, and connected the switch of the tailpipe and the nozzles of the 15 engines with wires, which then went all the way to the cockpit and connected to an electronic automatic device code named 0481. Although all the equipment was ready-made, it still took him a lot of effort. Then he pointed at the vermilion nameplate on the electronic automatic device. Remember this number. He told Yabing and Ji. When the acceleration increases greatly, we may all pass out. If any of you can hold out longer than me, try to shout out this number before you pass out, and the electronic automatic device will open the tailpipe port and recognize the start of our 15 small jet engines. Yabing and Jilai nodded silently. Don't panic. Wait until the last minute to give instructions. He became stern. Now, lie on the sofa and tie yourself up tightly. Yabing and Jilai both glanced at him and did as he asked. As the acceleration increases, we will feel heavier. GC's tone softened a little. He felt ashamed of his harsh tone just now. After all, these two have been partners who have shared life and death and adversity for 6 years, not to mention at such a critical moment. He decided to explain in more detail. The overweight may be very large, and the speed of the spacecraft may even be close to the speed of light. Close to the speed of light? Yabing and Jilai were both very surprised. Jian pointed to the words still lit up on the reader. From the sofa, it was not very clear, but Jian had memorized the words. As this plasma spirals toward the black hole, its speed gradually increases, and it is quickly accelerated to nearly the speed of light. That's plasma. Jilai dared to timidly refute his brother. This is our only way to be saved, to move with the plasma, Jian said with a frown. But, Yabing countered, the plasma is so hot that it would completely melt our spacecraft. It's entirely possible, Ji-Huan asserted ruthlessly. I just want to use our little jet thruster to increase the speed a little and keep a little distance from the plasma. But the plasma will eventually fall into the black hole. Jilai said again. If we are moving fast enough, for example, 10,000 kilometers away from the black hole, we can reach the speed of light and escape. Jian added. We should measure the direction more accurately. If we can get 50,000 kilometers away from the black hole, that would be great. I'll go measure it. Yabing was unbuckling his belt. It's too late. Jian stopped him. But the very agile Yabing had already followed the direction of gravity and jumped to the telescope screen in front. We may be able to achieve a very high speed, Jian explained, even close to the speed of light. This is because the black hole has a strong attraction, which attracts all objects to fall at an accelerated speed. Our Vostok will fly around it several times along a spiral orbit, flying faster and faster, but also getting closer and closer to it, and finally buried in this black hole. If we can accelerate at the critical moment, even just a little bit, then the black hole will not be our grave, but just become a huge accelerator, just like the cyclotron accelerator we use to accelerate high-energy particles, automatically accelerating for us until we are thrown away. In this way, we will be saved. Remember that number. Jian nodded again. We need to start the jet engine at the critical moment. We can't waste any energy. Remember. Over there, the runner-up shouted. We are between the blue giant and the black hole, 43 arc minutes and 48 arc seconds from the black hole. No, from the edge of that little arc. See how fast the acceleration is? Jian asked loudly. Yabing answered loudly. The acceleration is 24 meters per second. The instantaneous speed is 28,200 kilometers per second. Come back right away. GC shouted. Now we don't need a telescope. We can see it clearly on the TV screen. The small ring is growing rapidly, and we can see that it is spinning at a crazy speed. The matter of the blue giant is already pouring into the black hole like a spring. But this is not a light spring, but a hot stream of matter. Indeed, the heat can also be felt in the cockpit of the Vostok. Yabing struggled to climb back. The overweight made it very hard for him to move even one step, and he was sweating all over. He panted with every step he took. Jilai looked at the scene in pain and started to untie her belt. She wanted to go over to help him, but Jian used his strong hands to steady her. Even without Jian, she probably wouldn't be able to climb up, because the overweight had increased greatly. Everything in the universe shown on the TV screen was eclipsed except for the dazzling light of the blue giant star. It was already as big as the sun seen from Earth, but much brighter than the sun, steaming hot and blazing. The ring orbiting the black hole also emitted a dazzling light. The cockpit was as hot as a steamer, who was exhausted to the extreme. Put one hand on the armrest of the sofa. Jian immediately stood up, pulled him onto the sofa with all his strength, and immediately buckled his belt. At this time, the blue giant star had quickly grown larger on the starboard side, blocking half of the sky, and a powerful force threw the entire spacecraft up. The huge overweight made the three astronauts lose consciousness all of a sudden. Just half a second before losing consciousness, Jai-Sai shouted out the magic number. 0481. Vostok was just 80,000 kilometers away from the black hole, spinning madly. Why are you unwilling to join the voyage of the framing, Yizhong? Yulan asked earnestly. The two of them were sitting in Xiao Ziyan's living room. Xiao Ziyan no longer lived in the small room in the communication room, but was assigned a house that was almost the same as before the war. Half an hour ago, Xiao Ziyan invited Ning Yezhong to come and tactfully expressed that they would be very happy if Ning Yezhong was willing to join the forward astronaut team headed by Yulan. Ning Yezhong has actually obtained a doctorate degree, and his thesis is internationally famous. Xiao Ziyan said that having such an outstanding high-energy physicist participating can guarantee the success of the voyage, and there are so many high-energy physics topics waiting for people to study in the vast interstellar space. Xiao Ziyan also mentioned the friendship between Jian and Yezhong and how much contribution Yezhong had made to the rescue of the Vostok. Ning Yezhong was deeply moved by the old man's words, but he kept his head down and said nothing. Xiao Ziyan knew that he needed to think about it, so he let him sit down and ran to the kitchen to help his wife prepare dinner. Tell me what you think, okay? Yulan asked again. Or you have an objection to the departure of the Fram, right? Ning Yezhong shook his head. You have never been such an indecisive person. What is stopping you from joining our team? Yulan said impatiently, we will set off in 5 days. The party committee of the General Command will discuss and make a decision tomorrow. If I were you, I would definitely compete to join. High-energy physics. What laboratory can compare to space? There are ultra-high temperatures, ultra-high pressures, ultra-high densities, ultra-low temperatures, ultra-low pressures, and ultra-vacuums. All kinds of conditions are available there. Do you want to be a scholar in the study, or a pioneer in a new field of science and technology? Are you intoxicated by a doctorate degree? That is not what I meant. Yizhong said in a low voice. Okay, think about it again. Yulan stood up, but she still looked at Yizhong hesitantly. Yizhong finally raised his head. His face flushed red. I hurt his heart, Yulan thought. At this time, Yizhong rummaged in his pocket, took out a wallet, carefully pulled out a very small photo, and handed it to Yulan. A thin girl with 2 short braids, pursed lips, and a serious look was looking at her in the photo. Who? Yulan asked softly. A female pilot whom I met during the war. Yizhong stammered. She will be here the day after tomorrow. Oh, you're getting married, Yulan said suddenly. Tell me the truth. When did you get together? Why are you so tight? Wait, let me think, is he from the Tibetan army? Yizhong raised his head with a look of genuine surprise. You're still trying to hide it from me, Yulan said proudly. Commander Zhong has already let you in. He said he would send someone to us that day, and you looked so uncomfortable. What's the problem? Female pilot, we welcome you with open arms. She rushed to the kitchen and dragged Xiao Ziyan out. Xiao Ziyan was holding a big carp that was flapping its tail. Uncle Xiao, Yulan shouted happily. So Yizhong is getting married. Look, but you are not allowed to touch him. He looks so cool, and he is a pilot. Xiao Ziyan looked at the photo and let out a long sigh. Yizhong, I look at you like my own son. Why don't you speak up when you have troubles? Since you are getting married, you don't have to go anywhere. Yulan, you have to organize another team. Who said that? Yulan narrowed her eyes and glanced at Yizhong. I just happen to need another person, so I'll let this female pilot. How can that be possible? Xiao Ziyan said in surprise. I promised to arrange the best honeymoon for Yizhong, Yulan said without allowing any argument. No newlywed couple in the world has ever taken such a wedding trip, flying to a light year away. Hey, what a magnificent wedding. The stars in the sky are the colored lights at the wedding banquet. Yizhong, this is a grand ceremony. What else are you dissatisfied with? Uncle Xiao, there are still a few days left. I will immediately divide the cockpit into 2 rooms, one for me and the newlyweds in the other. It's not too late yet. As for you 2 old people, you should prepare the wedding ceremony for Yizhong. Yi Zhong and Xiao Zian were equally stunned by this bold and original arrangement. I haven't discussed it with Ruo Hong yet, he said in a low voice. No need to discuss, Yulan said cheerfully. Looking at the photo, I know your Ruo Hong must be a very straightforward person, unlike you. A doctor who can't even bleed even if you prick him with an awl. I say, doctor, you only know about this or that particle. You don't understand a female pilot. Ning Yezhong did not fully understand the character of the female pilot Cheng Zhuang. He and Yulan went to the airport to greet her. The two girls got to know each other at the gangway, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years, while Ning Yezhong seemed like a stranger. Girls are always warm to each other, and in the car, Yulan told him everything about her space program. Cheng Ruohong was so happy. She had been flying for 4 years, sometimes flying very high, entering the stratosphere where the air was thin, but how could she have expected that someone would invite her to go to outer space? She listened to Yulan's suggestion, and her beautiful hazel eyes showed a sincere and warm expression, and the corners of her mouth were also faintly smiling. It turned out that she was only serious in the photo, but in fact she was a lively and cheerful girl. Yulan took Cheng Ruohong home and said, "You don't have to live in the guest house. Just live with me before we get married. Yi Zhong, you two can talk first. I will come back to listen to your report in the evening." She left them both and told her mother not to disturb them. Yulan was busy at the base until very late, and when she returned home, she happened to meet Ruohong at the door. "Sister Yulan, your space city is so beautiful. Can it be compared to the Patala Palace in Lhasa?" The two girlfriends walked into the room while talking. Ruohong sat in an armchair, raised her head, looked at Yulan, and said, "This is exactly how I imagined you to be. Has Yi Zhong ever mentioned me to you?" "He did," Ruohong said generously. "He also mentioned Jian, Orient. We had just met not long ago, and he told me everything. I also read the letter he wrote to you." Yulan thought back to the letter, and her face flushed slightly, but it faded after a while. The girl in front of her was looking at her with trusting and kind eyes. They looked different, but when it came to their hearts, they were like two peas in the same pod. "Let's talk about your love story," Yulan said with a smile. "What is there to talk about?" Ruohong blinked her eyes with long eyelashes. "You know Yi Zhong better than I do. We were in the same combat unit for only half a year. He was in the headquarters, and I was in the flight squadron below. He was guarding his neutrino radio all day. Once my J-24 was hit by a laser missile and crashed. Fortunately, I opened the parachute in time and fell into a lake, right next to his confidential communication room. Several staff officers and guards pulled me out of the water and arranged for me to recover next to his office. He was very reluctant at first. Why? They said his communications room was a confidential place and no outsiders were allowed to stay there. The comrades around him all said he was a stubborn person. Oh, Sister Yulan, you don't know that everyone in the army calls him Dr. Stubborn. Yulan couldn't help but smile happily. "There are 2 or 3 young men who come to my room every day," Ruohong said with a silly smile. "The army is very girly. Besides, seeing blood and death every day will make people's hearts become gentle, right? But he ignored me in the first few days, and then I fell in love with you." No, he was thinking at that time. Ruohong glanced at Yulan secretly. God knows what he was thinking. Anyway, he slowly came to see me. I was still bedridden at that time, and he often brought me food, water, and medicine. I looked at his pair of big black-rimmed glasses and the airs of a great scholar, so I didn't dare to talk to him much. Later, one day, he told me about the flight of the Eastern, and about Xiao Jian and you. Yulan raised her eyebrows. What he said was very touching. I heard it and said, "Yulan's feelings are so worthy of respect. Such love can only happen once in a person's life. Yes, just once is enough to be happy. This is enough to be called unswerving loyalty. Those who can treat their friends like this can also treat their motherland and career like this. Don't you think so, Sister Yulan?" Yulan said nothing. She was moved by Ruohong's heartfelt words. Oh, this girl. Beneath her beautiful appearance lies a heart as hot as fire. He was silent at that time, just like you. Ruohong continued, glancing at Yulan again. But I know that these words touched him. He suddenly walked away. 2 days later, he brought me the letter he wrote to you. What did you say? Yulan asked hurriedly. What did I say? Ruahong suddenly smiled. I said, you were saying goodbye to your past relationship, but have you considered the recipient? He said that Yulan would understand. She is not the kind of girl with a heart as sharp as a pinhole. Yulan coughed lightly. Okay. Ruahong stared at Yulan and said, this letter is like a summary of his own experience. He will come to see me almost every day from now on. Oh, thank you. Yulan suddenly held Ruahong's hands tightly with both hands and said enthusiastically, what's wrong with you? Ruahong asked in surprise. Nothing. Yulan let go of her hand and said thoughtfully, don't you think it's a bit strange that we talked so much on the first day we met? You are not a stranger to me. Ruahong said seriously. Yizhong gave you his praise without reservation. In fact, if he only said 1/10 of what he said, I would know you. But I never dreamed that I could join your team and fly to the magnificent universe. You are not a stranger to me either. Yulan also said seriously. This is the instinct of women. As soon as I saw your photo, I knew that I met someone like me. Why? Ruahong asked curiously. Yulan looked at Ruahong, shook her head and said nothing. Why? Zhuahong asked again, no longer with curiosity. See how much Yizhong likes you. Yulan said in a low voice, like a whisper. Oh, Ruahong suddenly said affectionately. My dear sister Yulan. Now, even if I have to fly to the ends of the earth, I will go with you. Do you need to discuss this with your family? Yulan asked for her opinion. Ruahong stood up, walked to the window, and said softly, my parents died during the war. Yulan walked over and hugged her girlfriend's shoulders tightly. Outside the window was the space city with lights twinkling in the middle of the night, and above it was the starry autumn sky. In this way, the 3-person advanced space team was formed. The day of departure has arrived. 5 people, the commander-in-chief, Xiao Ziyan, Yulan, Ning Yezhong, and Cheng Ruahong, sat upstairs in the circular conference hall rebuilt in the space city. Everything was ready, and the commander-in-chief wanted to have a pre-departure talk with the astronauts. Bu Ziyan first reported the entire deployment. He mentioned that Professor Hu Jiue of the observatory had helped him calculate that the explosion of the Cassiopeia supernova 5 years ago might have caused the Vostok to deviate by 2 to 3 degrees. However, their long baseline radio telescope also detected a small, dense dark nebula within about 1 light-year, and the Vostok was likely to have drilled into this dark nebula. The Vostok would slow down in the dark nebula, so its speed might be lower than expected after it drilled out, and its course might change. Professor Hu Jiue suggested searching just behind the dark nebula, that is, southwest of the initial course of the Vostok. The Fram was very different from the Vostok 7 years ago. It used photons as a power source and could reach a speed of half the speed of light, which meant that it would only take 2 years to catch up with the Vostok, which had already flown nearly a light-year away, assuming the journey was straight. In reality, it would take longer, so he prepared enough food and water for 3 people for more than 15 years. If they could not find the Vostok within 7 years, they would return home immediately. Of course, their mission was not only to find the Vostok, but also to purposefully explore the physical and chemical state of the interstellar space outside the solar system and to find celestial bodies outside the solar system that were closer than Proxima Centauri. Therefore, the Forward had a large number of instruments. Yulan and Yizhong could operate these instruments, and the female pilot Cheng Ruahong would soon master the fully automated equipment of the Forward. Xiao Ziyan took out the neutrino telegram that Ning Yezhong had sent to the Eastern during the war and read it. The commander-in-chief held the thin but very tough paper in his hand for a long time before handing it back to Ning Yezhong, saying, on behalf of the entire headquarters, I sincerely thank you. There is no doubt that the Vostok will receive this telegram, and they may be waiting for you to go there. We have found 3 comrades, Xiao Jian, Zhong Yabing, and Xiao Jilai. The commander-in-chief said solemnly, please pay tribute to them on behalf of the headquarters, on behalf of our great socialist motherland and people. They are models of defending the motherland and the cause of progress without regard for their own lives. And they are also the first scientific pioneers to explore interstellar space beyond the solar system. The party and the people will give them high praise. As for you, you are also good sons and daughters of the party and the people. consciously rescuing comrades and exploring a new world full of dangers and difficulties. In particular, comrades Yizhong and Ruohong, your wedding will be the most magnificent wedding in human history. As for Yulan, I will not say anything. Comrade Yu has a good daughter and a good successor like you, and his last wish has finally come true. The commander-in-chief could not contain his excitement and wanted to end his speech in a hurry. Comrades, today, representatives from 30 provinces, cities, and autonomous regions across the country have come to see us off. We will go to the square to meet with the scientists and the masses who are seeing us off, and then take a car to the base. It is now 9:15, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Forward will take off. 5 cars were moving slowly along the avenue lined with flowers and gongs and drums. There were countless smiling faces and countless blessings. It took them 2.5 hours to travel 42 kilometers from the space city to the 2004 base. At the gate of the base, Engineer Hua and Commander Zhong stood there. Before the car had even stopped, Cheng Ruohong jumped out of the car, rushed over and shouted, "Dad, what's going on?" Commander Zhong smiled and replied, "Ruohong's parents died in the war, and I have adopted her as my daughter." Yulan poked Ning Yezhong and whispered, "Quick, meet old father-in-law." Commander Zhong said to Yulan with a smile, "Comrade navigator of the Fram, how is the pilot I sent?" Yulan smiled and gave a thumbs up. Engineer Hua reported to the commander-in-chief and the emergency engineer Zhao Min. "All inspections are completed. Everything is normal. We can take off." "Okay," the commander-in-chief said happily. "Have lunch first, then take a 2-hour nap. At 3:30, the astronauts will enter the cockpit of the Forward." When Yulan, Yizhong, and Ruohong entered the Tianjin, they immediately put on decompression spacesuits, which could reduce the great overweight for a long time. Then, they tied themselves tightly to the hairpins and turned on all the TV sets. What did they see? They saw the vast green fields outside the base, and the bright spring painted the earth with a fresh green. They saw the space city in the distance, and it seemed that the cheers were still ringing in their ears. Yulan issued an order and turned on the telephoto lens, and the streets and alleys of the space city were all displayed on the TV screen. Ah, people are pouring into the streets again, all looking here, waiting for that solemn moment. The camera turned to the near side again, and they saw the commander-in-chief, Xiao Zian, Division Commander Zhong, and Engineer Hua in the control room, looking at them with bright eyes. "Is everything all right, kids?" The commander-in-chief's loud voice shook the cockpit. "Everything is fine. Please rest assured, Chief," Yulan replied crisply. She turned around and said to her partner, "How different it is from 7 years ago." 3 people, each of them. A myriad of associations welled up in their minds. What were they thinking about? Yulan was thinking about the snowy winter night 7 years ago, the huge explosion, and the heart-wrenching pain that followed. 7 years have passed, and all memories, including such severe memories as the war, have faded. But this scene has become more vivid. At that time, GC was just a big child with a layer of soft hair on his upper lip. Oh, how much time has passed. Yizhong was thinking about high-energy physics or the war, which won him the love of a brave female pilot. And Ruohong, what was Ruohong thinking about? Her pair of light brown passionate eyes flickered. Maybe she was thinking about how she could fly from the stratosphere to the interstellar space, this unexpected and interesting path. Yulan broke the silence and said slowly, "There are still 7 minutes left. Everyone, check if the belts are tied properly. The food and water in front of the seats are fixed, although, during the overweight period, no one can drink water or eat food. No movement can be made during this period. Everything must be fixed. What should I do with my glasses?" Ning Yezhong said in a panic. "It's best not to wear it. Put it in the box. Yes, button your pockets. Check again, everyone. There are only 3 minutes left." Soft music sounded. The white-haired figure of the commander-in-chief appeared on the TV screen. He raised his right hand and waved it, while a firm and calm voice sounded. "To the brave astronauts of the front, I wish you a triumphant return. Comrade Xiao Zian, start the mission." They heard no explosions, nor did they feel any shaking. They only felt their bodies sinking, and the spacecraft soared straight up into the azure sky. What remained on the ground was a resounding cheer that stretched 42 kilometers. If you turn on the holographic movie screen of the Vostok, you will see such a thrilling scene. A spaceship is spinning madly around an invisible object. In the first circle, it got a little closer and seemed to be about to fall into the invisible black hole, but suddenly, it accelerated. In the second circle, it circled at an even crazier speed and moved farther away. All of this was carried out in a dazzling manner. The spiral circle became larger and larger, and the speed became faster and faster. The spaceship was thrown out like a drop of water on a spinning umbrella. Astronauts on the Vostok could not see this scene. The crazy acceleration not only pressed them tightly on their seats, but also hit them on the head, and all three of them fainted. In nearly 7 years of weightlessness, their hearts beat so briskly, but suddenly, their hearts were under unusual pressure, and they almost suffocated due to the heavy load. Vostok was thrown out and left the black hole. These people woke up one after another. "Have we left the black hole?" Yabing shouted. He hurriedly unbuckled his belt, but Jian was faster than him and jumped up immediately. How great! They were in a state of weightlessness again. Their hearts beat violently after being under heavy pressure, and they also breathed the constantly renewed air in the cabin fiercely. Jian rushed to the instrument table with extremely light movements, and he looked down. Acceleration. Instantaneous speed. 149, 782 kilometers per second. Jilai was still saying, "Why can't we see any black hole at all?" But Jian was completely stunned. 150,000 kilometers per second, half the speed of light. Except for elementary particles, humans have never achieved this speed. What effect will such a huge spacecraft have when it has such a high speed? The strange thing is that they can't feel this high speed that no human has ever experienced. Of course, they understand that no matter how high the speed is, people can't feel it. But if you reach the speed of light, will there be any major changes in human physiological sensations? Yabing and Jilai both looked at the number. They also understood that their spacecraft was accelerated by the black hole, just like in the strong magnetic field of the cyclotron. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? It depends on the direction. If the direction is away from the sun, they will have a hard time coming back. The speed reaches half the speed of light, and it will be difficult for the front flying to the rescue from the Earth to catch up. But if the direction is the opposite, toward the sun, then they will return to the vicinity of the Earth in a relatively short time, and at that time, the front can easily extend a helping hand. The key is to determine the heading. The three of them looked at each other. They were all clear-headed, but they couldn't make up their minds. Anyway, this was a reality that could not be changed. What difference did it make if they knew it earlier or later? They had to be prepared to bear the greatest joy or the greatest blow. They should not faint because of excessive joy that made their hearts beat too violently, nor should they let a fatal blow crush the hearts of 3 young people who had been away from their homeland and relatives for a long time. Jian looked at the two of them. He read so many flashes of hope in his companion's eyes, and so many excitements of fear and disappointment. He hesitated. He had never hesitated so much in the past 7 years, whether it was the moment he was thrown into space, the worry that his life was in danger, the days and nights he struggled in the dark nebula, or the moment he was ready to fight against the powerful black hole. Everything he had experienced in this short period of time, after receiving Ning Yezhong's telegram, was unfolded in front of him like a storm. The curtain must be lifted after all. Jian pursed his lips tightly and called softly, 3025, open. The universe presented. In the sky in front of the spacecraft, tens of thousands of purple stars were twinkling and floating. And in the back of the spacecraft, tens of thousands of red stars were twinkling and floating. Of course, with the Vostok moving so fast, the stars in front of it must be shifted to purple, and the stars behind it to red. However, no, this was not a red shift or a purple shift of the stars. These stars were not even stars, but just some flashes, some purple and red flashes. Maybe they were stars, but distorted images under sublight speed conditions? At some point, Yabing and Jilai had already approached Jian. Yabing asked softly, "What is this phenomenon?" Jilai frowned and said, "I can't tell which star is which at all. I'm afraid." Jian said hesitantly, "I can't really explain it. We are traveling at sublight speed. How do we determine the direction? Yabing said with a frown. Jian thought for a while and said firmly, forget it. It doesn't matter where we go. We have finally experienced a journey that no human has ever experienced before, and experienced a life that no human has ever experienced before. In the past, people only had some speculations and conjectures about the high-speed movement of the macroscopic world. Now we must make good use of this condition to do some research work. But the result? Yabing whispered, and suddenly he jumped up like a bee. Our telescope. Following his hand, Jian and Jilai only saw a steel cable shaking, and the telescope had long disappeared. It must have been jerked away by the black hole. Yabing said bitterly. I still haven't got some of the film back. It's probably thrown away somewhere when we were spinning at high speed. Jian explained. Now it has probably become an independent celestial body in the universe. You just mentioned the results. Of course, our results are huge. Even if the negatives you took later were lost, the remaining negatives alone are also a great achievement. As for whether humans on Earth know about it or not, what does it matter? We can still live on the Vostok for a long time, and we can still do a lot of work. Even if we come to the end of our lives, the Vostok will still operate as a celestial body in the universe for a long time. In the future, when humans advance deeper into the universe, they will find it. The results of our labor will not be in vain. Brother. Jilai held his hand tightly with tears streaming down his face. Yabing's eyes also became moist. Jerk, he said firmly. Start right now. I'll measure the wavelength of these flashes. The Fram did not enter the interstellar cloud. It passed by the edge of the cloud with its right hand and immediately saw the nucleus of the Milky Way. During the nearly 2-year voyage, Chang Ruahong completed her astronomy course on her own. She has always been very happy about this accidental opportunity and is very grateful to Yulan. The 2 young female astronauts have become inseparable friends. Ning Yezhong is still studying neutrinos, and of course, he is also studying various elementary particles captured by spacecraft and running through the universe. The Forward has a very good high-energy physics laboratory. He does not regret this voyage at all. No high-energy physicist on the Earth has ever had such excellent conditions, and his research results in the past 2 years will definitely make a sensation around the world in the future. Yulan put all her energy into the search. She controlled the spacecraft as if she were driving a car. After passing the nebula, she knew that the target was close. She activated the laser detectors of the Forward facing all directions. There were constant blanks. Sometimes she encountered 1 or 2 meteorites and dust wandering in space, but there was still no news from the Vostok. Take a rest, Sister Yuelon. Ruahong looked at the anxious Yuelon pleadingly. Let Yezhong watch over. I'm afraid we're flying too fast and might easily miss the Dongfang. Yulan said worriedly. You can slow down, Yezhong interrupted. Or fly in circles nearby. I also think we shouldn't fly forward anymore. The problem is, we don't have the exact location of the Vostok. Yulan said with a frown. Send a telegram using the neutrino telegraph, Ruahong suggested, and scan it in all directions. Even if they received it, how would they respond? They can answer using microwave communication equipment. Yezhong replied. I remember you said the East had such equipment. Okay, Yulan said thoughtfully. Let's search for another 3 days, okay? On the morning of the 3rd day, a storm of spots suddenly appeared on the screen of the laser detector. What was it? A star cluster? Or just a group of meteor showers? There are many in the solar system. So are there no meteor showers in the interstellar space outside the solar system? However, these spots suddenly disappeared, and a very thick mark appeared on the TV screen as if it was torn. Yulan was so stunned that she didn't even hear Ning Yezhong shouting, That's them. Lao Hong passed by, pulled Yulan's sleeve, and pointed at the industry. That was the Vostok that just passed by, Yezhong said, his face pale with excitement. It crossed us diagonally and almost collided with us. What? 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 Yulan asked repeatedly. Turn around quickly, my god. Ning Yezhong said, floating back to the sofa. You guys come quickly too. Tie yourselves up and turn around, otherwise, we won't be able to catch up. Their speed is comparable to ours. As Yulan and Ruahong hurriedly tied the belt, Yulan asked, How come you have such sharp eyes that you saw it? It's not that I have sharp eyes, The instrument shows it, right? Only when two objects at extremely high speeds meet can such a shock wave occur. Quick, turn around, 140 degrees, and activate the infrared tracker. Yulan did as she was told mechanically. A dazzling light spurted out from the tail of the front, which did a rapid somersault in space and then turned back diagonally. They had just recovered from a brief but extremely severe overweight state, and Ning Yezhong shouted again, "Speed up!" Yulan ignored it. She turned on the microwave communication equipment and sent the following telegram. Dongfang, Jian, Yabing, Jilai. We are here. Qinjin, Yuquan, Ning Yezhong, Chengruahong. Almost immediately, she received a call back. Forward. I am very happy. Where are you? How did we meet? I would like to extend my warmest greetings to Comrade Chengruahong, whom I have never met. Jian, Yabing, Jilai. 3 seconds. Yulan said happily. Yizhong, Zhuhong. You see, the distance is only 450,000 kilometers. The three of them stared at the words on the screen for a long time in silence. Great joy filled Yulan's chest, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. It was Ning Yezhong who started to shout first. Speed up. Then he muttered to himself, strange, how can they also have such a high speed? Did they find a new energy source in the universe? Will you understand when we meet? Ruahong said with a smile. Nerd, what are you staring at? Help Sister Yuelon to operate it. Yulan gave another order to the invisible electronic pilot. This time, because the three people were not tied up properly, they were thrown heavily against the bulkhead by the acceleration, and their bones hurt. At this time, they saw the Dongfang in front of them on the TV screen, which seemed to be flying slowly. Not long after, the Qinjin rushed to the front again. No. Yulan fell heavily on the sofa. I can't drive well, Ruhong. You do it. How can I do that? You're a real pilot. You can do stunt flying. This is not as difficult as stunt flying. It's mainly because Look. Yulan raised her hands, and her hands were shaking like leaves. Ning Yezhong said, there is no need to do anything. You have an excellent electronic pilot. I'll do it. The number is 2012. Slow down. Get closer to the target. He gave the last few instructions accurately and crisply. The spaceship lurched forward for a moment, and a short while later they saw the Vostok catching up little by little. The two spaceships were flying side by side. Neither had windows, but they all had their TV screens turned on. People couldn't see each other, and could only see the other spaceship hanging motionless in space. The two spacecraft exchanged telegrams. Don't move. Wait until we get closer. We can't move, no fuel. Ning Yezhong couldn't help it and sent the following telegram. Where do you find the energy? The callback is this. There is no energy source. The law of force in the motion of celestial bodies helps us. Oh? Ning Yezhong exclaimed. On the screen of the Vostok, the Fram was seen approaching little by little very slowly, like a ship approaching a dock. Hurry, Jian suddenly came to his senses. Put on your spacesuit. We don't have any jet thrusters anymore, Yabing reminded him. We'll meet them at the hatch. At this moment, on the screen, a tube about 3 meters thick was seen extending from the outer Chekhov the Fong hatch, facing the Vostok hatch. They could feel the slight vibration of the tube touching the hull of the spacecraft. The grounders put on their spacesuits, opened the hatch, and saw that the two spacecraft had been connected together by this tube. The inside of the tube was bright. Over there. The hatch of the Fong was also opened, and 3 people in spacesuits came out one after another. The connection was thus achieved. On the aisle between the two spaceships, 6 people hugged each other. Because of the helmets. But they could see each other's excited faces and the tears in their eyes. 8 years had passed. They thought they would never meet again in this life, but they said goodbye to each other in a dreamlike way in the space 8 trillion kilometers away from the Earth. Jian gestured and invited the 3 astronauts of the Forward to enter his cabin. Yulan took out an instrument from the cosmic eye and shone it like a flashlight along the corridor towards the joint with the Oriental. GC understood that this was to check for leaks. He thought, it has only been 7 or 8 years, and I wonder how far the science and technology on Earth has advanced? Complete automation. They only saw the steel pipe extended and touched the hull of the Oriental. They did not see the electric welder or the flame of the arc, and it took at most 5 seconds to weld it perfectly. Jian came over and looked through his helmet. There was no trace of welding at the joint between the steel pipe and the outer Chekhov, the spacecraft. It was as if they were naturally grown together. Oh, this technology. Compared to it, he really seemed ignorant. He looked at Yibing and Ji Lai from the transparent helmet. They seemed to have the same idea. Yulan carefully checked them, then stood still and suddenly took off her helmet, revealing a beautiful, beaming face. Yizhong and Zhu Hong also quickly took off their helmets. Only Jian and the other two had their helmets on tightly, and their hands were shaking. They couldn't take them off for half a day. Yulan and the other two dragged one of them, each to the cockpit of the Eastern. For the first time in 8 years, Jian let himself shed tears without holding back. Yulan also looked at him without any shame, and took his hand, holding it tightly. She could not get enough of him. He had grown into a young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a calm demeanor. Only his eyes were still as passionate and sharp as 2 arrows shining in all directions, but still a bit childish. He was like and different from Xiao Jian when they were separated 8 years ago. In Yulan's memory, Xiao Jie was a talented young man, but now Xiao Jian was a mature, vigorous, and neat young man. Yulan also saw the changes in her image in Jian's eyes. First, he was excited, ecstatic, and then he was in a state of worship. Tears did not completely cover the fiery passion in GC's eyes. He completely forgot the existence of others. The violent trembling of his heart was also transmitted to his hands, and then to Yulan's heart through her hands, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Ning Yezhong and Zhong Yabing hugged each other and punched each other. The burly Yabing hit Yezhong so hard that he groaned. Ruahong stood by and smiled. Jiwei came over and called affectionately, "Sister Ruahong, are you Jilai?" Hugged each other immediately. Ning Yezhong shouted, "Ruahong, come here and meet your brother." The sound was so loud that it startled Jian and Yulan. They saw Yabing take a step back and look at the pretty and smart girl in front of him with a confused face. He muttered, "I've only been away for 8 years. When did my mom raise such a big sister?" In the industry, Yulan, and even Ruahong, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yulan said, "Yabing, your father is now a division commander. He came to see us off when we set out. It turns out that Ruahong is a pilot in his unit, and your father has adopted her as his goddaughter. Isn't she your sister? Look how good this sister is. She is beautiful, capable, and smart." "Oh, Sister Yulan," Ruahong cried. Yulan glanced at her and pointed at Yizhong. "Yabing, you still have to salute. This is your brother-in-law." Yabing, Jilai, and even Jian were all stunned. When they came to their senses, they all laughed. Jian wiped his tears and laughed breathlessly, saying, "Come on, Yizhong. According to the old rules, mother's uncle is the eldest. Yibing is the eldest uncle. You salute first. When did I get such a beautiful sister?" Yabing said happily. But Ruahong flew up to him and called out, "Brother." Yibing looked at Ruahong. He was an only child, and he had always envied Jian for having a sister. But now, his own sister was standing in front of him, and in such a situation, he was speechless for a moment. "Mom and Dad are in very good health," Ruahong said in a low voice. Yibing was like waking up from a dream. "Good sister." "Ruahong." He turned around and punched Yizhong again. "I didn't expect you and I to be in-laws. You are really a Dr. Box," Jian said with a smile. "Is there such a brother?" "Yabing, how can I bear your fists?" Yibing still said stupidly, "This sister looks a bit like Yulan." "Hey, doctor, if I were at home, I would not agree to marry you." "What are you talking about, Yabing?" Jian raised his eyebrows. Yulan said, "Yizhong is a real doctor, an expert in high-energy physics. You don't know how much work he has done to find you." "I was too happy," Yabing said apologetically. He turned to Ruahong again. "Sister, don't be offended. We Zhong family members are just like this." Ruahong was laughing the whole time. Jilai was also laughing. "Oh!" The laughter echoed in the cockpit. Ning Yezhong suddenly shouted, "You have to tell me, what method was used to accelerate the Vostok to such a high speed?" "A black hole," Yabing said mysteriously. "What's the black hole?" "Black hole. Black hole. Don't you understand? And you are still a high-energy physicist. Oh, black hole. Yi Zhong smiled shyly. I always thought it was just a hypothesis. Why? The book I read said, there can't be a celestial body like a black hole in the universe. All matter, even light and electromagnetic waves, are jerked into it. Wouldn't that eventually lead to the end of movement? Is it possible for movement in the world to end? It's really metaphysical, GC said mockingly. Of course, the movement of the whole world cannot end. Why not in a small part? Besides, inside a black hole, does matter no longer move? Not necessarily. Besides, we saw it with our own eyes. Yabing corrected hastily. We didn't see the black hole, but we saw how it jerked matter into it. It was a very interesting sight. Then why didn't it jerk you away? Nerd. Yabing punched him again affectionately. If you jerk it up, can we still meet? But there has to be a way. Yi Zhong said stubbornly. Look, our Captain Xiao Jiasai, although he is not a doctor, he has his own way. In the critical moment, his face did not change color, his heart did not beat, and he used the thrusters of 15 space suits to break through the black hole. Not only did the black hole fail to jerk us in, but it became a huge cyclotron, helping us increase our speed. This passage was spoken with such vividness that all the audience, including Jilai, were stunned. Yi Zhong jumped for joy. Good soldier, uncle. You have to keep all the data for me. Of course, Jian said with a smile. I still need you to summarize and improve it theoretically. I always feel that by utilizing the gravity, radiation, and magnetic field of celestial bodies, interstellar travel can be carried out with only a small amount of energy. Once this problem is solved, we will be able to go to any distant place. Yulan stared at him intently. What an amazing young man. Having just experienced 8 years of hardship, his thoughts turned to the more distant universe. At some point, Ruahong approached her and whispered, Sister Yulan, I now understand your feelings very, very well. Yulan said nothing, but hugged Ruahong with her own eyes. Jian then said to Yi Zhong, I have one more question. It has been less than a year since we received your telegram, and we are nearly a light year away from the Earth. Can you fly at the speed of light? What a physicist! Ning Yezhong shouted. Let me take a look at you. Yulan had you completely monopolized just now. But you still have to answer my question first. Do you have a neutrino telegraph? Yi Zhong asked. Jian calmly accepted his gaze and replied. I built a neutrino receiver, but we didn't build a transmitter. There was no energy. Where is it? Yabing pointed at the strange-looking machine that Jian had made by hand. Amazing. Really amazing. Yi Zhong exclaimed after testing it. In this spaceship, there are no computer designers, no reference materials. Oh. Now I understand why Yulan loves you so much. Yulan's face turned red all the way to her ears. Jian said, What nonsense. Why don't you answer my question? How far were you from the Earth when you received the telegram? Yi Zhong asked. About 8.7 trillion kilometers. That's 0.87 light years. Wasn't my telegram sent 9 months before that? 9 months, plus this year. Shouldn't that be enough time for us? Don't listen to his nonsense. Yulan interrupted. The fact is, during the war, he was working on a neutrino telegraph. He tried to send a telegram, but he didn't expect you to actually receive it. During the war, was there a plan to rescue us? Jilai asked hurriedly. Yulan explained. Before the war, no. From the day after you flew away, the General Command decided to speed up the construction of the Solidarity to support the Mars laboratory, and also decided to build the Forward to find you and further develop interstellar space scientific research. The Solidarity took off 2 months later. Now a science city has been built on Mars. As for the Forward, 3 months before the scheduled departure, the plan was disrupted due to the outbreak of war. Oh, now I understand how much effort the comrades on Earth have made to rescue them. One spaceship was destroyed in the war, and another was rebuilt. Jian's eyes once again shed hot tears. It is a blessing to have a party, leadership, and collective that cares about comrades like this. Even though he has been wandering in space for 8 years and has experienced the test of life and death more than once, he is still happy. Mom and Dad are both in good health, and my mom is in good health too. Yulan approached Jian again and said hurriedly in a low voice, I'm looking forward to your return. Jian nodded silently. Yulan raised her voice again and said calmly, "We have now formed the Vostok Forward Joint Flight Team. Jian is the team leader and I am the deputy." "No, you come." Jian stopped him. Yulan smiled. "Of course, I will still be the navigator, because the control console is on the front. That's it for now. Ji Zong and Yibing are still living here. How about Ji Lai live over there with me? I have my own room. Anyway, the two spacecraft have been docked together, so it is very convenient to travel back and forth. We will fly back now. Your research projects will proceed as usual. Start to slow down before entering the solar system. Our plan is, when we reach the top of the Earth's atmosphere, our speed will be reduced to 8 kilometers per second, so that when we enter the atmosphere, we can reduce friction with the atmosphere like artificial satellites, and we can accurately return to the 2004 base. Now, everyone take your positions and secure yourself. I will correct the course." "How do you keep the direction at such a fast speed?" asked Yabing. Yulan invited, "Come, all three of you. Come and take a look at the forward." Front was not bigger than the Vostok, but it had many more instruments and equipment, and all of them were controlled by commands. Yulan calmly gave the order, 3154, go. A glorious screen in front of the upper deck lit up, and a bright spot was flashing. "That's the sun," she said quietly. Yabing shook his head. "It's flying so fast that the sun can't be seen." "This is not seeing, Yabing," Yulan said. "This is a positioning signal. The sun is not in front of us now. Have you forgotten? We are flying along your course." "Oh," Yabing suddenly realized. "So if you don't come to dock with us, we don't know where we will fly to." "You can easily understand." 3242. Open the screen in front of the spacecraft lit up. There were several stars, the brightest of which was a red one. "Betelgeuse," Yulan said. "We are flying towards Betelgeuse." Jilai remembered the astronomy lesson Yabing had given her a long time ago and said with a smile, "Is that the thing so big that it could hold the Earth?" Guy made everyone laugh. "Stop asking stupid questions," said Jian. "We are 8 years behind the times. We are like the men from the moon." "Then let us correct the course," Yabing said enthusiastically. "What's the computer number for course adjustment? Are you going to beat us to a pulp?" Yi Zhong said with a chuckle. "You can't give any orders until everyone is fixed. Changing course means another round of overweight." "Okay, everyone, secure yourself and take your positions." The two connected Vostok Agni spacecrafts formed a big H shape, turned a big bend in the universe, and set off on the return journey to the solar system. They left behind the dark nebula, black hole, galactic nucleus, all the celestial bodies that had excited, troubled, worried, and frightened them. And right in front of them was a bright yellow star, the sun. It goes without saying that the news of the triumphant return of the joint spacecraft Vostok Aggress shocked the world. From the orbit of Pluto, the boundary of the solar system, a neutrino telegram was immediately sent. Within 7 days, how many people around the world wanted to go to the space city to witness this grand occasion with their own eyes? Although, in recent years, the aerospace industry has been so developed that going to the moon is as convenient as going to a sanatorium. In fact, a sanatorium has really been opened on the moon, using its 1/6 gravity to treat heart patients. However, the two spacecraft penetrated into the universe to a distance of 1 light-year and achieved docking during the sublight speed flight. This is a major event that shocked the new century. Due to hotel restrictions, the space city had to decline many foreign friends' visits. However, professional astronauts, high-energy physicists, astronomers, etc. still flocked to the city. Representatives from 30 provinces, cities, and autonomous regions in China also gathered in the space city. Around the 2004 base, even the most modern temporary tents were set up. Hundreds of movie cameras and TV recorders were aimed at the rocket launch site. People are talking about the accident 9 years ago. Yes, a crash turned out to be a good harvest. They must have accumulated a lot of scientific data during the 9-year voyage, laying a solid foundation for studying the universe. People praise that only our socialist China has the ability to digest disasters and turn them into harvests. Oh, 9 years ago, when the Vostok suddenly flew away, how many newspapers in the world reported this accident? The great project of this century, Vostok, was destroyed. The Mars laboratory faces a huge threat. and the Vostok, scheduled to deliver supplies, crashed. Robot spies sabotaged. 3 Chinese youths were exiled in space. Read these newspaper headlines. Some are regretful, some are sympathetic, some are gloating, and some are sneering. But today, 9 years later, newspapers all over the world have to be shocked by the triumphant return of the Vostok forward. Some people found photos of Jian, Yabing, and Jilai from somewhere. Of course, they were taken 9 years ago and published them in newspapers. However, there were still some people hiding in dark corners and gritting their teeth. Some newspapers even wrote, "Is it a hoax or true?" It remains to be revealed. It is rumored that the Vostok spacecraft that crashed 9 years ago has returned intact. Within a week, this event occupied the headlines of newspapers around the world. In the space city, it was also extremely busy. Only the center of this event, the 2004 base, was calm. Triple lasers, radars, and high-voltage currents protected the base. The nearest circle of welcomers was 10 kilometers away. Xiao Zian and Engineer Hua had already moved into the base. The commander-in-chief often came, and Commander Zhong also came. Political Commissar Qi and his assistants, Xiao Ling and Xiao Yang, were even busier and had no time to rest. They had to ensure the safety of the return flight. Vostok Agni entered the upper atmosphere of the Earth after nightfall. They have become artificial satellites of the Earth. Many people around the world saw this very bright star. It is almost as bright as Antares or Arcturus, slowly passing through the night sky. They circled the Earth once, and then again, while using the friction of the Earth's atmosphere to slow down their speed. At dawn, the joint spacecraft was over the Pacific Ocean. Many fishermen in Hokkaido and the 4 northern islands of Japan saw them. They really looked like a huge H. Then scientists working at the weather outposts in northern North Korea. When they arrived over Shenyang and Teeling, it was already daybreak. Afterwards, many primary school students wrote in their essays, "I got up in the morning and saw a strange plane with 2 fuselages flying overhead. There was no sound, but a trail of white smoke was left on its tail." The combined spacecraft generally flew from east to west along the latitude line. At 7 o'clock in the morning, when they flew over Yinchuan City, they were already low enough for the residents on the ground to clearly see 2 lines of bright red characters, Dongfang and Tianjin. As soon as the joint spacecraft appeared on the horizon of the space city, it was immediately accompanied by the sound of firecrackers and gongs and drums that resounded through the sky. International friends held up bouquets of flowers and cheered in different languages for the spacecraft flying over their heads. Everyone present saw this stunt. When the joint spacecraft arrived above the base, it tilted up slightly, and the H that was originally lying on the side was straightened, and then slowly fell down as if squatting down, so that the 2 spacecraft stood upright in the center of the base. Wearing light space suits walked out of 2 hatches respectively. Engineer Hua, Xiao Ling, and Xiao Yang stood beside the launch platform elevator. They were the ones who sent off the Vostok back then, and now they were also responsible for welcoming the expeditioners back victoriously. They've all grown up. Engineer Hua shouted happily. Jian said with a big smile, "Thank you." They shook hands one by one. Engineer Hua pointed to the foot of the elevator. The commander-in-chief, Xiao Zian, Commander Zhong, Political Commissar Qi, and all the astronauts' families, including Jian and Jilai's grandmothers who were far away in Shanghai, were all standing there. In the distance, there were large groups of people connected to the horizon, like a sea of endless love. They saw the bouquets dancing and the red flags waving. Their eyes were moistened, so they walked quickly into the elevator. As soon as she rushed out of the elevator, Jilai threw herself into her father's arms. The father she missed day and night had aged a lot. His hair was almost completely white, and wrinkles covered his cheeks. She couldn't help but burst into tears. A trembling old lady shouted, "Mimi, let Grandma look after you." She raised her head. "Hey, Grandma." She threw herself over again. But Grandma held her face, squinted her eyes, and said, "Let me see how Mimi looks like." "Hey, you're a grown-up girl now. It's easy to go out." Political Commissar Qi, who also speaks Shanghainese, joked. Yabing stood in front of his father, feeling a little awkward. He also saw that his father looked much older, but he was still very energetic. The father and son were almost the same height. Both were strong and sturdy. Next to him stood Ruahong. Master Zhong said with a smile. Yabing, recognize this sister. I've recognized him a long time ago. Tahong said with a giggle. She ran away again, pulled Yezhong back and said, Meet Daddy. I've seen it a long time ago. Commander Zhong said with a laugh. Jian and Yulan stood in front of the Commander-in-Chief. Yulan saluted and said, Report to the Commander-in-Chief. I have brought Xiaojin back safely. This girl. The Commander-in-Chief smiled widely. He looked at Jian, gently hit his shoulder affectionately with his fist, turned around and said to Xiao Ziyan, I told you, a boy like this will never be depressed no matter where he is in the world. He has grown up, hasn't he? Yes. GC answered loudly. You have devoted your entire youth to the cause of spaceflight. The Commander-in-Chief also seemed very excited. You deserve the highest reward. But go home and rest first. I will send a doctor to check your physical condition. After a week, the conversation stopped abruptly. The Commander-in-Chief called out to Jilai again. Enough crying, really. Small joy makes people laugh, and great joy makes people cry. This will never be wrong again. Look at what a beautiful girl our Jilai has grown into. It's a pity that the little leopard died. It was a martyr in the cause of interstellar navigation. Xiaoling, send Jilai a beautiful little wolf dog tomorrow. Jilai burst out laughing. Yabing interrupted and said, Report to the Commander-in-Chief. Comrade Xiao Jilai has grown up and doesn't want a puppy. The Commander-in-Chief took a step back. It's you, Yabing. You didn't report the experience and achievements of Yu Hang, but reported, Comrade Xiao Jilai has grown up. I can see that even though you didn't report it. Well, maybe you have something else hidden in your heart. The Commander-in-Chief suddenly stopped, looked around at the people present, and said in a low but irrefutable voice, Get in the car and go home. No one is allowed to go out until I send a doctor to examine you. Needless to say, the car drove through the 42-kilometer-long welcoming parade, but in order to ensure that the astronauts could rest early, a line of guards had been arranged, so the car could drive at 60 kilometers per hour. In the car, Jilai once again threw himself on his father, pressed his face against his father's, and his face was full of tears. GC looked out of the car very attentively. The tips of the poplar leaves had turned yellow. Through the gaps between the poplars, one could see that the tips of the sorghum ears had turned red, and the fragrance of osmanthus was wafting in the air. The weather is abnormal, he thought. According to the clock on the eastern, which never stopped, today was April 1st, but the earth was full of autumn colors. Or is it the result of artificial climate modification? Modern science and technology can do everything. We are 8 or 9 years behind. Don't make a fool of ourselves. But I don't know what the benefits of changing spring to autumn are. No more summer? He was thinking quickly, and he wanted to talk to Xinglan. But Yuelan was not in the same car with him. Jian returned home, took a shower, changed his clothes, and was still thinking about this problem. He was not used to the life with gravity and felt tired easily. So he sat on the sofa by the window and continued to look at the scenery in the yard, where the chrysanthemums were in full bloom. At some point, Xiao Ziyan was already standing behind him. He sensed it and turned his head. Xiao Ziyan took his son's hand, sat down on the sofa, and said affectionately, You have really grown up. 27, am I right? By the way, tomorrow is your birthday. I should make you longevity noodles. Jian almost jumped up. In front of Yabing and Jilai, he was a calm and composed older brother. In front of his father, he was a clumsy kid. My birthday is September 30th, the day before National Day. What's the matter, kid? Xiao Ziyan asked in confusion. Isn't the day after tomorrow National Day? Look, people are preparing to celebrate and rehearsing programs. Jian looked at the calendar clock on the wall, which was exactly the same as the one in the spaceship cabin. It showed September 28th, 11:13 a.m. Oh, he understood. Time must have slowed down during the high-speed rotation around the black hole and the sublight speed flight on the way back. This is the famous effect calculated by Einstein. For objects flying at speeds close to the speed of light, time will slow down. It is this effect that made Jian mistake autumn for spring. Asked in confusion, Kid, what's wrong? Jian smiled and said, Dad, I have learned something new. He told him about the discrepancy between the date on the spacecraft and at home. You've earned half a year in the nearly 9 years of flight. Xiao Ziyan said with a smile. This is the reward from the theory of relativity for you. Take a break, and then we'll talk about other things. Do you know what I've been most worried about in the past 9 years? I'm not afraid that you won't be able to adapt to changing circumstances. I know that you'll overcome any difficulties no matter what unexpected circumstances you encounter. I'm only afraid of one thing. The Vostok is designed to go to Mars, and it may not be suitable for interstellar flight. If any of its equipment fails, everything will be over. No, Jian shouted. Dad, the spaceship you designed is great, great. Next time I want to fly the spaceship you designed to go to a farther interstellar space. Xiao Ziyan nodded approvingly. His heart was filled with the longing for his son and daughter every day and night for the past 9 years. Next time, will he live to see his son return from the farther interstellar space? Maybe. But even if it weren't for Xiao Jian, human beings would continue from generation to generation, diligently exploring the universe and deeply exploring the secrets of the universe. Human beings are not only the masters of the earth, but also the masters of the universe. This ideal is becoming a living reality.